Chapter 3881. As someone asked this question to Duan Ling Tian, numerous curious gazes also fell on Duan Ling Tian. Everyone was curious. How did Duan Ling Tian, a person who had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, kill two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect? It should be said that the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect were all middle-level divine emperors. Although Duan Ling Tian was recognized as a monstrous genius, but the profound meaning of the laws that he had comprehended was at most on par with the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Given the difference in cultivation level, it was already shocking that he was able to fight to a draw with the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Not to mention killing the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Moreover, it was two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Looking at Duan Ling Tian's current appearance, he doesn't seem to be injured. How did he do it? In addition to curiosity, there was only curiosity in the eyes. But facing the curious gazes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. If I told you that I was lucky to kill the two people of the Greater One sect, would you believe me? Lucky? How is it lucky? More and more people opened their mouths, asking all at once. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed, and he said bluntly, I have been in the Divine Emperor battlefield for 2 months, but I have not encountered a single Divine Emperor of the Greater One sect. And at this time, on an ice field, I witnessed two people fighting, and it was a battle of life and death. Most importantly, the two people fighting were not people of our Tianlong clan. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, many people's pupils shrank sharply. Duan Ling Tian. There were even people of the Greater One sect who could not help but ask, Duan Ling Tian, you mean, the two inner sect elders of our Greater One sect were fighting on the Divine Emperor battlefield? Now, the matter of the discord between the Greater One sect inner sect elder Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming was not a secret not only in the Greater One sect, but also in the Tianlong clan. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. When the two of them fought, every move they made was a killing move. While they were fighting, I heard their conversation. It should be because of Fang Yiming's master that the two of them started a feud and would not rest until one of them was dead. They're fighting, and they're all stronger than me. Naturally, I can't expose myself. Once I do, they'll definitely kill me. So, I waited. After waiting for a few days, they finally reached the end of their lives. When they were both heavily injured and on the brink of death, I appeared and killed them. Well, it didn't take much effort. Speaking of this, Duan Ling Tian, as though he did not see the lifeless eyes of the crowd, continued, speaking of which, I really have to thank the two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect for their infighting, otherwise it would have been impossible for me, Duan Ling Tian, to have such a great harvest the first time I entered the Divine Emperor battlefield. After killing them and taking their identity badges, I didn't continue to stay there. I just wanted to go in and join in the fun. With such a great harvest, it would be very dangerous to continue to stay there. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he disregarded the dumbstruck crowd and directly left with large strides. This time, there was no one chasing after him. And when Duan Ling Tian's figure disappeared at the end of the road, the group of people came back to their senses. Heavens! I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Duan Ling Tian's luck is too good, isn't it? He unexpectedly encountered an infighting between two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect, and finally, with the advantage of being the Oriole behind, the weak defeated the strong and killed the two. Isn't it a little too easy for him to get his 4,000 battle merits? It really makes people envious. If I could encounter an infighting between the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect on the Divine Emperor battlefield, that would be great. Now, the people who were discussing animatedly were basically the disciples of the Tianlong clan. As for the disciples of the Greater One sect, they were all dispersing with an ugly look on their faces. However, although they did not say anything at the scene, but secretly, they angrily spread the news back to Greater One city. Between their words, there was no lack of curses directed at Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. For a time, Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming, the two inner sect elders who had already died, seemed to have become the sinners of the Greater One sect, spurned by everyone. What? Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. That Duan Lingtian who killed hundreds of disciples of our Greater One sect on the Divine King battlefield a few years ago? He has just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. How could he kill two inner sect elders? The two inner sect elders were fighting for a few days, and after both sides were injured and exhausted, he took advantage of them. When Duan Lingtian said this, I was also present. Duan Lingtian seemed to also say that when the two inner sect elders were fighting, they seemed to mention that the hatred between the two inner sect elders originated from the master of Elder Fang Yiming. Greater One City was in an uproar, completely in an uproar. The two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect that had recently fallen were not openly killed in the hands of the people of the Sky Dragon sect, but instead killed each other and were taken advantage of by others? Shameful. Too shameful. Now, the Tianlong clan is most likely laughing at our Greater One sect, right? I really don't know what they are thinking. The Emperor Battle Plain is the stage for our Greater One sect and the Tianlong clan to fight. Why would they fight among themselves? If they really wanted to fight among themselves, they could just sign a life and death contract and kill each other in the sect. Now, in the Deity Emperor battlefield, they were taken advantage of, and they all died. What a joke! These two people are simply throwing away the face of our Greater One sect. For the time being, Duan Lingtian did not know that his words had caused a series of chain reactions. Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming had become the sinners of the Greater One sect. Even their family and friends could no longer raise their heads. Duan Lingtian only knew of this matter a month later, when Shui Haichuan personally told him. Junior brother Duan, this time you not only took advantage of them. If the two people you took advantage of came back to life and learned about the current situation of their family and friends, they would most likely vomit blood from regret. I really don't know what they're thinking. How could they fight on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and even fight to the point where both sides are exhausted? Didn't they think that our Sky Dragon sect would pass by and take advantage of them? Shui Haichuan repeatedly shook his head. Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Duan Lingtian inevitably felt a little guilty. At that time, although the two people of the Greater One sect were killing each other, they were still holding back, especially Wang Liuan, who obviously did not want to be entangled with Fang Yiming. If he was not there, or did not show up, Wang Liuan most likely would have left Fang Yiming behind and would not have fought with Fang Yiming to the point of being injured. If you want to blame someone in the underworld, then blame your Greater One sect disciples. If it weren't for them suspecting that you killed each other and our Sky Dragon sect took advantage of it, I wouldn't have said that. A month ago, before leaving the Divine Emperor battlefield and going to Sky Dragon City, Duan Lingtian did not intend to say that it was because Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming killed each other that he took advantage of them. The reason why he said that was because the disciples of the Greater One sect gave him the inspiration. On the way to Sky Dragon City, he heard a lot of people mention that Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming were not on good terms, so when asked later, he took the opportunity to say that. He also believed that that was the answer that the Greater One sect was more willing to accept. If he said that Duan Lingtian, with his own strength, killed two people at their peak, not to mention that the Greater One sect would not believe it, the Greater One sect would not be willing to accept such an answer. An inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, who had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, killed two middle Divine Emperor elders of the Greater One sect? If this were to spread out, the Greater One sect would become a laughingstock. Of course, if Duan Lingtian did not say anything, even if the people of the Greater One sect speculated, it would not have any impact on the family and friends of Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. However, after Duan Lingtian personally confirmed that Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming were guilty, even if the Greater One sect would not be implicated and punish their family and friends, the other people of the Greater One sect would not let their family and friends have an easy time. Little Tian. Suddenly, as though thinking of something, Shui Haichuan looked at Duan Ling Tian. I heard that, a month ago, after you exchanged for 4,000 battle merits, you used up all of them. Do you have a lot of things that you need? Those things in Heping City? Shui Haichuan asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There are a lot of things that I need recently. After I have used up all the things I exchanged recently, after a period of closed-door cultivation, I will enter the Divine Emperor battlefield again to earn battle merits. I will try to buy all the things I want as soon as possible. In this regard, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to hide it. Moreover, the things he bought in the future would certainly be known, so there was no point in hiding it now. How many more battle merits do you need? Shui Haichuan asked. Duan Ling Tian did not think about anything else. When he heard Shui Haichuan's question, he said bluntly, I still need more than 14,000 battle merits. Next time, I will kill a few more Greater One Sect inner elders and I will have enough. If I'm lucky, I can get 3 times the battle merits by killing an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One Sect. Although a mid-level Divine Emperor was worth 2,000 battle merits in the Divine Emperor battlefield, Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan and the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One Sect were outstanding mid-level Divine Emperors. Killing either of them would give 3 times the battle merits. In other words, killing an Greater One Sect inner elder was worth 2,000 battle merits. Killing an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One Sect would give 3 times the battle merits of 2,000 battle merits, which was 6,000 battle merits. Kill an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One Sect? Shui Haichuan shook his head. Little Tian, don't be arrogant just because you killed 2 Greater One Sect inner elders by luck. With your current strength, I'm afraid you are not a match for an inner elder of the Greater One Sect at his peak. And the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One Sect, under normal circumstances, can fight to a draw with 3 ordinary Greater One Sect inner elders. Chapter 3882. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly in the face of Shui Haichuan's advice. I was just joking. I know how lucky I was this time. If he encountered the Elder Earth Nether from the Greater One Sect, he would not be able to kill him if he used his trump card. However, it would not be easy for him to kill the Elder Earth Nether. Under such circumstances, he hoped he would not encounter the Elder Earth Nether. Otherwise, he would either have to wait for his death or reveal his trump card. And the consequences of exposing his trump card could very well bring him a life and death crisis. Although he could say the Elder Earth Nether was making it up and deliberately slandering him. After all, the Elder Earth Nether would not be able to make a Heart Demon blood oath after leaving the Emperor Battle Realm. This was because when he revealed his trump card to the Elder Earth Nether, it would be in the Emperor Battle Realm and not in the Mystic Astral Land. At that time, he could even make a Heart Demon blood oath in front of everyone that he did not reveal his trump card in the Emperor Battle Realm. Although the battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm was also enveloped by a formation set up by a Supreme Expert, it was completely separate from the Supreme Expert. Unless the Supreme Expert had left his divine consciousness on the formation, it would be impossible for him to know what was going on in the Emperor Battle Realm. Duan Ling Tian would believe it if one said the divine consciousness of a supreme powerhouse from the revered battle realm or the supreme battlefield realm was embedded in the formation. However, the supreme expert in the Emperor Battle Realm would not be interested in joining in the fun. Of course, this was only Duan Ling Tian's guess. He was not 100% sure. For this reason, he did not want to reveal his trump card in front of the Elder Earth Nether from the Greater One Sect. In fact, he did not even want to encounter the Elder Earth Nether in the Emperor Battle Realm. The reason why he entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm was because he had just broken through to the Godly Emperor Realm. His confidence was inflated, and he wanted to experience a real battle between godly emperors. Another reason was that he had accumulated some things that he could exchange for in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City. For example, the herbs he needed to refine divine pills. In the past, he had obtained many good items from the Divine Emperor Qin Wu's divine estate. Most of them were useful to divine emperors. However, only a portion of those things were what he currently needed. Some things were better for medium-level godly emperors, or even high-level godly emperors. Because of these two reasons, he went to the Emperor battle plane. It wasn't until he thought about the possibility of encountering the Greater One Sex Earth Nether Elder on the battlefield of the Emperor battle plane that he felt some lingering fear. He had to admit that from the very beginning, he had thought that he would get lucky. On the other hand, he was also thinking that if he used the Seven Orifices exquisite sword normally, together with the sword Tao and the Tao of control, he might not be able to kill the Greater One Sex Elder Earth Nether. But what if the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, Huang appeared? Huang strength increased along with his cultivation. Even now, he might not be much inferior to him. In short, there was a certain amount of hope. Of course, there was also the element of gambling. I was lucky this time. Next time, try not to take such a risk. Even if I were to be exposed, no one might suspect me and attack me, but I still have to be on guard. It's the same reason why I don't dare to reveal that I can refine the limit of the Emperor-grade divine pills. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Little Tian. Xue Haichuan did not know what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. When he heard Duan Ling Tian saying that he was in need of battle merits, he pondered for a moment before he said, I obtained 8,000 battle merits in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, but I only used a few hundred points. I still have 7,000 left. If you're in need of battle merits, I'll lend you 7,000 points. That's half of the 14,000 points you want. It should be enough to solve your problem. Xue Haichuan said. As soon as Xue Haichuan finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian immediately shook his head. Brother Haichuan, I'll earn the battle merits myself. You should keep the battle merits for yourself. Xue Haichuan also shook his head. Didn't I tell you that I don't need the battle merits for the time being? Moreover, I'm lending them to you, not giving them to you. You'll have to return what I lend you. What? Are you going to go back on your word? Moreover, if I don't lend you the battle merits, who knows when you'll run to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors again on a whim. You're lucky this time, but you may not be next time. As he spoke, Xue Haichuan's expression became much more solemn, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. A warm current rose in Duan Lingtian's heart, but he still decided to decline Xue Haichuan's kindness. However, Xue Haichuan's persistence was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectation. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not resist and borrowed 6,000 battle merits from Xue Haichuan. Battle merits could be transferred between people of the same sect through their identity badges. When Duan Lingtian was still a divine king, his battle merits were on his identity badge of the Tianlong clan. Normally speaking, he could transfer the battle merits on that identity badge to the identity badge of the divine emperors of the Tianlong clan that he obtained later. But, he did not do that. Firstly, it was too troublesome. Secondly, there were not many battle merits in the identity badge of the Tianlong clan. There were only a few points, so he felt that there was no need to transfer it. Even if he did, he might not be able to use those few points. Take the battle merits and exchange them for some things that you've accumulated. As for the rest, wait until your strength has improved further before you enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. After transferring the battle merits to Duan Lingtian, Xue Haichuan smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, next time, when you want to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, let me know and I'll go with you. I think, the next time you enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, you should already have strength that is not weaker than the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. As Xue Haichuan spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian and could not help sighing. I still remember the first time I saw you, not long ago. At that time, you were only a divine king, and not even a high divine king. Now, I'm still a middle divine emperor, a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. But you already have strength that is close to a middle divine emperor. Faced with Xue Haichuan's sigh, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "Yes. Perhaps it won't be long before I can catch up with you, brother Shui Haichuan. At that time, I'll also become a white dragon elder." "You're asking for a beating now." Shui Haichuan shook his head helplessly. Then, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Little Tian, last time when you were ambushed by Kuang Tianzheng, it was on purpose, right?" Shui Haichuan had come out from the Emperor Battle Realm a month ago. As soon as he came out, he heard that Duan Lingtian had been ambushed by Kuang Tianzheng. At that time, he was worried for Duan Lingtian. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would seek refuge with Si Kong, and that Kuang Tianzheng would find an opportunity to kill him. However, after thinking about it, he felt that Duan Lingtian was not an impulsive person. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor, so he guessed that Duan Lingtian might have deliberately tricked Kuang Tianzheng. Of course it was on purpose. Duan Lingtian nodded. "If I hadn't broken through to the divine emperor realm and gained some confidence in my strength, I wouldn't have dared to leave Si Kong's place so easily. However, things went well. Kuang Tianzheng is finished." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Kuang Tianzheng had almost killed him back in the Linghu clan. If it wasn't for Linghu Renjia activating the Linghu clan's clan protecting Grand Array, Kuang Tianzheng would have died back then. If he had the chance, he would not let this mortal enemy live for even a moment. "I told you, you're not an impulsive person." Shui Haichuan nodded with a smile. "This time, you managed to kill Kuang Tianzheng and got rid of a big problem." However, suddenly, Shui Haichuan's expression turned serious. "You mustn't be careless because of this. This time, the sect made the decision to kill Kuang Tianzheng's family and disciples. It can be considered as helping you eliminate the source of trouble. However, there's still one person who hasn't been executed. I'm sure you know who that person is even if I don't tell you." Shui Haichuan solemnly said. "The reason he didn't die is because his father-in-law is Vice-Sect Master Xuemingji. This time, Kuang Tianzheng risked his life to kill you in the sect. He definitely didn't do it willingly. Our Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demons sect have been fighting for many years. I understand this Kuang Tianzheng very well. Although he isn't someone who fears death, he absolutely won't treat his own life as a joke. And the 10,000 Demons sect isn't enough to force him to risk his life to kill you in the sect. There's only one person who can force him to take action. Xuemingji." As Shui Haichuan said this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. In truth, he hadn't thought too deeply about this before. Even if Kuang Tianzheng risked his life to kill him, he would only think that Kuang Tianzheng wanted to kill him. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to grow. After all, if he grew, it was very likely that he would kill Kuang Tianzheng and Kuang Tianzheng's family and friends. But now, listening to Shui Haichuan's words, it was impossible for Kuang Tianzheng to willingly kill him in the sect. "I don't know much about this Vice-Sect Master Xuemingji, but I've heard of some of his deeds when he was young. This person's talent and perception aren't at the top, but he's a very scheming person. This time, Kuang Tianzheng died for nothing. He absolutely won't let this go. Even if you're in the sect, you must pay attention to your safety." Shui Haichuan said. Although Duan Lingtian nodded on the surface, in his heart, he felt that even if Xuemingji wanted to target him, he probably wouldn't be able to find a suitable person in a short time. He could force Kuang Tianzheng to kill him because he and Kuang Tianzheng were mortal enemies. Kuang Tianzheng also knew this, so Kuang Tianzheng was willing to give up his life. But who else would be willing to give up their lives so easily? Not to mention others, just take the 2 white dragon elders of the 1,000 Demons sect as an example. Neither of them would risk their lives to attack him in the sect. This was because he didn't have any deep hatred for those 2 people. End of chapter. Chapter 3883. Everyone in Tongleng province knew that the Tianlong clan and Taiyi sect had started the War of the Emperors. Of course, those who did not know were either too weak or had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Once the War of the Emperors began, countless god-kings and god-emperors died. This was a great burden for the Tianlong clan and Taiyi sect. Under such circumstances, the two sects began to recruit god-king and god-emperor disciples. Their purpose was to let them participate in the War of the Emperors and share the burden of their sections. In fact, joining the Tianlong clan and Taiyi sect at this time was a very dangerous thing to do. It could be described as 9 out of 10 chances of survival. Because of this, there were far fewer people who were willing to join the Tianlong clan and Taiyi sect at this time. Of course, it was only fewer than other times, but not none. Some people, who had been living a peaceful life for too long, found it difficult to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. Coupled with the recent 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, in order to seek a breakthrough, would choose to join the Tianlong clan and Taiyi sect at this time and devote themselves to the War of the Emperors. For some god-emperors of the Tianlong clan and Taiyi sect, the War of the Emperors was a very good opportunity to become a god-emperor. And for many god-kings and god-emperors, was it not a very good opportunity to make a breakthrough? Some people's talent and comprehension were worse. Even if they had cultivation methods, they would encounter an extremely difficult bottleneck to surmount. And at this time, if they were faced with a life-and-death crisis, it was very likely that they would be able to smoothly make a breakthrough on the line between life and death, profiting from a disaster. There were many similar examples. Many people, for this reason, even entered dangerous places where there was a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, fought powerful monsters, and even left behind by psychologically twisted experts. They either died or made a breakthrough. And compared to those dangerous places, although the War of the Emperors between the Tianlong clan and Taiyi sect had the same effect, it was not as dangerous. In addition, in the Tianlong clan and Taiyi sect, if you died in the War of the Emperors, you would be treated as a martyr, and your family would be taken care of by the sect. If you didn't die, you could use your battle merits to exchange for some treasures you wanted. In comparison, god-kings and god-emperors who wanted to make a breakthrough in the War of the Emperors would be more willing to join the Tianlong clan or Taiyi sect at this time. Because of the critical situation in the War of the Emperors, the disciples of the two sects had been fighting inside, without rest. Therefore, at this time, the Tianlong clan and Taiyi sect had simplified the War of the Gods. Since the start of the War of the Emperors, the Heavenly Dragon sect had set up a place to register disciples outside of the sect's encampment, in the void beyond the 9 mountain ranges. There was a small floating island with some tables and chairs on it. The Sky Dragon sect's elder, who was in charge of recruiting disciples, was sitting on top of it. 3 elders, the elders and 3 Taiyi sect elders were the elders. In fact, these elders' duties were not only to recruit disciples for the Heavenly Dragon sect, they were also in charge of patrolling the surrounding area. And part-time recruitment. Because there weren't many people coming to join the Tianlong clan at this time, there weren't many sect elders left. There was also a White Dragon elder and 7 inner sect elders patrolling the area. Take this identity token and go in directly. Someone will receive you. A young man in blue received an identity token from an inner elder of the Sky Dragon sect. When he heard the elder's words, he couldn't help but glance at the Sky Dragon sect's camp. Elder, I can go in directly? I heard that the Tianlong clan's sect guarding array is very powerful. Once the killing array is activated, even god-emperors will die. The young man in blue said with fear. I'm just a high-level god-king. Won't I be killed if I go in rashly? Upon hearing his words, Elder Bai Long and the other 2 inner sect elders couldn't help but laugh. The face of the inner sect elder who gave him the token darkened as he said, Kid, what do you think the identity token I gave you is for? If you go in with this identity token, you won't be targeted by the sect guarding array. Someone will take you to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds because you have this identity token. So that's how it is. The young man in blue understood. Elder, what is the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds? With my cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to become an inner sect disciple, right? Shouldn't I be going to your sect's inner sect disciples training grounds? If you want to go to the inner sect cultivation grounds, you'll have to come out of the Emperor Battle realm alive. The inner sect elder said faintly, once the war is over, as long as you are willing to stay in the Heavenly Dragon sect, we will treat you like any other disciple and arrange a place for you. Now that you've joined the Tianlong clan, you can only go to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds. This is to prevent people with ulterior motives from coming to the Tianlong clan and causing trouble. The Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds was an area specially designated by the Tianlong clan after the Emperor Battle began. It was for the godly monarch and divine sovereign disciples who joined the Tianlong clan during the Emperor Battle to stay and cultivate. That area was close to the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle realm was located. It was only a mountain away. The godly monarch and divine sovereign disciples could only move around that area and the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle realm was located. They were not allowed to go anywhere else. If they were found to have gone somewhere else, they would be executed. There was a golden dragon elder personally overseeing the area. I see. The young man in blue was enlightened when he heard this. He smiled and said, the Tianlong clan is indeed a good clan. They're so considerate. This will stop those who want to take advantage of us. Take advantage of us? The inner sect elder sneered. If anyone dares to take advantage of us at this time, the same time next year will be the anniversary of their death. Alright, you can go now. Remember, don't keep the identity token in your spatial ring. It's best if you keep it in your hand. Of course, if you think it's too cumbersome, you can hang it on your waist. The young man in blue did not stay any longer under the inner sect elder's urging. He flew directly to the Tianlong temple. Shortly after he entered the Tianlong temple, an inner sect deacon came forward and led him to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds near the entrance to the Tianlong temple's cultivation grounds. Emperor Battle Realm, I've heard so much about you. I hope you won't disappoint me. If I can break through and become a divine emperor before the Emperor Battle ends, I'll be the first divine emperor under the age of 10,000 in the history of the clan. The young man in blue was filled with anticipation as he followed the inner sect deacon of the Tianlong clan to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds. That kid sure is a chatterbox. It's so quiet now that he's gone. Another inner sect elder shook his head with a smile on his face. That's right. He's the only one who has come to join the sect in the past 2 days. Elder Bai Long nodded in agreement. As soon as White Dragon Elder nodded, the old man with the Black Dragon Elder's identity token on his waist suddenly stood up. Sensing the Black Dragon Elder's actions, the White Dragon Elder and the remaining inner sect elders all stood up one after another. In the next moment, while the 3 inner sect elders were at a loss, Elder Bai Long seemed to have noticed something as well. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the distant horizon. As for Elder Black Dragon, he had already looked in that direction. Someone's there? The 3 inner sect elders looked into the distance, but they did not see anything. It was only when the clouds in the distance stirred that their eyes narrowed slightly. It's only now that we've noticed it. Is it a divine emperor? Even if it's a lesser divine emperor, we should have noticed it long ago. Could it be that it's not a lesser divine emperor? While the 3 inner sect elders were whispering to each other, Elder Bai Long said, it's a medium divine emperor. A medium divine emperor? Elder Bai Long looked solemn when he heard Elder Bai Long's words. The 3 inner sect elders' eyes lit up. A medium divine emperor is going to join the sect at this time? That's good news. Since the start of the War of the Emperors until now, there have only been 5 lower divine emperors. This is the first medium divine emperor. As the three inner sect elders' eyes lit up, a figure flew over from afar and landed on the floating island in the blink of an eye. It was a tall and sturdy young man. He wore a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. He carried a divine weapon on his back. Judging from the aura it gave off, it was obviously a superior divine sword. After the black-robed young man landed, he looked at Elder Bai Long and said calmly, "I want to join the Tianlong clan and participate in the War of the Emperors." "Welcome." Elder Bai Long stared at the black-robed young man for a while, then a smile appeared on his skinny face. At the same time, he personally helped him with the formalities. A medium divine emperor, even if he had bad intentions, couldn't cause any trouble in the Tianlong clan. Besides, these people were usually isolated in the War of the Emperors. They couldn't do anything except help the Tianlong clan in the War of the Emperors. Moreover, if they dared to cause trouble in the War of the Gods, they were doomed to die. The black-robed young man was a man of few words. Even when Elder Bai Long asked for his name, he only replied coldly, "Yen Zhe." After the black-robed young man entered the Sky Dragon sect's encampment with his identity token, the White Dragon Elder, who was standing not far from the Black Dragon Elder, shook his head as he watched the black-robed young man leave. How reclusive. However, judging from his aura, he's still some distance away from becoming a superior divine emperor. He shouldn't be here to break through. As Elder White Dragon spoke, he looked puzzled. Elder Bai Long said indifferently, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Those lower divine emperors who came before didn't all come to break through to the medium divine emperor realm." Chapter 3884. Although the Tianlong clan was wantonly recruiting, they weren't brainless. After all, everyone was worried that someone would come in and cause trouble. When the first few low-level god emperors joined the Tianlong clan would send an inner sect elder to lead them to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. One by one. The purpose was to prevent them from causing trouble on the way to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. As for the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect, the Golden Dragon Elder would be there. If anyone dared to cause trouble, the Golden Dragon Elder would be the first to notice. And now, a mid-level god emperor named Yen Zhe had just entered the Tianlong temple with his identity token when a White Dragon Elder appeared and led him to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. What a coincidence! And now, the one who had received the order to lead Yen Zhe was none other than Dongfang Yannian. Dongfang Yannian had just returned from outside 2 days ago. As soon as he returned, he wanted to find Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian and hear them talk about the big things they had done recently. Although Dongfang Yannian had been outside for the past year, he had heard a lot about the things that had happened in the sect. For example, Shui Haichuan had entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm and killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. He had become the first person in the Tianlong clan to kill an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect since the start of the Emperor Battle Realm. He was also the only one who had killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. Another example was that Duan Lingtian had been ambushed by the inner sect Elder Kuang Tianzheng. At that time, Duan Lingtian had been alone. Kuang Tianzheng had attacked 3 times but still failed. And the reason for this was that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a god emperor. Although he was only a low-level god emperor, it was said that his strength was comparable to a mid-level god emperor. I only went out for a trip and such a big thing happened in the sect. Little Tian became a god emperor, and Shui Haichuan killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect the first time he entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm. When Dongfang Yannian returned to the sect, he wanted to find Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan and hear them tell him the details. And before he returned to the sect, he sent a message to confirm that they were both in the sect and had not entered Emperor Battle Realm. However, before he returned to the sect, he received another piece of news from somewhere else. The first time Duanling Tian entered the Emperor Battle Realm, he had killed 2 inner sect elders from the Tai Yi sect. Moreover, the 2 inner sect elders had killed each other, causing both of them to be severely injured. Duanling Tian had become the Oriole. Why, Dongfang Yannian? Thinking about how he had only killed a lower god emperor from the Supreme Yi sect when he entered the battlefield of the god emperors in the Emperor Battle Plain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice. Why was his luck so bad? Moreover, that lower god emperor of the Greater One sect had been with him and his wife. His wife was too lazy to fight and gave him the opportunity. Hello, I am Elder White Dragon of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian. When Dongfang Yannian returned to the sect, he received a message from his superior, the Black Dragon Elder, telling him to bring a person to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. The reason he was sent was because the Black Dragon Elder had not stopped communicating with him when he received a message from the Black Dragon Elder outside who was in charge of recruiting people. So, he directly arranged for Dongfang Yannian, who was still communicating with him and had already returned to the Tianlong clan. Faced with Dongfang Yannian's friendly greeting, the black-robed, cold-looking young man indifferently swept his gaze over Dongfang Yannian's waist. When he saw the lifelike white dragon, his pupils shrank, but they soon relaxed. In the next moment, he said indifferently, Yan Zhe. I'll bring you to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. Follow me. Dongfang Yannian did not mind the other party's indifference. As a mid-god emperor, it was normal for him to be somewhat arrogant. Moreover, from the other party's attitude, it was clear that he was not arrogant. Instead, he was used to it. The young man did not respond. However, when Dongfang Yannian started moving, he followed closely behind him. On the way, Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile, Brother Yan Zhe, I feel that you are still quite a distance away from becoming a high god emperor. Did you join the Tianlong clan and enter the Emperor Battle Plain to train yourself? Yan Zhe did not respond to Dongfang Yannian's question at first. Just as Dongfang Yannian frowned slightly, feeling that this mid-god emperor was too arrogant, the other party unhurriedly replied with the same indifferent tone, to kill the people of the Greater One sect. Brother, you have enmity with the Greater One sect? Dongfang Yannian's eyes lit up. In the beginning, he was still worried about this middle-level god emperor. Since this middle-level god emperor wasn't here to break through his bottleneck, then he might not necessarily fight to the death with the Supreme Yi sect. However, now that he heard that the other party had enmity with the Greater One sect, he was immediately overjoyed. Although Dongfang Yannian was only a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, he felt a sense of belonging to the Tianlong clan. From the bottom of his heart, he hoped that the Tianlong clan would become better and better. He was prepared to do his best in this emperor battle. If he could kill as many divine emperors of the Greater One sect as possible, he would kill as many as he could to share the pressure of the other divine emperors. Yes. Yan Zhe nodded. It was precisely because he knew that Yan Zhe had enmity with the Greater One sect that Dongfang Yannian did not have any prejudice against him, even though Yan Zhe did not like to talk much and did not answer any of his questions. Elder Blue, I've just returned and you're already telling me to go pick someone up. Aren't you being too disrespectful? There was a black dragon elder overseeing the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. As for the golden dragon elder overseeing this place, he was also overseeing the entrance to the Emperor Battle Plain. The black dragon elder on duty right now was the black dragon elder above Dongfang Yannian, Blue Feather Mountain. He was also the host of the Hidden Dragon competition when Duanling Tian had joined the Tianlong clan. At the same time, he was also the person in charge of the recruitment of the Tianlong clan. Isn't it because I just happened to be contacting you, and you just happened to return to the sect, so I wanted you to come along? Blue Feather Mountain shook his head and smiled, Kid, you can only blame yourself for returning at the perfect time. Hearing that, Dongfang Yannian could not help but roll his eyes. Afterwards, he glanced behind him and said, Elder Blue, I've brought him here. I'll be leaving first. With that, before Blue Feather Mountain could reply, Dongfang Yannian looked at the black-robed young man and smiled. Yan Zhe, I hope to hear the news of you killing the people of the Greater One sect on the battlefield of God King soon. Under Yan Zhe's indifferent gaze and nod, Dongfang Yannian left with a flash. After leaving the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect, Dongfang Yannian directly went to Shui Haichuan's residence. Duan Lingtian was there as well. There, he could directly see the two people he wanted to see the most. Of course, during this process, Dongfang Yannian did not forget to send a message to his wife. I've returned to the sect. There's something I need to talk to Little Tian and Shui Haichuan about. Dongfang Yannian emphasized the two words Little Tian. Indeed, his wife, Ouyang Xueli, replied very straightforwardly, got it. Don't bully Little Tian. Don't forget how my veins of heaven recovered in such a short period of time. Hearing his wife's words, Dongfang Yannian was about to cry. Although it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian's Supreme God Pill, he had also exchanged for it with contribution points. Of course, Dongfang Yannian did not dare to say that to his wife. When Dongfang Yannian arrived, Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan were already waiting for him in the residence's front courtyard. Before Dongfang Yannian arrived, he had already sent them a message. What? You've already reported to sister-in-law after returning? Seeing Dongfang Yannian, Shui Haichuan said with a mocking smile. Duan Lingtian was startled. Then, he looked at Dongfang Yannian in surprise. He truly could not tell that his big brother Yannian was a henpecked person. Little Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. Dongfang Yannian spat at Shui Haichuan. Then, he smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, my position in our family is high and mighty. If I say one, your sister-in-law wouldn't dare to say two. Although Dongfang Yannian was explaining himself, Duan Lingtian's current gaze clearly showed that he did not believe him. Seeing this, although Dongfang Yannian felt guilty, he still had an arrogant expression on his face. Originally, I had just returned and was going to bring you all here. However, as soon as I arrived, I was called by an elder of Blue Feather Mountain to do something. Shui Haichuan smiled. As soon as you returned, an elder of Blue Feather Mountain called you to do something? When did an elder of Blue Feather Mountain become so inconsiderate of his subordinates? Don't mention it, Dongfang Yannian snapped. Dongfang Yannian said in annoyance, I just happened to arrive at the sect and was communicating with Blue Feather Mountain's elder. Then, Blue Feather Mountain's elder received a message from the elder in charge of recruitment. Then, he changed the topic and told me to go pick someone up. He told you to personally go pick someone up? At this moment, the smile on Shui Haichuan's face also began to disappear. His gaze also became serious. You mean, that person is a mid-divine emperor? In the current situation, only mid-divine emperors could be personally picked up by an elder of the White Dragon clan right after entering the sect. For example, the low divine emperors who had joined the Tianlong clan after the War of Emperors had only been picked up by inner sect elders. It was impossible for an elder of the White Dragon clan to pick them up. Mid-divine emperor? Hearing this, Duan Lingtian also looked at Dongfang Yannian. It's a mid-divine emperor. Dongfang Yannian nodded. A cold guy who doesn't like to talk. However, seeing that he views the people of Greater One sect as his mortal enemy, I won't bicker with him. Amen? Almost at the same time as Dongfang Yannian finished speaking, he seemed to have sensed something. His expression suddenly froze. What's wrong? Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian looked at Dongfang Yannian. Dongfang Yannian glanced at the two of them and said with a strange expression, I just received a message. After that cold guy, another mid-divine emperor joined the sect. From the beginning of the War of Emperors until now, no mid-divine emperor had joined the Tianlong clan. But today, in a single day, 2 mid-divine emperors had joined in succession? Chapter 3885. 2 middle divine emperors joined on the same day. Duan Lingtian was also surprised. Middle divine emperors were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. In the Tianlong clan, even the weakest middle divine emperor was an inner sect elder. At this level of cultivation, they either had extraordinary talent or extraordinary strength. Without sufficient strength, how could they resist the once-in-a-thousand-years heavenly tribulation? Before becoming a divine king, cultivation was not equal to strength. After becoming a divine king, due to the existence of the once-in-a-thousand-years heavenly tribulation, the further one cultivated, the greater the pressure one would have to face. Among the divine kings, there were many people of varying strength, but among the divine emperors, there were not many of them. Perhaps they know each other and agreed to join the clan together. Xue Haichuan said, otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Now, it had been nearly 10 years since the start of the War of Emperors. According to 10 years, there were 365 days in a year, so 10 years was 3,650 days. In the past 3,000 days, not even a single middle divine emperor had joined the Tianlong clan. But now, in a single day, 2 middle divine emperors had joined the Tianlong clan? They should know each other, but they didn't come together. One came before the other. Duan Lingtian said. At the same time, Dongfang Yannian, who had just received a follow-up message, nodded in a timely manner. They should be together. The one who came later is similar to the one who came before. They both have cold faces. It's said that birds of a feather flock together. But I really don't understand how this kind of cold-faced person could mix with the other party. Dongfang Yannian shook his head in bewilderment. Perhaps they have their own way of communicating. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. That's the only explanation. Xue Haichuan nodded in agreement. Alright, let's not talk about them. At this time, Dongfang Yannian also remembered why he had come to find Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, "You two, hurry up and tell me what, Major, you did recently. Little Tian, you tell me first. How did you predict that Kuang Tianzheng would attack you and set him up?" Just as Duan Lingtian was answering Dongfang Yannian's questions one after another. Somewhere in the Tianlong clan, in a secluded valley, there was a sudden shout. 2 idiots. I didn't ask them to enter the sect separately on the same day. Instead, I asked them to enter the sect separately after a period of time. On the other hand, although they came from different sects, they still arrived on the same day. 2 middle-level godly emperors, and both of them have coffin faces. Who would have thought that they were together? Now, in a clean courtyard in the valley, a middle-aged man with an ugly expression was cursing loudly. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to have completely lost his composure. Nearby. At this moment, the young woman standing at the side said, "They are men of sacrifice. It's normal that they don't know how to be flexible. You can tell the people who can command them not to act too deliberately. I just finished talking to them." After being comforted by the woman, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and his mood improved a lot. It's best if those 2 men of sacrifice don't act as if they don't know each other. Right now, anyone would be able to guess that they're together. If they deliberately act as if they don't know each other, it'll be even more suspicious. The woman said again. Hearing the woman's words, a gratified expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Then, he nodded and said, "I've already told them all this. Father." Suddenly, the woman seemed to have thought of something. She looked at the middle-aged man and said hesitantly, "You really can't tell Brother Ken about this? What's the point of telling him now?" The middle-aged man asked in return, "Could it be that he's going to step forward and help those 2 men of sacrifice lure Duan Lingtian over? Wouldn't that be the same as implicating himself? The fewer people who know about the identities of those 2 men of sacrifice, the better. Father, it's not that you don't trust him. It's just that you can't be careless about this matter. At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment before he added, it's not a problem if you really want to tell him. However, you'll have to wait until the two men of sacrifice succeed in their mission and kill Duan Lingtian. At that time, you can tell him. However, even then, you still have to remind him not to tell anyone about this matter, no matter how close he is. If he's not careful about this matter, he might consign me to eternal damnation. Once I fall from power, my enemies in the sect will definitely not let the two of you off. As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression became more and more solemn. The woman's expression changed. Then, she solemnly promised, Father, don't worry. I won't tell even Brother Ken about this matter. In the Tianlong clan, only you and I know. Hearing the woman's words, the middle-aged man finally heaved a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his lips. That's for the best. I knew a girl like you wouldn't be so unreasonable. The woman sighed in relief before she asked, Father, the two men of sacrifice can only stay in the cultivation place of the Emperor Battle sect. If Duan Lingtian doesn't go there, I'm afraid they won't have a chance to make a move. There's no way they won't have a chance. The middle-aged man smiled confidently. Unless Duan Lingtian doesn't go to the Emperor Battle realm, there's no way they won't have a chance. As far as I know, Duan Lingtian frequently enters and exits the Emperor Battle realm. Ever since he entered when he was a god king, he has never entered again. However, after he broke through to the god king realm, he entered twice and exited twice. The second time he entered, he merely used the battle merit Shui Haichuan gave him to exchange for some items. If Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man's words, he would definitely be shocked by the middle-aged man's attention to him. The middle-aged man even knew he had recently entered the Emperor Battle realm and exchanged battle merit points for items from the Tianlong clan. I don't believe someone like him won't enter the Emperor Battle realm again. Once he's prepared to enter the Emperor Battle realm, he'll die before he even enters. The middle-aged man spoke with great confidence. But the woman frowned slightly as she said, there's a golden dragon elder guarding the entrance of the Emperor Battle realm. Moreover, there's a black dragon elder guarding the cultivation place of the Emperor Battle sect as well. With the golden dragon elder and the black dragon elder around, do you think they'll have enough time to kill Duan Lingtian? Someone will distract them before they make a move, the middle-aged man smiled. The middle-aged man smiled and said, this time, I bought the lives of these two middle god emperors. They also gave me 3 other death warriors, 2 middle god kings and 1 high god king. Before they make their move on Duan Lingtian, the 3 god king sacrificial warriors will attack the other disciples of the heavenly dragon sect to distract the golden dragon elder and the black dragon elder. As long as the elder golden dragon and elder black dragon are distracted, the two of them will have enough time to attack Duan Lingtian. In that sort of situation, the elder black dragon will need at least 3 breaths of time to react. Although the elder golden dragon is stronger than the elder black dragon, he'll need at least 2 breaths of time to react. By the time they make their move, they'll probably need another breath of time. So, as long as the 2 god king deathsworn keep their eyes on Duan Lingtian, they'll have at least 3 breaths of time to attack Duan Lingtian. Could it be that 3 breaths of time isn't enough for them to kill Duan Lingtian? After Dongfang Yannian returned, Duan Lingtian didn't return to Guardian Sikong's cultivation grounds. He stayed with Shui Haichuan. The current him was no longer the past him who needed Shui Haichuan and Guardian Sikong's protection. He was already a lower god emperor, and had once fled for his life from the desperate inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng. In the Tianlong clan, unless 2 or more inner sect elders joined hands, or if an existence at the level of a white dragon elder or above personally acted, there was no chance of killing him. The 10,000 demon sect behind Kuang Tianzheng did have 2 white dragon elders, but they couldn't possibly attack Duan Lingtian within the sect. Because once they did, only death would await them. They didn't dare to joke around with their lives. For example, one of the White Dragon elders, Lu Yin, might be willing to exchange his life for the life of his son's killer, Xiaofan, but it was impossible for him to exchange his life for Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian didn't have a grudge against him for killing his son. As for Kuang Tianzheng, Lu Yin didn't care if he lived or died. In fact, when Kuang Tianzheng was executed by the sect this time, even his family and disciples were implicated. From beginning to end, the 10,000 demons sect didn't say a word, let alone plead for his family and disciples. What a joke! If they really wanted to plead, it wouldn't be their turn. Right now, Kuang Tianzheng's greatest backer in the Tianlong clan wasn't the 10,000 demon sect, but vice sect master Xuemingji. Xuemingji couldn't even protect Kuang Tianzheng's family and disciples. Even if they spoke up, they couldn't change the outcome. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. The cultivation of a lower god emperor is too slow. Even with the help of a divine pill, it's impossible to break through in a short period of time. It's 10 times harder to break through from a higher god king to a lower god emperor. In Shui Haichuan's residence, Duan Lingtian was still living in the same room as before. He had just woken up from his cultivation, and he sighed. Although he had noticed this long ago, he had taken so many divine pills this time. Even with the powerful medicinal effects, his cultivation still hadn't improved by much. It was a blow to him. Since it's difficult to break through, I'll spend more time on the law of space. With the supreme divinity, I can comprehend the law of space with just a nap. In addition, I bought a floating image pearl in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City that recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in the law of space. With the floating image pearls in there, I'll be able to deduce many things from one instance. My comprehension of the law of space will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian no longer bothered about the slow progress of his cultivation. Instead, he shifted his attention to the law of space. Based on the current situation, it was more cost-effective to spend more time on the law of space. Chapter 3886. In the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. In the heavenly palace. I'm back. A young man in a long green robe stood in the air. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. His expression was calm as he looked down at the familiar place in front of him. His face trembled. Come back, all of you. The green-clad young man looked around before he sent out a series of voice transmissions to every corner of the solitary destructive heaven. All of a sudden, powerful figures shot up into the sky from all over the solitary destructive heaven and headed for the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Lord Heavenly Emperor is back. Lord Heavenly Emperor is calling for us to return to the Heavenly Palace. It's Lord Heavenly Emperor. It's time for the Heavenly Emperor puppets supported by the Tidal Temple to scram. Hearty laughter resounded in every corner of solitary destructive heaven. Many of the people who were not part of the situation became excited after a moment of contemplation. This was especially true for the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven. Lord Heavenly Emperor? Could the Lord Heavenly Emperor from his mouth be that Wind Heavenly Emperor of the past? It's obvious that he's referring to the Wind Heavenly Emperor. Back then, the Wind Heavenly Emperor disappeared without a trace. Even the powerhouses in the Heavenly Palace left as well. It was as though the Wind Heavenly Emperor had moved to another location. Then, the Tidal Temple appointed a titled Celestial Emperor as the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor Palace is like the backyard of the Tidal Temple sub-palace. It's said that the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has to bow to the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. He's a disgrace to the solitary destructive heaven. That's right. When the Wind Heavenly Emperor was still around, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple sub-palace wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. A commotion broke out in the solitary destructive heaven. It did not take long for news of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to spread to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The current heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was merely a titled celestial emperor in the title temple. He was not even a match for some of the more powerful titled celestial emperors, let alone the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Go and inform the palace master of this matter. Since that Feng Qingyang has returned, he will definitely not let this matter rest. It's better for me to escape. I remember when Feng Qingyang was lost in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, someone had taken over his place and become the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. When Feng Qingyang returned, he killed that person. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death when Feng Qingyang returns. I'm not interested in the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It's better for him to stay in the realm where the title temple is located. The new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven muttered to himself as he made his way to a transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The teleportation formation led to the title temple's solitary destructive heaven sub-temple. When he arrived at the vice hall, he immediately went to look for the vice hall master and asked him to bring him to the main hall to report the matter of the title temple's main hall master. Since Feng Qingyang has returned, I'm afraid the palace master will personally come. The vice hall master had received the news, so he was not surprised when he saw the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He quickly brought the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to the main hall through the transporting formation. Feng Qingyang has returned? It did not take long before Wu Hongqing, the vice hall master of the main hall of the title temple, received the news. His expression turned grim as he thought to himself, since he dares to return, it means he's confident he can defeat Mi Xian. He must have broken through to the intermediate God-King stage at the very least. I'm afraid I might not be a match for him now. Wu Hongqing's eyes glinted as he felt the pressure on him increase. Back then, Mi Xian was so powerful that Feng Qingyang had hidden in the Azura Hell when he realized he could not defeat Mi Xian. Both Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian were helpless against him. At that time, Wu Hongqing was certain Feng Qingyang would return one day. The reason Wu Hongqing sent someone to the solitary destructive heaven to become the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not because he cared about the position of heavenly emperor. This way, if Feng Qingyang returned, Wu Hongqing would be the first to know. Just like now. Both of you may return. Wu Hongqing looked at the vice hall master of the solitary destructive heaven and the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven before he said, since Feng Qingyang has returned, return the position of heavenly emperor to him. At the same time, tell him the title temple has no intention of making an enemy out of him. When they heard Wu Hongqing's words, the expressions of the two seated below, which had changed when they heard Wu Hongqing telling them to return, finally calmed down. If they did not seek peace, they would most likely die in Feng Qingyang's hands if they returned. Now that they heard the words of the vice hall master of the title temple, they felt much more at ease. In their opinion, since the title temple wanted peace, there was no way Feng Qingyang would reject them. In their opinion, the title temple was like the heavens above all Devata realms. Even if Feng Qingyang was a god, it would not change this fact. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, a young man dressed in a green robe was sitting in the air. His eyes were tightly shut. It was hard to tell if he was cultivating or merely resting. His aura was so quiet that even the title temple would not be able to detect it. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared near the young man. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a sturdy robe. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he bowed at the young man. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. A hint of excitement could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes. Meng Luo. At the same time, the young man opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. After scanning the middle-aged man with his divine consciousness, his eyes lit up. "It seems like you haven't been slacking off all these years." Meng Luo smiled sheepishly. "This little improvement is nothing compared to you, Lord Heavenly Emperor. However, Meng Luo is confident that I can help your majesty kill the fake celestial emperor who has taken over the nest." Meng Luo's eyes were brimming with killing intent as he spoke. "He's just a puppet supported by the tidal temple. There's no need to worry about him." The young man, Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, said nonchalantly with a faint smile on his face. Without waiting for Meng Luo's reply, he looked to his left. A fiery red figure was flying toward him at breakneck speed. Around this fiery red figure, there seemed to be the illusory image of a flying bird. It seemed to cover the sky, and its aura was like a rainbow. It emitted a scorching aura that swept across the sky like a raging inferno. Swoosh! A few moments later, the figure retracted its flames. It was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. As soon as the old man arrived, he bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, Lord Palace Master." Lord Palace Master was how the old man addressed Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also the palace master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Huo Lao. Feng Qingyang nodded at the old man with a smile on his face. Then, his eyes glinted as he asked, "Where's little Tian?" "I tried to contact him in the solitary destructive heaven, but he didn't respond." Upon hearing this, Huo Lao smiled wryly. "I don't know." However, after the young palace master picked up his family and friends, he left the solitary destructive heaven and brought them to the mundane realm. He didn't tell me which mundane realm they were going to. However, based on his words, it seems like he won't be returning to his hometown. Huo Lao said. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang nodded. "It's good to be careful." Since Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was still intact, Feng Qingyang was not worried at all. Moreover, he was certain his disciple, Duan Lingtian, would come looking for him as soon as he heard about his return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "There are some things I have to do before little Tian returns. There are some people and forces that will pose a threat to me if I don't do something about them." Feng Qingyang muttered to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. In an instant, whether it was Meng Luo or Elder Hua, they felt their bodies and souls trembling intensely as if a terrifying creature had suddenly appeared beside them. Lord Heavenly Emperor, after Feng Qingyang withdrew his aura, Meng Luo, who was on the verge of suffocating, gasped for air and asked excitedly, "What's your current cultivation base?" Huo Lao looked at Feng Qingyang excitedly. Feng Qingyang replied indifferently, "Killing the pavilion master of the main hall of the tidal temple is as easy as slaughtering a dog." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Meng Luo and Huo Lao could not help but gasp. It was one thing for a pavilion master of a tidal temple to be killed. However, the main palace master of the tidal temple was an absolute powerhouse. Some people even said he was the strongest powerhouse in the Devata realms. Even the gods in the Devata realms were no match for him. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, the others will be here soon." After a long while, Meng Luo broke the silence and said, "Don't worry." At the same time, Meng Luo looked at Feng Qingyang in awe. It was a reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. "All right." Feng Qingyang nodded slightly. "Since they're here, let's wait for them to arrive before we return home." Return home. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Meng Luo and Huo Lao's eyes lit up. In the next few hours, more and more figures appeared in front of Feng Qingyang and bowed respectfully. "Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor!" When the group of heavenly emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven arrived, Meng Luo and Huo Lao led them to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, some celestial emperors who were foolish enough to reprimand Meng Luo and the others were killed by Meng Luo's punch as soon as they finished speaking. "Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Meng Luo and the others cried out in unison. Their voices were as loud as thunder, and their auras soared into the sky. Chapter 3887. Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven under the protection of his former subordinates, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Since the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a new ruler, those who tried to stop Meng Luo were killed without exception. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had been in hiding for many years. Even though he was waiting for the return of his only heavenly emperor, he did not stop cultivating. It was as though he could fend off thousands of soldiers and horses. Not a single person from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could survive a single punch from Duan Ling Tian. Bang! Meng Luo punched out again. The astral fist that appeared on Meng Luo's fist smashed into the body of an immortal emperor, instantly exploding him into a bloody mist. It's the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. He's the strongest general under Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The group of immortal emperors who wanted to leave the heavenly emperor palace saw Meng Luo descending like a god of death, killing one person with a single punch. None of them dared to leave the heavenly emperor palace for a long time. Meng Luo. A voice suddenly rang from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You killed a celestial emperor from the tidal temple. Even if Feng Qingyang returns, he won't be able to save you. A burly middle-aged man stepped out of the void with a giant sword under his feet. His build was similar to Meng Luo's, and he had fierce eyebrows and a pair of fierce eyes. He looked very impressive. If I'm not mistaken, you're the heavenly sword celestial emperor, Yen Tian Nan, right? Meng Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the burly middle-aged man. The heavenly sword celestial emperor was the vice hall master of the tidal temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. He was known as the second sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. His strength was second only to Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After Feng Qingyang ascended to godhood, Yen Tian Nan was widely acknowledged as the strongest sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, Yen Tian Nan was not qualified to be Feng Qingyang's invincible sword celestial. There might not be any sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven who could defeat him, but there were still a few sword celestials who were evenly matched with him. However, because those sword immortals relied on many other methods, and he purely used the sword, he was still recognized as the number one sword immortal. As for Feng Qingyang, he was invincible in the solitary destructive heaven. That was why he was recognized as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. I've always wanted to fight you, Yen Tian Nan, but I haven't had the chance. Today, I'll see how strong you are. Meng Luo shouted. His eyes burned with the desire to battle. He charged forward and took the initiative to attack. On the other hand, Yen Tian Nan did not dare to be careless when he saw Meng Luo charging at him. With a solemn expression on his face, he quickly blocked Meng Luo's attack. Whoosh! At the same time, Feng Qingyang floated down from the sky and stood at the forefront of the group. He led Huo Lao and the others to watch the battle between Meng Luo and Yen Tian Nan from afar. That guy Meng Luo must have been bored out of his mind after all these years. Feng Qingyang shook his head with a smile on his face. Huo Lao, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, nodded with a smile on his face. Lord Meng Luo has always been straightforward. However, the Heavenly Sword Celestial Emperor, Yan Tiannan, is not a simple person. While the two of them were conversing, Meng Luo and Yan Tiannan had already begun to fight. In just a blink of an eye, both of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. Both of them were evenly matched, and it was obvious both of them were not holding back at all. Meng Luo, come back. At this moment, Feng Qingyang said indifferently, both of you are on par with each other. It's meaningless for you to continue fighting. As soon as Meng Luo finished speaking, he moved away from the battle and returned to Feng Qingyang's side. At the same time, he looked at Yan Tiannan from afar. The Heavenly Sword Celestial Emperor lives up to his reputation. The Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor does have some skills. Yan Tiannan's eyes narrowed when he saw Meng Luo had stopped fighting. After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists together and said to Feng Qingyang, "Greetings, Lord Feng Qingyang." He did not address Feng Qingyang as the Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo's expression darkened when he heard how Yan Tiannan addressed Feng Qingyang. Even the expressions of Huolao and the other former celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven changed drastically. "Are you trying to stop me?" Feng Qingyang calmly looked at Yan Tiannan, who was hovering in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. His tone was indifferent, as though he was speaking to Yan Tiannan. "Lord Feng Qingyang," Yan Tiannan said solemnly. Yan Tiannan's expression turned solemn as he said, "The Tidal Temple will temporarily take over the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If you want to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, you'll have to wait for the palace master of the main temple's order." Currently, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the palace master of the Tidal Temple have gone to the main temple to inform the palace master of your return. For this reason, please wait for a moment, Lord Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing Yan Tiannan's words, Feng Qingyang was taken aback. Wait for the palace master of the Tidal Temple to give him an order? Wu Hongqing. Meng Luo and Huolao, who had heard Feng Qingyang, said he could kill the palace master of the Tidal Temple as if he was killing a dog, had an interesting expression on their faces. Meng Luo looked at Yan Tiannan and sneered. "Yan Tiannan, the palace master of the Tidal Temple isn't qualified to order Lord Heavenly Emperor around." Yan Tiannan glared at Meng Luo as he said, "Meng Luo, although it's difficult for me to defeat you, I don't mind fighting you to the death since you've disrespected the palace master of the Tidal Temple. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Meng Luo sneered. Meng Luo was about to say something when Feng Qingyang raised his hand slightly to stop him. Meng Luo no longer said anything. "Are you trying to stop me?" Feng Qingyang asked as he looked at Yan Tiannan calmly. However, at this moment, a hint of coldness could be seen in the depths of Feng Qingyang's eyes. Yan Tiannan's scalp turned numb when he felt Feng Qingyang's gaze on him. However, he maintained a solemn expression on his face and remained motionless. "Lord Feng Qingyang, please wait for the palace master's order." As soon as Yan Tiannan finished speaking, two beams of light shot out from Feng Qingyang's eyes and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the gigantic sword on Yan Tiannan's back flew out of its scabbard and fell toward Yan Tiannan's head. During this entire process, Yan Tiannan didn't move at all. In the next moment, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Yan Tiannan's gigantic celestial weapon fell on Yan Tiannan's head. It was as though a towering mountain had fallen on Yan Tiannan. In just a blink of an eye, Yan Tiannan was reduced to a bloody mist. What was even more terrifying was, Yan Tiannan's gigantic celestial weapon, an emperor-grade celestial weapon, suddenly exploded. At the same time, a cry of despair rang from the sword. "Lord, please spare." Clearly, it was the voice of the sword spirit. However, before the sword spirit could finish speaking, the celestial sword shattered into pieces. It was obvious the sword spirit was not going to survive. Gulp. Upon seeing this, Huolao could not help but gulp as a chill ran down his spine. In the past, he used to be the artifact spirit of an emperor-grade celestial weapon called the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When the sword spirit of Yen Tiannan's emperor-grade celestial sword was killed, he felt helpless. If a celestial weapon was destroyed, its weapon spirit would be destroyed as well. Unless the person who destroyed the celestial weapon was willing to find another celestial weapon to host it. However, why would such a powerhouse care about the life and death of a mere weapon spirit? For a time, Elder Hua looked once more at the back of the young man before him, and a wisp of gratitude flashed in his eyes. It was precisely because of the young man that he was able to escape from the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, reconstruct his body, and stop being an artifact spirit. Heavenly Emperor Feng, please have mercy. As soon as Yen Tiannan died, an anxious voice rang from the depths of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as the voice rang in the air, two figures appeared in a flash. They were none other than the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the pavilion master of the solitary destructive heaven sub-hall who had just returned from the tidal temple. At that moment, the two of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They did not expect to see Feng Qingyang attacking Yen Tiannan as soon as they arrived through the transporting formation. Although they tried to plead for mercy, it was too late. In just a blink of an eye, Yen Tiannan was dead. What was even more terrifying was that Yen Tiannan's emperor-grade celestial sword that possessed a weapon spirit was destroyed as well. Even its weapon spirit was not spared. Are the two of you going to stop me as well? Feng Qingyang asked indifferently as he looked at the two figures hovering in the air in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the two figures' expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly moved to the side to make way for Feng Qingyang. At the same time, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, a titled celestial emperor from the tidal temple's main hall, hastily announced, "From today onward, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will be ruled by the invincible sword celestial, Feng Qingyang. Everyone from the tidal temple is to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This is also an order from the main hall master." As soon as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven finished speaking, a group of people rushed out of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. What a joke! Even the main hall master of the tidal temple had personally ordered them to return the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to Feng Qingyang. How could they dare to continue occupying the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Moreover, they had just received news that Yen Tiannan, the vice hall master of the tidal temple, the heavenly sword celestial emperor, had been killed by Feng Qingyang with just a glance. Even his emperor-grade celestial sword and its sword spirit were destroyed. Earlier, they were stunned when they heard that Feng Qingyang's gaze could kill. When they heard the familiar voice of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, they quickly regained their senses and left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was the leader of a patrol team in the main hall of the tidal temple. Most of the people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were his subordinates. The Wind Heavenly Emperor. After everyone left, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven looked at Feng Qingyang with a smile on his face. "I'm just following orders to temporarily take over the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that the Wind Heavenly Emperor has returned, everything will be returned to its rightful owner." Chapter 3888. The eyes of the celestial emperors behind Feng Qingyang lit up when they heard the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was willing to relinquish his position. Their Lord Heavenly Emperor was indeed formidable. Even the tidal temple had to bow before him. However, the next moment, the scene that happened caused them to be stunned. As soon as the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven finished speaking, his body stiffened. His eyes widened, and his body began to tremble violently. Naturally, this caught everyone's attention. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was originally a middle-aged man's long black hair turned grayish-white. At the same time, his originally muscular body began to sink like a deflated balloon. In just a few breaths, the originally muscular middle-aged man had turned into a skinny old man with wrinkles all over his face. Moreover, this was not the end of it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the old man's body began to age again before it dissipated with the wind. At this moment, everyone present could clearly feel an ancient and vicissitude aura surging towards them. This scene caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Everyone turned to look at Feng Qingyang in unison. Apart from Meng Luo and Huolao, everyone, including the celestial emperors behind Feng Qingyang, looked at Feng Qingyang with fear in their eyes. Heavens! What kind of technique is this? How can a person who could have lived as long as heaven and earth become an old man in just a blink of an eye? Is this the law of time? Is there such a technique in the law of time? Isn't Feng Qingyang the heavenly emperor skilled in the law of destruction? At this moment, the people from the tidal temple could hear the trembling in each other's voices as they communicated through voice transmissions. Feng Qingyang's strength had exceeded their expectations. Previously, they were still doubting the authenticity of Feng Qingyang's murderous gaze. However, at this moment, they no longer had any doubts. After all, what was happening was even more terrifying than the murderous gaze. Heavenly Wind Emperor, the expression of the Hall Master of the Solitary Heaven Palace's tidal temple changed drastically. He was about to say something when he discovered his body was shrouded by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his celestial origin energy, he was unable to break free. At this moment, he was only left with his consciousness. He couldn't even control his own body. Under his gaze, the group of immortal emperors behind Feng Qingyang were staring at something behind him in shock. He really wanted to turn around, but the power that enveloped him made it impossible for him to do so. Not to mention turning back, he couldn't even move a finger now. Under his gaze, Feng Qingyang stood in the void with a calm expression on his face. He had not moved at all since the beginning of the battle. Suddenly, he realized that he had regained control of his body and subconsciously looked back. With just a glance, he saw the people from the tidal temple who had just left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had turned into old men. Then, these old men died just like the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who was sent by the main hall of the tidal temple. Meng Luo, Huolao, bring the others back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll return as soon as I'm done. At the same time, Feng Qingyang said to Meng Luo and Huolao. Meng Luo and Huolao looked at Feng Qingyang passionately. After that, Feng Qingyang looked at the hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall and said indifferently, "Bring me to the tidal temple's main hall, and I'll spare your life." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the vice hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall hesitated for a moment before he nodded. His tone was filled with awe, but there was also a tremor of fear. There should be a transporting formation here that leads to the tidal temple's main hall, right? Feng Qingyang asked indifferently. Yes. Lead the way. The hall master of the solitary heaven palace's sub-hall brought Feng Qingyang to the sub-hall of the tidal temple through the transporting formation. After that, he brought Feng Qingyang to the main hall of the tidal temple through the transporting formation. Heavenly Emperor Feng, if the hall master finds out I brought you here, he won't let me go. I can't travel with you anymore. The hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall said to Feng Qingyang warily. All right. Feng Qingyang nodded indifferently. You can leave if you want. Do as you wish. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as he stepped onto the teleportation array and was about to activate the teleportation array, bang. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. A huge palm print had descended from the sky and killed the Hall Master of the solitary destructive Heaven Hall. Wu Hongqing. Feng Qingyang looked at the Hall Master of the solitary destructive Heaven Hall. He said indifferently, "I didn't expect the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's main hall to be so ruthless to his subordinates." Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you must be joking. Wu Hongqing smiled faintly. Even if I don't kill such a traitor, the enforcement hall of the Tidal Temple won't let him go. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you must be much stronger now that you've returned from the Azura Hell, right? Right now, Wu Hongqing was only one step away from asking Feng Qingyang if he was confident in his current strength. Was that why he decided to stay in Azura Hell? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Feng Qingyang said indifferently. His body flickered, and the space around him froze. Even Wu Hongqing, who was in the distance, was no exception. When Feng Qingyang approached him, Wu Hongqing struggled to break free. His eyes narrowed slightly. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you've hidden your strength so well. Your attainments in the law of time are definitely not inferior to your attainments in the law of destruction. Wu Hongqing's voice was filled with fear when he spoke. You're smart to leave a clone here. Feng Qingyang said indifferently as he struck out with his palm. The void froze again, and the same happened to Wu Hongqing's body. At the same time, Feng Qingyang raised his hand and waved it in the air. A gray light blade swept through Wu Hongqing's body and destroyed it in an instant. Wu Hongqing's body was destroyed like a flower in the water. Not a single drop of blood could be seen. This was because this was only one of Wu Hongqing's law clones. In the past, you, Wu Hongqing, joined forces with others to kill my disciple, Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang's body swayed before he shot up into the sky. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in the entire Tidal Temple's main realm. Today, I'll annihilate your entire main realm. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, terrifying energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into tens of thousands of sword rays that shot up into the sky and swept across the Tidal Temple's main realm like meteors. In the next instant, all living beings in the Tidal Temple's main realm were killed, regardless of whether they were humans or beasts. In just a few breaths' time, Feng Qingyang was the only living being in the realm where the Tidal Temple's main palace was located. Naturally, this did not mean there were no law clones. Swoosh! Another law clone of Wu Hongqing appeared before Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing's expression was extremely unsightly as he said, "Feng Qingyang, are you going to fight to the death with the Tidal Temple? Although I'm not as strong as you, I'll be able to summon the ancestors of the Tidal Temple when the space passage from the Devata realms to the realms of gods opens in 300 years. Even in the realms of gods, the Tidal Temple is still considered an emperor-god force. Even if you're a divine emperor, you won't be able to escape death when the ancestors of the Tidal Temple arrive, let alone you're just a high-rank god king." Wu Hongqing's voice was extremely cold. "As you said, it's 300 years later." Feng Qingyang smiled indifferently. "How do you know I won't be able to kill a god emperor after 300 years? How arrogant." Before Wu Hongqing's law clone was destroyed by Feng Qingyang, Wu Hongqing could only shout coldly. After destroying two of Wu Hongqing's law clones and everyone in the Tidal Temple's main realm, Feng Qingyang finally left. "Little Tian, you almost died here in the past. Today, I'll help you collect some interest. One day, I'll find Wu Hongqing's true body and kill him." In the Wanderer Heaven, Wu Hongqing stood on top of a cliff in a lofty mountain range. His expression was extremely unsightly. Feng Qingyang has already broken through and become a high-rank god king. With his current strength, even if my true body is in front of him, it'll be easy for him to kill me. I'm no match for him. I can't accept waiting for 300 years. It looks like I can only ask Mi Xian for help. Feng Qingyang definitely doesn't know that Mi Xian has broken through to the God Emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to strut around so openly after becoming a high-rank God King. After thinking for a while, Wu Hongqing gritted his teeth and headed to the netherworld. At the same time, a soul orb appeared in his hand. It belonged to Mi Xian, the dead spirit clansman who'd come looking for him after entering the netherworld. However, Mi Xian was no longer an ordinary dead spirit clansman. In fact, he'd even exterminated the dead spirit clan. It could be said that he was the only dead spirit clansman in the world. Back then, Mi Xian suffered a great loss at the hands of Feng Qingyang and his disciple, Duan Lingtian. He's been brooding over it all this time. Now that he has a chance to make a move on Feng Qingyang, given his personality, there's no way he'll miss it. In the past few years, I've been the only one who hasn't made any progress. Mi Xian has broken through to the God Emperor realm as a God King, and Feng Qingyang has broken through from the lesser God King realm to the higher God King realm for the second time. The more Wu Hongqing thought about it, the more bitter he felt. Chapter 38-89. Duan Lingtian was unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had left the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, and returned to the solitary destructive heaven to take charge of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had destroyed the main hall of the Tidal Temple in a fit of rage to avenge the humiliation he had suffered in the Tidal Temple. Even Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, had left his 2 clones to await Feng Qingyang's return. Currently, Duan Lingtian was fully focused on comprehending the law of space. His attainment in the law of space was constantly improving. The improvement in my law of space will affect my Tao of control as well. The more profound my comprehension of the law of space is, the more powerful my Tao of control will be. Naturally, I can improve my Tao of control as well. However, based on the current situation, it'll be difficult for me to advance my Tao of control to the next stage. Duan Lingtian had learned about the 4 Tao of heaven and earth when he was still in the Devata realms before he came to the mystic gang land in the realms of gods. For example, the rudimentary stage was the first stage of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian had shown others the rudimentary stage of the Sword Tao. Up until now, those who knew Duan Lingtian had mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth did not know much about Duan Lingtian. After the rudimentary stage was the second stage. At this stage, one would be able to control the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Following that was the third stage. At this stage, one would be able to control the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with just a wave of their hand. Feng Qingyang was at the third stage. As for Duan Lingtian, his Sword Tao and Tao of control remained at the second stage for many years. Even after he came to the realms of gods, there was no improvement in his Sword Tao or Tao of control. This was because he had no idea how to advance the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. According to his master, Feng Qingyang, there must be other stages after the third stage. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, had already touched the threshold of the next stage. However, since Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was too low, his master, Feng Qingyang, did not tell him much about it. If I integrate this profundity into my profundity, my attainment in the law will not be inferior to any of the White Dragon Elders in the Tianlong clan. In fact, my attainment in the law is even higher than some of the White Dragon Elders who has comprehended the law. With this thought Feng Qingyang's, he continued comprehending the law. Spring and autumn. Spring came and came spring. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. The gods God Emperor God Kings of the gods King God King God. The battlefield of God Kings was still the most intense battlefield. Every now and then, some God Kings would die, including many higher God Kings. After Duan Lingtian left the battlefield of divine emperors, only a few lower God Kings had died. Some were from the Tianlong clan, and some were from the Tai sect. It's Shimen Longxiang. At the entrance of the battlefield of Divine Emperors in Tai City, a group of people looked at a young man who was walking slowly toward the entrance of the battlefield. When I saw him walking over here, I wondered if he had broken through to the Divine Emperor stage. Did he really break through? He entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors as soon as he broke through. Is he learning from Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan? Bah! Senior brother Shimen Longxiang is a peerless genius of our Tai sect. How can Duan Lingtian compare to senior brother Shimen Longxiang? Do you think senior brother Shimen Longxiang will gain something from entering the battlefield of Divine Emperors? Under the gaze of a group of people, Shimen Longxiang, a genius disciple of the Tai sect who had killed many god kings of the Tianlong clan, entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors. The news quickly spread to the Tianlong clan. Shimen Longxiang broke through. He entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors as soon as he broke through. He's going to fight with Duan Lingtian. Fight? What qualifications does he have to be compared with senior brother Duan Lingtian? Senior brother Duan Lingtian killed 2 inner sect elders of the Tai sect in the battlefield of Divine Emperors. That's right. Even if there is a certain element of luck, but as a cultivator, we should know that luck is actually a part of strength. In a battle of life and death, even if your strength is not as good as your opponent, if your opponent is distracted for a moment, maybe you can take the opportunity to kill him. At that time, who dares to say you're not as good as your opponent? Senior brother Duan Lingtian's monstrous performance in the battlefield of Divine Emperors made the patriarch of the Tai sect personally come to discuss with our patriarch to let senior brother Duan Lingtian and Shimen Longxiang enter. The fact that our patriarch agreed to this matter shows how monstrous Shimen Longxiang is. Even if he's not as good as senior brother Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to find out much. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of performance Shimen Longxiang will have inside. Throughout the Tianlong clan, many people began to pay attention to the performance of the Tai sect disciple Shimen Longxiang in the battlefield of Divine Emperors. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Shimen Longxiang, they were the only ones in the Tianlong clan and Tai sect who had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm and had not yet become an elder. First, because they did not care, and second, because the situation of the Emperor battle was urgent, very few people paid attention to this aspect. More people's attention was on the 3 major battlefields of the Emperor battle plane. On the battlefield of Divine Emperors, there was killing basically every day. On the battlefield of Divine Emperors, there was less killing, but there were still many people inside. Only on the battlefield of Quasi-Emperors, so far, only a few people from the Tianlong clan had entered, and it was more or less the same on the side of Tai sect. As for whether they had met or fought, no one knew. It could be said that as long as no one died, it was unlikely that anyone would know what happened inside. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Now, Duan Lingtian was still concentrating on comprehending the law of space. Shimen Longxiang's entry into the battlefield of Divine Emperors attracted the attention of all parties. A month later, a lower-level Divine Emperor realm outer sect elder of the Tianlong clan died, but no one thought that it was Shimen Longxiang who killed him. Another 2 months passed, and another lower-level Divine Emperor realm inner sect deacon of the Tianlong clan was killed. On the same day, another lower-level Divine Emperor realm inner sect deacon was killed. It was no secret that the 2 inner sect deacons of the Tianlong clan who were killed on the same day were good friends. Moreover, they entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors together. They either died at the hands of the same person, or died at the hands of the Tai sect's Divine Emperors. On the battlefield of Divine Emperors, it is impossible to have large groups, but there are still some small groups of 2 or 3 people. In half a month's time, this topic gradually died down. At this time, another piece of news was spread: another lower-level Divine Emperor realm outer sect elder of the Tianlong clan was killed. At the same time, half a month later, Tai sect's heaven's pridling disciple Shimen Longxiang walked out of the battlefield of divine emperors, entered Peace City, and publicly took out 4 lower-level divine emperor identity badges of the Tianlong clan in exchange for battle merits. In just 4 months, 4 lower-level divine emperors of the Tianlong clan had died. All of them had died at the hands of Shimen Longxiang. For a time, the Tai sect was in an uproar. After the Tianlong clan received the news, there was a dead silence. A Tai sect disciple who had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm had killed 4 lower-level Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan in just 4 months. 2 outer sect elders and 2 inner sect deacons. Among them, the 2 inner sect deacons entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors together in a small group, and were killed on the same day. In other words, they may have been killed by Shimen Longxiang in a 2 versus 1 situation. That Shimen Longxiang of the Tai sect is so terrifying. Heavens! Did he really just break through to the Divine Emperor realm? He just entered the Divine Emperor realm and killed lower-level Divine Emperors like killing chickens. How can his strength be so terrifying? In the past, we only heard that he was a monster. Back then, in the battlefield of the God Kings, all of the disciples who saw him were killed by him. So, we didn't have any idea how strong he was. But now, we can be sure that his means are not simple. Isn't it obvious? Do you think Duan Lingtian can be compared to him? I don't think so. Although Duan Lingtian killed 2 inner sect elders of the Tai sect, he took advantage of the situation and killed them after they were seriously injured. Shimen Longxiang, on the other hand, killed 4 lower-level divine emperors of our sect with his own strength. That's because Duan Lingtian didn't meet the lower-level divine emperors, otherwise, Duan Lingtian could have killed them with his own strength. That's true. When Duan Lingtian and Shimen Longxiang left the battlefield of divine emperors one after another, in fact, many people of the Tianlong clan subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Duan Lingtian because he had killed more divine emperors than Shimen Longxiang. But now, Shimen Longxiang's stunning performance made them reconsider. Could Duan Lingtian really compare to Shimen Longxiang? Shimen Longxiang had entered the battlefield of divine emperors later, while Duan Lingtian had entered much earlier. At the same time, Shimen Longxiang's performance might not be worse than Duan Lingtian's, right? Moreover, in the battlefield of divine emperors, whether or not one could meet people frequently depended on luck. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's luck was better than Shimen Longxiang's? Just like this time, Shimen Longxiang's luck was very good. In a short 4 months, he had met 4 lower-level divine emperors of the Tianlong clan. Many of the Tianlong clan's divine emperors had entered the battlefield of divine emperors for 2 or 3 months without meeting a single divine emperor of the Tai sect. By the time Duan Lingtian found out about this, it was already half a year later. I've finally settled it. Now, my attainments in the laws of space have surpassed the majority of the White Dragon Elders. I'm afraid that only a few White Dragon Elders, including Brother Haichuan, can compare to me in the laws of space. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and happened to see Xue Haichuan chatting with Dongfang Yannian in the front yard. The two were talking about how Shimen Longxiang had killed 4 lower-level divine emperors of the Tianlong clan half a year ago. Chapter 3890. Shimen Longxiang broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. He broke through half a year ago. Moreover, as soon as he broke through, he entered the battlefield of divine emperors and killed 4 lower divine emperors of our Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything about Shimen Longxiang being able to break through in such a short time, because no one knew how much Shimen Longxiang had accumulated before he entered the battlefield of divine kings. After all, Shimen Longxiang was already a mid-divine king many years ago. Unlike him, after he broke through to the divine emperor realm, those who knew were shocked because they all knew that he had only broken through to the high divine king realm a few years ago. In less than 10 years, he had just broken through to the high divine king realm to the lower divine emperor realm. In Tongleng province, as long as one was a normal person, they would be shocked. Little Tian. Seeing Duan Lingtian come out, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian both stopped chatting for a moment and looked at him with a smile. Duan Lingtian directly sat down at the stone table in front of the two and said with a smile, "I heard you were talking about Shimen Longxiang of the Greater One sect. It seems that his strength is indeed not bad to be able to make you two white dragon elders whisper to each other." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xue Haichuan shook his head and said, "Little Tian, don't underestimate Shimen Longxiang. He was able to kill 4 lower divine emperors of our Tianlong clan right after breaking through to the divine emperor realm. This is enough to prove his strength." As soon as Xue Haichuan finished speaking, Dongfang Yannian continued, "Haichuan is right. You should know that when the Greater One sect master came to find our sect master and set the entry agreement between you and Shimen Longxiang, he didn't give anything else to our Tianlong clan. It was a completely equal prohibition agreement. Under these circumstances, the sect master was still willing to agree. This means that in the sect master's eyes, Shimen Longxiang's entry into the battlefield of divine kings is no less a threat to the Tianlong clan's divine kings than your entry into the battlefield of divine kings." When Dongfang Yannian reached the end of his speech, his expression became solemn. Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect these two big brothers to take it seriously. After all, Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods. He had fought his way to where he was today. His experiences in the mundane realms and the Devata realms had taught him not to underestimate anyone. Not to mention Shimen Longxiang, who he felt was not weak in the past. "Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, don't worry. I won't underestimate him." Duan Lingtian naturally knew why Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were so serious. They were worried that he would suffer because he underestimated Xue Haichuan. After all, in the eyes of most people in the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect, he and Shimen Longxiang were destined opponents, and would fight sooner or later. In the past, Shimen Longxiang had entered the battlefield of God Kings precisely for him. It was just that he didn't meet him. Perhaps, after he had broken through to the godly emperor stage, no one thought Shimen Longxiang would be a match for him. However, Shimen Longxiang had also broken through to the godly emperor stage. His cultivation base was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's, and he had displayed extraordinary strength. At this time, it was only natural that people would compare him to Shimen Longxiang again. Although he had just come out of closed-door cultivation, it was not difficult for him to guess this. Little Tian. However, Dongfang Yannian did not seem to believe Duan Lingtian's words. His expression was solemn as he said, "A long time ago, Shimen Longxiang was widely acknowledged by many as the most talented person in the Greater One sect since it was founded. If he hadn't appeared on the battlefield of the Divine Kings, even I would have thought that he had already left the Greater One sect and even the Eastern Ridge Prefecture. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, he definitely won't be a nobody if he joins any of the top Emperor stage forces in Tongleng province." His performance in the battlefield of God Kings further proved his strength. Right now, he's already made such achievements as soon as he became a godly emperor. It's enough to prove that his reputation is well deserved. Based on his current strength, he's at least comparable to a mid-godly emperor. He might even be able to stand up to some of the weaker mid-godly emperors. Of the 4 low godly emperors from our Tianlong clan that he killed, 2 of them were traveling together. It's very likely that he killed them 2 against 1. Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian's tone became more and more solemn. "I understand." At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to joke around. He could tell that both Dongfang Yannian and Xue Haichuan were serious. At that moment, he could not help but feel warmth in his heart. He naturally knew that the 2 of them were serious because they were worried about him. They were afraid that he would underestimate Shimen Longxiang and suffer at his hands. "Little Tian, you've made good progress in your closed-door cultivation this time, right? As if sensing the seriousness of the atmosphere, Shui Haichuan changed the topic and asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. At that moment, Dongfang Yannian also looked at Duan Lingtian. He was amazed by Duan Lingtian's progress in cultivation. It took him less than 10 years to go from a high godly king to a low godly emperor. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian's attainments in the laws of space were also enough to show that he had extremely high comprehension abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such progress in less than 3,000 years of age. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Then, his eyes flashed, Brother Haichuan, I plan to make another trip to the Emperor Battle Realm and stay a bit longer in the battlefield of God Kings. Haha, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shui Haichuan laughed, it seems that you've made good progress. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident. Since that's the case, I'll make a trip to the Emperor Battle Realm with you and see how strong you are. Shui Haichuan smiled. Before Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation last time, Shui Haichuan said that the next time Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of God Kings, for the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety, he would go with Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation and wanted to enter the battlefield of God Kings, he naturally had to fulfill his promise. You want to enter the battlefield of God Kings together? Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yannian's eyes suddenly lit up. I have nothing to do recently and don't need to be on duty. I'll go with you. You? Shui Haichuan looked at Dongfang Yannian and said with a fake smile, have you asked sister-in-law? Did sister-in-law let you come with us? I remember that last time when I wanted to ask you to enter the battlefield of God Kings, sister-in-law just said one sentence and you didn't say anything. Shui Haichuan said. Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Isn't that because you're a lunatic? Last time, you took the initiative to provoke the two Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect and drag them around. In the end, you forcibly dragged them down and then killed one of them. And you weren't much better at that time, you were almost killed. Otherwise, the other Dark Earth Elder of Greater One sect was a coward, or he could have taken you down with him. Someone as dangerous as you. Do you think that sister-in-law would dare to let me enter the battlefield of God Kings with you? Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian also looked at Shui Haichuan in surprise. Sensing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Shui Haichuan shook his head and said, Little Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. Last time, I was just unlucky. I originally thought that they were two ordinary Dark Earth Elders of Greater One sect, but I didn't expect that they were the stronger kind. So, I could only rely on the advantage of my cultivation method to drag them down and exhaust their divine power. In the end, I killed one of them and scared the other away. Of course, at that time, although I was an arrow at the end of its flight, if the remaining person attacked me, I was still confident that I could make him stay. Saying this, Shui Haichuan was forcefully interrupted by Dongfang Yannian. At the same time that you made him stay, you were most likely done for yourself, right? Dongfang Yannian said unhappily, you madman, since they couldn't catch up to you in speed, you could have run to a place with complicated terrain and hide. If they couldn't find you, they would naturally have left. Why did you have to drag them down? Aren't you just hoping for a fluke? Relying on your cultivation method to allow your divine power to last longer than theirs, you want to counterattack and kill them? In the Emperor battle plane, regardless of which battlefield it was, divine power could not be recovered by absorbing the spiritual chi of the world. It could only be recovered by consuming divine pills. However, the recovery of divine pills also required a process. If one constantly consumed divine power, no matter how many divine pills one had, they would not be able to keep up with the consumption. In the end, it was still a matter of who could last longer. I wasn't relying on luck. Shui Haichuan said unconcernedly, as soon as those two old men attacked, I could tell that their endurance was definitely not as good as mine. In fact, before I even prepared to drag them to death, I had already guessed that it was very likely that I would only be able to kill one of them in the end. You think I'm just looking to die? Shui Haichuan said. In any case, I'll go with you this time. Dongfang Yannian could not be bothered to argue with Shui Haichuan. As for your sister-in-law, she'll definitely agree. After all, I'm not going with you alone. Little Tian is going with me too. I told her that I was afraid that you would kill little Tian if you went with him, so I wanted to go with him to protect little Tian. At the crucial moment, I'll leave you behind and run with little Tian. Dongfang Yannian said. After saying that, under the stunned gazes of Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian smiled and said, "All right, I've told her. She told me to protect little Tian. When are we leaving?" "Now." Tianlong Temple, in a secluded valley. A middle-aged man who was originally sitting cross-legged on a black rock in front of a waterfall at the foot of the valley suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed through his eyes. That Duan Lingtian left Shui Haichuan's residence? He went to the entrance of the Emperor Battle Plain. At first, his eyes were incomparably bright, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. However, in the next instant, his expression froze. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian also went with him. Could it be that those two brats knew that it would be dangerous for Duan Lingtian to go to the Emperor Battle Plain alone? No. That's impossible. Chapter 3891. Perhaps they're leaving Shui Haichuan's residence with Duan Lingtian and going their separate ways? Dongfang Yannian is famous for being a henpecked husband. Up until now, he's only entered the Emperor Battle Plain once, and it was with his wife. Would his wife let him take the risk alone? The middle-aged man was none other than the Tianlong clan's vice-clan master, Shui Mingji. After receiving the message from the person in charge of monitoring Shui Haichuan's residence, he continued, "Continue watching them. See if they'll part ways with Duan Lingtian." Shui Mingji was still hoping for a fluke. However, after waiting for a while, when he received more news, his expression turned completely gloomy. This was because neither Shui Haichuan nor Dongfang Yannian had parted ways with Duan Lingtian. They had followed Duan Lingtian through the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Realm's disciples and arrived at the valley at the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm before entering the Emperor Battle Realm. The three of them traveled together. Moreover, two of them were White Dragon Elders. Do they recognize Duan Lingtian now? Shui Mingji took a deep breath and asked through voice transmission. Now, he wasn't asking about his own people in the Sky Dragon sect, but his friend who bought the two Death Warriors for him. The control of the Death Warriors was in his friend's hands, not his. He trusted his friend unconditionally because they were friends who had gone through life and death situations together. They had saved each other's lives before. When I received your message, I had them keep watch nearby. They've already memorized Duan Lingtian's appearance. Although they won't have a chance to attack, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Shui Mingji replied. Although Shui Mingji knew his friend was trying to comfort him, he still calmed himself down. Tell them to enter the Emperor Battle Realm. They'll enter in 2 days. In the Emperor Battle Plain, they can enter the Divine Emperor battlefield and wander around the entrance for a while before leaving. There's no need to go find the Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai sect to kill. Shui Mingji was also worried that the two Divine Emperor men of sacrifice would be killed by the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperors if they entered the Divine Emperor battlefield. Although the strength of those two Divine Emperor death soldiers was far inferior to him, he had to pay a hefty price to buy their lives. They could afford to lose their lives. However, the prerequisite was that he would help him take away Duan Lingtian. I understand. There was a quick response from the other side. I will send the other 3 God King Deathsworn soldiers into the Emperor Battle Plain in the coming days. In the Monarch Battle Plain, if Duan Lingtian is alone, they will find an opportunity to attack Duan Lingtian. Of course, I will make it clear to them that unless they are absolutely certain, they should not make a move. Hearing that, Xue Mingji was relieved. I'm not worried about you. Thanks. Xue Mingji thanked him. What kind of friendship do you have with me? There's no need to thank me. The other laughed involuntarily. The person you want to kill has been holed up in the Tianlong temple all this time. If he comes out, I can personally help you kill him. Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. If he comes out, there's no need for you to do anything. I can do it myself or send someone to do it. Big brother Yannian, do you know those two? Duan Lingtian asked Dongfang Yannian curiously as soon as he entered the Emperor battle plane. Just now, before he entered, he could sense that many people's gazes were on him. He wasn't surprised because he could be considered a celebrity in the Tianlong clan. However, before he entered, there were two people standing together who were clearly different from the others. They seemed out of place. The two of them glanced at him, then looked at Dongfang Yannian. The youth was talking to the other middle-aged man as if they were discussing Dongfang Yannian. You should know those two, said Dongfang Yannian with a smile. Dongfang Yannian said with a smile, do you still remember what happened 2 years ago when I just returned from outside? 2 years ago? Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian pondered for a while, then his eyes flashed. Big brother Yannian, you're saying, those two were the medium god emperors you received and the other medium god emperor who came in on the same day? Yes, it's them. Dongfang Yannian nodded. Speaking of which, they've already been in the Tianlong clan for a while. During that time, they also entered the Emperor battle plane, but they only walked around Tianlong City and Heping City for a while before leaving. Many people are wondering if they're afraid of death and don't dare to enter the battlefield of divine emperors. Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian frowned slightly. That Yanzhe, to think I had a good impression of him when I heard him say he had enmity with Greater One sect. Now, he doesn't even dare to enter the battlefield of divine emperors. Even if he has enmity with Greater One sect, what's the point? Dongfang Yannian's tone was filled with disdain. Could it be that the sect doesn't have a rule that those who join the sect during the Emperor battle must enter the Emperor battle plane within a certain period of time? Asked Duan Lingtian. Of course. Xue Haichuan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. The sect has a rule that those who join the sect during the Emperor battle and are disciples of God Kings must enter the battlefield of God Kings within 2 years. As for disciples of divine emperors, they must enter the battlefield of divine emperors within 5 years. If they don't enter by then, they'll be expelled from the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan doesn't accept those who don't dare to enter the Emperor battle plane during the Emperor battle. At the same time, they must also hand over a certain amount of divine stones and divine crystals as compensation for violating the agreement. After all, before they join the sect has already told them that they must enter the Emperor battle plane or battlefield upon entering. If they don't, they'll have to abide by the rules. Hearing this rule, Duan Lingtian nodded. At least by doing this, no one would waste their time. This time, with 2 white dragon elders by his side entering the battlefield of divine emperors, Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease and didn't feel the slightest pressure. With 2 white dragon elders roaming the battlefield of divine emperors with him, unless they encountered a group of 3 or more elders of Greater One sect, it would be impossible for them to stay. In fact, even if it was a group of 3 or more people, Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat or even kill them if he used his trump card and had Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's help. Of course, it wasn't that he completely trusted Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. It was just that when he had no other choice, he could only choose to trust them. Based on his current personal impression, after interacting with the 2 of them, he felt that they were trustworthy. As for whether the 2 of them would have any thoughts after he revealed his trump card, he wasn't sure. After all, there were many blood brothers who had turned against each other because of the benefits of splitting the family. Although his relationship with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan was good, it definitely couldn't be compared to blood brothers. Let's go. Because Duan Lingtian had applied for an identity badge last time, he didn't need to apply at all this time. In addition, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan both had identity badges, so the three of them didn't need to go through any formalities and directly entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors. As soon as the three of them entered, the people who had personally witnessed the three of them entering the battlefield of Divine Emperors spread the news. In an instant, all the people of the Tianlong clan in Sky Dragon City knew that Duan Lingtian had entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors again, and that he had entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors accompanied by 2 white dragon elders. Duan Lingtian, Elder Shui Haichuan and Elder Dongfang Yanyan have entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors together. Are they planning to do something big? If it's a lone elder of Greater One sect, encountering them, it's likely that he won't be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian has disappeared for 2 years, and now he's come to the Emperor battle plane and entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors again. Is he planning to compete with Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang? When the disciples of the Tianlong clan learned that Duan Lingtian had entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors with 2 white dragon elders, they only thought that the 3 of them were going to do something big. However, when this news reached the Greater One sect and was spread by the people of the Greater One sect, it had a completely different meaning. Duan Lingtian has entered the Emperor battle plane again after more than 2 years, and he's accompanied by 2 white dragon elders. Half a year ago, our Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors and killed 4 people of the Tianlong clan in 4 months. You say, is he afraid of encountering Shimen Longxiang inside, afraid that he would be killed by Shimen Longxiang, so he found 2 white dragon elders to follow and protect him? I didn't think too much about it at first. But now that you mention it, I think it makes sense. If that's the case, then Duan Lingtian is really as timid as a mouse. Last time, he dared to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors alone when he had just broken through, but now he doesn't dare to do so? Perhaps, this is called the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Now, the calf has grown up. Thinking of witnessing the battle between the 2 inner sect elders of our Greater One sect, I reckon he has a lingering fear and will not dare to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors alone. The Tianlong clan has been comparing Duan Lingtian to senior brother Shimen Longxiang. But now it seems that he is not worthy of being compared to senior brother Shimen Longxiang. Of course. Senior brother Shimen Longxiang will not enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors with the elder of our Greater One sect. On the Greater One sect side, there were voices of pessimism about Duan Lingtian everywhere, as if they had grasped some weakness of Duan Lingtian's. And when these words were passed to the Tianlong clan, the people of the Tianlong clan began to argue with the people of the Greater One sect in Peace City. A person who killed hundreds of your Greater One sect's God King disciples, who just broke through to the Divine Emperor realm dares to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors alone, and killed 2 inner sect elders of your Greater One sect, you say he is inferior to Shimen Longxiang? Ridiculous. Who doesn't know that senior brother Duan Lingtian and the 2 white dragon elders have a good relationship? So what if they agreed to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors together? Is there a rule against this? Yes. Perhaps the current senior brother Duan Lingtian already has the strength comparable to the white dragon elders. In this case, the 2 white dragon elders are willing to travel with him. I advise you to tell your Greater One sect's Divine Emperor disciples to be careful, lest they enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors and run into senior brother Duan Lingtian. At that time, they won't be able to escape even if they want to. Chapter 3892. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what was happening outside. Currently, he was leisurely flying, running, and sightseeing with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan in the battlefield of Divine Emperors. That's right, sightseeing. I don't feel nervous at all when I'm with the two of you. Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile. I'm starting to regret coming in with the two of you. How can I train myself like this? In truth, the main characters of the War of Emperors should be the higher divine emperors who wanted to break through and become god emperors. However, if it were that simple, there would be no need for a War of Emperors. Two higher divine emperors could have just agreed to a battle to the death. Why did no one do that? This was because no one knew how many trump cards their opponent had up his sleeves. Usually, the opponent's strength might be on par with yours. However, in a battle to the death, the opponent could very well reveal their trump cards and kill you. In the history of the Plains of Gods, similar things had happened everywhere. It was just that it had rarely happened in recent years. No one was stupid. The existence of the War of Emperors, War of Supremes, and War of Sovereigns, to a certain extent, prevented a battle to the death. In the Emperor Battle Plane, the Supremacy Battle Plane, and even the Supremacy Battle Plane, in the Quasi-Emperor Battlefield, the Quasi-Supremacy Battlefield, and the Quasi-Supremacy Battlefield, if you couldn't defeat your opponent, you could still escape, or if you weren't confident enough, you could find someone to enter with you. For example, the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. Anyone who entered the War of Sovereigns would generally form a group. No one dared to enter alone. This was because if someone entered alone and encountered the Supreme Elder of the Greater One sect, they would be dead without a doubt. The Supreme Elder of the Greater One sect was so strong that he was not weaker than the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. The Profound Sky Elders of the Greater One sect were in a similar situation. They would generally find someone to enter with them and form a small group. They were all worried that they would encounter the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. In the War of Sovereigns, if you could not defeat your opponent, you could escape if you had the ability. However, in a normal battle to the death, it was impossible to stop until the victor was decided. In other words, the monarch horoscope contest was inevitable. Since this was a plane that had been specially opened for the Emperor's War, it was naturally impossible for only higher god emperors to enter. In addition, such an environment could be used to train the other members of the two forces who were participating in the Emperor's War. Thus, the second-tier and second-tier battlefields had been created. In the Emperor Battle Plane, the battlefield of Divine Emperors was a level lower than the battlefield of Quasi-Emperors. As for the God King battlefield, it was a second-grade battlefield. Don't worry. Shui Haichuan smiled and said, if we really meet someone, we'll hold the fort and you'll go. If you're no match for them and are in danger, we'll take action. This way, it won't affect your training. Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Duan Lingtian felt helpless. With the two of you on the side, who can focus on fighting me? He has no chance to kill me. Under such circumstances, do you think he could still focus on fighting me? I'm afraid he's only thinking about how to escape. Duan Lingtian said. That's true. Hearing this, Shui Haichuan thought for a moment, then nodded. Since that's the case, the two of us won't travel with you. We'll hide in the shadows and follow you. And the person who can discover us will definitely be the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder. At that time, even if we hide, it'll be meaningless. In Shui Haichuan's view, Duan Lingtian was not a match for the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder. If they really encountered the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder, he and Dongfang Yannian would still have to take action. That's fine. Dongfang Yannian nodded in agreement. With Little Tian's current strength, he should at most be able to fight against the Greater One Sect's inner sect elder. He might not even be able to win. In the end, we might still have to take action. However, we should still wait for him to fall into a disadvantageous position before taking action. We still have to let him know where we are. At a crucial moment, if he really encounters danger, he can immediately teleport over to our side so that we won't be too late to rescue him. Dongfang Yannian and Shui Haichuan discussed for a moment, then quickly decided on this plan. With regards to this plan, Duan Lingtian naturally did not have any objections. He was not worried that Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian would fight over the battle merits with him. This was because before Xue Haichuan had entered with him, he had already told Dongfang Yannian that after entering, they would split everything equally. However, at the same time, they would also have to temporarily lend him the battle merits. Dongfang Yannian did not have any objections to this at all because he did not need anything for the time being. Furthermore, he had even taken the initiative to ask Duan Lingtian to refine some Peking level divine pills to repay his debt. In response, Duan Lingtian also agreed. To him, this was only a small matter. Right now, let alone Peking level divine pills, he could even refine the majority of Emperor level divine pills. In the following journey, Duan Lingtian traveled alone. He did not pay any attention to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian who were secretly following him. He completely treated them as if they did not exist. That Shimen Longxiang, in 4 months, encountered 4 lower divine emperors of our Tianlong clan. His luck is really not bad. Thinking of how Shimen Longxiang had killed 4 lower divine emperors of the Tianlong clan in 4 months, Duan Lingtian not only felt that his strength was not bad, he also felt that his luck was very good. It must be known that the last time he entered the battlefield of divine emperors, he had only encountered 2 divine emperors of the Tai sect after 2 whole months. Of course, the 2 he had encountered were 2 middle divine emperors of the Tai sect. 2 middle divine emperors were worth 4,000 battle merits altogether. As for the 4 low-level divine emperors, they were only worth 800 battle merits. In terms of battle merits, Shimen Longxiang's harvest was much worse than Duan Lingtian's. Furthermore, he had spent almost 4 months. However, do they really believe that those 2 people killed each other? Duan Lingtian was not unhappy about the gossips outside, saying that he had taken advantage of the situation and was just lucky, but he still felt puzzled. Those people did not think that even if there was a deep hatred between 2 elders of the Tai sect, would they really fight to the death on the battlefield of divine emperors? It must be known that in the battlefield of divine emperors, one could encounter divine emperors of the Tianlong clan at any time. Rather than having a battle of life and death there, it would be better to directly start a battle of life and death in the Tai sect, or one of them could wait for the other to leave the sect and chase after the other to kill him. You said you were afraid that the other side would send a message to complain? You think those formation discs that could isolate messages were fake? Perhaps, they thought that I, a person who had just broken through to Divine Emperor, could not kill 2 elders of the Tai sect with my own ability. Thinking that even Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian believed him, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. He put himself in their shoes. If he was someone else, he would certainly think the same. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since they had entered the battlefield of divine emperors. In this month, he did not see a single living person. He did not see anyone from the Tai sect, nor did he see anyone from the Tianlong clan. Thinking about it, Shimen Longxiang's luck is really good. Duan Lingtian thought. And perhaps because Duan Lingtian did not expect to encounter anyone from the Tai sect in the following month, he finally discovered a figure after a short 3 days. However, because of the distance, he could not confirm the identity of the other party. And the other party, at the same time his figure stopped, also stopped. Who? Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly teleported, disappearing from where he was, and rapidly teleported towards the other party. He had nothing to worry about. If the other party was a member of the Tianlong clan, then so be it. But if the other party was on his side, then he would greet them and continue to part ways. And if the other party was a member of the Tai sect, then no matter how strong the other party was, there were 2 white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan secretly following behind him. On the Divine Emperor battlefield, the white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan and the earth underworld elder of the Tai sect symbolized the strongest force. Perhaps the other party's reaction was slower, or perhaps the other party also had the intention of meeting Duan Lingtian face to face. When Duan Lingtian approached, the other party did not move away. At this time, Duan Lingtian also saw the other party's face. It was a middle-aged man. However, after Duan Lingtian saw the other party's face, he did not care about anything else. The first thing he did was to look at the other party's chest. At a glance, he saw that the identity badge on the other party's chest was completely different from his. It's a member of the Tai sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, his face beaming with joy. And the other party also noticed the identity badge on Duan Lingtian's chest at the first moment. After his pupils shrank slightly, he saw the joy on Duan Lingtian's face, and his face suddenly changed. On the Divine Emperor battlefield, one could only identify whether the other party was on one side by looking at the identity badge. Only the other party's status in the other party's force was unknown. Unless the other party was very famous, and one had seen the other party before and could recognize him. However, looking at the Tianlong clan's disciple in front of him, after discovering that he was a member of the Tai sect, the other party was full of confidence in his own strength. Could he be the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan? If it was the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, would have specially gone to find out about them, including the clothes they usually like to wear, and some facial features, but there is no one here. Because of the dangers on the Divine Emperor battlefield, whether it was the Tianlong clan's Divine Emperor disciples or the Tai sect's Divine Emperor disciples, if they were not confident in their own strength, they would first investigate the other party's White Dragon Elder or Earth Underworld Elder. He shouldn't be the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. If he is just an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, I may have the power to fight. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man made up his mind. Because he himself was an inner sect elder of the Tai sect, otherwise he would not dare to swagger in the air, which would easily make him a target for others. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air as the middle-aged man made the first move. He swung the long saber that appeared in his hand, and a golden saber ray whistled out. It bloomed in the air and formed a golden saber net that swept toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his figure rapidly retreated. He wanted to try and see if the other party was the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, even if he had not seen this person in the information of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. If the other party was the White Dragon Elder, he would take advantage of the other party's failure to attack and his current retreat to try and escape. Chapter 3893. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flickered, and a powerful spatial storm wreaked havoc around him. In the blink of an eye, he met the incoming golden blade net head-on, forcibly colliding with it. However, the instant his divine power fused with the law of space collided with the opponent's divine power fused with the law of metal, his figure flickered, and he teleported far away. Boom! Rumble! In the distance, the moment Duan Lingtian appeared, the space where he was previously seemed to have turned into a golden ocean. The devastating golden blade net crushed the spatial energy, and then scattered in the air like dazzling golden flames, beautiful and dazzling. Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged man again, and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. A middle divine king. In the next instant, he teleported again. A lower divine king? At this time, the greater one sect inner sect elder who had been extremely vigilant was first stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's technique. Then, when Duan Lingtian teleported a second time, his figure turned into a golden ray of light and pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where Duan Lingtian had teleported a second time and caught up with Duan Lingtian. Should we make a move? In the distant void, Dongfang Yannian, who was hiding in the dark, asked Xue Haichuan through sound transmission. No need. Xue Haichuan shook his head. Little Tian is showing weakness. He should have a backup plan. He's just an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. His strength is most likely not as strong as Kuang Tianzheng, who attacked Little Tian back then. Let's see the situation before we make a move. Xue Haichuan did not seem to be worried. That's true. Dongfang Yannian originally saw Duan Lingtian fleeing and subconsciously prepared to make a move. Now that he heard Xue Haichuan's words, he also reacted. The opponent was just an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. At this distance, if he were to make a move, even if Duan Lingtian's life was hanging by a thread, he was confident that he could save him. At the same time, the Greater One sect inner sect elder who had caught up with Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man, inwardly laughed at himself, and attacked Duan Lingtian again. Wang! Another resplendent saber light flashed by. The golden light was like a blazing sun, as if it wanted to completely annihilate Duan Lingtian. So it's just a low-level godly emperor. And here I thought he might be the white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. The middle-aged man laughed at himself in his heart. He couldn't help but feel angry. He had been scared by a low-level divine emperor. This was simply a great humiliation. Boy, you're just a low-level godly emperor of the Tianlong clan. How dare you swagger in the sky? You're courting death. The middle-aged man sneered and attacked again. Wang! 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 Hundreds of saber auras followed after the first saber aura and swept towards Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man was prepared to go all out and not give Duan Lingtian a chance to catch his breath. Although this would consume a lot of divine power in a short period of time, this divine power could be recovered through divine pills. If he gave Duan Lingtian a chance, Duan Lingtian might have some means to save his life and escape. If a low-level godly emperor escaped from under his nose, even if no one saw it with their own eyes, he would find it hard to accept. He would even be ashamed. Therefore, he would rather use his full power at the beginning and kill Duan Lingtian directly. Things might change if he delayed. What's wrong with a low-level godly emperor? Just as the middle-aged man finished his words and attacked, Duan Lingtian's space storm raged around him. At this moment, he vaguely activated the Tao of control. Space control. In an instant, the surrounding space twisted and folded to a degree that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. Although it only lasted for a moment, it still crushed the incoming saber light. Then, whoosh! Accompanied by the clear hum of a sword, a blurry streak of sword light and a figure whistled through the air, heading straight for the middle-aged man. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. How could a low-level godly emperor be unharmed under his full power attack? What on earth had happened just now? Although Duan Lingtian's space law was far superior to his metal law, it should not be so exaggerated. After all, Duan Lingtian's divine power was only that of a low-level godly emperor. However, at this moment, he did not have time to think too much. Duan Lingtian had already launched his attack. Damn it! Just now, he must have used some external force to crush my attack unscathed. He is just a low-level godly emperor. Even if his space law is stronger than mine, the gap between our divine powers is not that easy to overcome. He should only be able to use that technique once. It is unlikely that he can use it twice. The middle-aged man secretly took a deep breath. In a flash, he made a choice. He faced Duan Lingtian head-on. Duan Lingtian was only a low-level godly emperor. Duan Lingtian's attack was not as strong as his previous attack. It was not as strong as his previous attack. Boy, even if you have external force to block my attack, so what? That attack did not consume much of my divine power. The middle-aged man shouted. Then, his body swayed and turned into a golden light. Like a golden meteor in the night sky, he charged toward the figure holding the sword. Die! The middle-aged man shouted. He moved along with his saber. Dazzling saber radiance wandered between the heavens and the earth. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it fell toward the figure holding the sword. In the next instant, the saber radiance passed by and was about to suppress the figure holding the sword. Right at this moment. At the critical moment. Swoosh! Another crisp sound of a sword rang out. This time, it came from another direction. A figure who looked exactly like Duan Lingtian teleported behind the middle-aged man and swung his sword. When the sword was swung, the void shook. The raging space storm condensed into a point and charged toward the middle-aged man. If it had been any other time, the middle-aged man would have been able to react in time and block the attack. But now, although he sensed the sharp aura behind him and smelled the scent of death, he did not have time to block the attack behind him. He only had time to activate the remaining divine power in his body. He tried his best to activate the law of gold and integrate it with his divine power to block the attack behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the surface of the middle-aged man's body, the golden power seemed to have solidified. A phantom flashed out. It was a defensive divine artifact. However, judging by its aura, it should be a medium divine artifact. Swoosh! The sword was like a dragon. It was unstoppable. Swoosh! The sword swept past and penetrated the middle-aged man's defensive layer. Then, it penetrated the defensive divine artifact and stabbed into the middle-aged man's body. The moment the sword entered the middle-aged man's body, the sharp power began to spread in his internal organs. A terrifying space storm enveloped him in the blink of an eye. No, a shrill scream echoed in the sky. It was sharp and ear-piercing. It was extremely miserable. This was the last sound the middle-aged man made before he died. Swoosh! A purple figure appeared. It was the person who had attacked the middle-aged man earlier. It was Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the other Duan Lingtian who was not affected by the attack because the middle-aged man had died and his attack had completely dissipated. He stepped into the air and walked toward the Duan Lingtian unscathed. After a short while, he entered the Duan Lingtian's body. This was Duan Lingtian's avatar formed from the law of space. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian secretly activated the law of space to block the middle-aged man's attack, he had used the golden cicada shell shedding technique. His real body had teleported away while his avatar remained where he was and took the initiative to attack the middle-aged man. If it had been any other time, Duan Lingtian would have definitely been discovered by the middle-aged man. However, at that time, the situation was urgent. Moreover, the middle-aged man had underestimated Duan Lingtian because he was only a lower celestial emperor. Therefore, he did not use his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings. Otherwise, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to launch a sneak attack, it would not have gone so smoothly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian opened his hand and put away the middle-aged man's identity badge and spatial ring. At the same time, two figures appeared in the sky not far away. They passed through the clouds and landed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Duan Lingtian. They were Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. At this moment, the two of them still had shocked expressions on their faces. They were clearly shocked by the scene just now. A lower celestial emperor, and one that only broke through a few years ago. He killed an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect as if he was killing a chicken. I really wonder what the people of the Greater One sect would think if they saw this scene. Dongfang Yannian stared at Duan Lingtian for a long time before he sighed and said, "It's a pity that we can't use the floating image pearl here. Otherwise, I would have recorded the scene just now and brought it out for others to see." Although Shui Haichuan did not say much, his gaze towards Duan Lingtian was also filled with shock. He had thought that Duan Lingtian's strength might not be the same as before, but he also felt that Duan Lingtian would at most be able to fight to a draw with an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. Even if Duan Lingtian had shown weakness just now, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill the other party by himself. However, the scene that happened next was an eye-opener for him. Duan Lingtian had completely taken advantage of his disadvantage in cultivation to make the other party careless. Then, at the crucial moment, he took the other party by surprise. Using the law doppelganger to launch a sneak attack with his main body, he killed the other party with a single sword strike. Shui Haichuan had seen the entire process clearly. He asked himself, even if it was him, he might not be able to do this. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the execution of the law, as well as his methods that were as smooth as flowing water, were clearly instinctive reactions that had been cultivated through countless battles. The entire process was impeccable. Even if it was me, if that attack was blocked by him without being injured, and if my divine sense did not observe the surroundings and did not discover that his body had left, even if I did not die, I would have been seriously injured. Shui Haichuan put himself in the shoes of the Greater One Sect inner sect elder who had just died, and finally came to such a conclusion. This time, my luck is better than last time. Duan Lingtian weighed the storage ring, identity badge, and divine tool in his hand, a faint smile on his face. According to the agreement with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, the battle merits represented by the identity badge would be divided equally between the three of them, but the spoils of war such as the storage ring and divine tool would belong to whoever contributed the most. Chapter 3894. Last time, Duan Lingtian had encountered the two inner sect elders of Greater One Sect 2 months after entering the battlefield of the God Emperor. This time, he had only been in the battlefield for a little more than a month before he encountered an inner sect elder of Greater One Sect. This inner sect elder of Greater One Sect, in terms of strength, was in fact not weaker than either of the two people last time, but Duan Lingtian had killed him without using the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Among them, he had made a great breakthrough in the law of space. Secondly, he had secretly displayed the way of control, and in the final sneak attack, he had displayed the embryonic form of the sword way, and had not exposed the complete sword way. Of course, there was one more important point. That was, the other party had underestimated him. And this was also within his calculations. At that time, when he first saw the other party, he could only confirm that the other party was a disciple of Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor, but as for his identity in Greater One Sect, he did not know. The front of the identity badge was the symbol of Greater One Sect, and on the back there were words, and only a name. People who did not know him, even if they saw the name, would not know his position in Greater One Sect, unless this person was very famous. However, the moment the other party made the first move, Duan Lingtian knew that the other party was a middle god emperor, and from the other party's move, he could tell that the other party was not the elder of Greater One Sect. Although he had not come into contact with the elder of Greater One Sect, but the strength of the elder of Greater One Sect was equal to that of Elder White Dragon of the Tianlong clan, and obviously could not be weaker than Elder White Dragon. Compared to Elder White Dragon, the other party was far inferior. Therefore, at that time, he concluded that the other party was just an inner sect elder of Greater One Sect, and had the same identity as the two disciples of Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor that he had killed last time. A middle god emperor encountered a lower god emperor. If the lower god emperor panicked and fled, he would certainly chase after him. It was because of this point that Duan Lingtian put on a good show in front of the other party, pretending to flee in fear, and finally killed the other party in the pursuit. Everything was going according to his calculations. This time, it could be said that he had smoothly killed an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect without exposing any of his trump cards. As for the way of control, it was something he had been researching for the past 2 years. The way of control was to control space, and space was related to the law of space that he was proficient in. Therefore, in the past 2 years, while he was working hard to comprehend the law of space, he was also studying how to make the way of control appear obscure so that it would not be easily seen by others. At most, it would be seen as a method of the law of space. After 2 years of research, as well as watching the floating image pearls of many experts who were proficient in the laws of space, he had finally gained something. Earlier, he had used that ability. Judging from the current situation, even though Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were white dragon elders with higher cultivations and greater strength than him, they were still unable to tell. This was within his expectations, so he wasn't surprised. This was because the purpose of him researching this ability was to not be seen through by people of the same cultivation level. As for people of a higher cultivation level, such as the God Emperor, Duan Lingtian felt that no matter how obscure he used the way of control, the other party would still be able to see it clearly. It was like a child playing a little trick. Perhaps it could fool the same child, but adults would often be able to see through it more clearly. Of course, the child could also be compared to an inexperienced person, while the adult could be compared to an experienced person. Little Tian, although you were willing to launch a sneak attack when you killed the inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, based on the law of space you've displayed so far, in addition to your embryonic form of the Way of the Sword, even if his cultivation level is higher than yours, even if you can't defeat him, he won't be able to defeat you. Xue Haichuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a sigh. I really didn't expect that in a short 2 years, you've improved so much. Although your cultivation hasn't increased, the law of space you've grasped is already no weaker than my mastery of the law that I specialize in. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Dongfang Yannian also laughed in self-mockery. I really suddenly feel that I've lived for so many years in vain. Even a youngster who's not even 3,000 years old has caught up to me in the comprehension of the law. Dongfang Yannian shook his head in self-mockery. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at him. In the end, he still decided that he couldn't tell him that he wasn't actually less than 3,000 years old. His age of 2,000 years was revealed through taking a divine pill that could change the age of his bones. His true age was less than 1,000 years old. He was only a little over 700 years old. There's nothing to compare with in this aspect. Seeing that Dongfang Yannian seemed to be somewhat disappointed, Xue Haichuan shook his head and said, "You've also seen little Tian's attack just now. It's straightforward and ruthless. If he hadn't experienced many life and death battles, how could he have such a method? In this aspect, it's completely the accumulation of experience. In less than 3,000 years, he's already accumulated so much experience that he's not inferior to us. From this, one can imagine what he's experienced in the past few years." Compared to Dongfang Yannian, Xue Haichuan clearly saw things much more clearly. Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian thought of the scene just now. After a moment of silence, he also understood. That's true. Not every lower god emperor would be able to do as perfectly as little Tian when facing a middle god emperor. At the very least, when I was a lower god emperor and encountered the same situation, even with little Tian's methods, I wouldn't dare to say that I would be able to do as he did. Both Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were amazed by Duan Lingtian's method just now. At the same time, they witnessed the spatial laws that Duan Lingtian currently grasped. They also realized that it probably wouldn't be long before this little fellow who was only a middle god king when they first met him would catch up to them, or even surpass them. How is it? Do you feel a lot of pressure? After hiding in the shadows again and following Duan Lingtian, Xue Haichuan sent a voice transmission to Dongfang Yannian with a smile. Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian glared at Xue Haichuan in annoyance. He replied via voice transmission, "I think you're the one who feels pressure. In the Tianlong clan, I can't be considered a genius. You, on the other hand, although we're both white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, I've heard many people say behind our backs that you're the one with the greatest hope of cultivating to the God Emperor level through your own efforts. They're just joking." Xue Haichuan smiled faintly. He didn't seem to mind at all. At the same time, he didn't seem to be surprised by this. It seems that you've heard this before. Dongfang Yannian gave Shui Haichuan a meaningful glance. Are you feeling very good inside? As Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian communicated via voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, who had revealed himself ahead, continued to quickly move through the God Emperor plane. A day passed. They didn't see a single living person. 2 days passed. It was still the same. 3 days, half a month passed. Duan Lingtian finally met a living person. It was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian didn't know him, but he knew Duan Lingtian. After meeting Duan Lingtian, he greeted Duan Lingtian before parting ways. Very soon, another month passed. So far, Duan Lingtian had met 2 members of the Tianlong clan. One was an inner sect elder, and the other was an inner sect deacon. The latter even wanted to cooperate with him, but he was tactfully refused. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded and heartless. It was just that this time, earning battle merits was secondary. His most important goal was to familiarize himself with the laws of space. Compared to 2 years ago, his laws of space had undergone a qualitative change. However, he had never had the opportunity to use it. Now, on the God Emperor plane, he finally had a stage to display it. Another half a month passed by. Duan Lingtian finally met people of the Divine Emperor plane of the Greater One sect, and there were 2 of them. 2 people of the Greater One sect of the Divine Emperor plane. When Duan Lingtian discovered the 2 people, and at the same time intentionally approached them to see the identity badge on their chest, his eyes lit up. Of the 2 people, one was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and the other was a middle-aged man, thin and pale, but his eyes were unusually sharp. Before Duan Lingtian approached, the 2 people of the Greater One sect had already discovered Duan Lingtian. They wanted to walk over to Duan Lingtian. But, seeing Duan Lingtian take the initiative to approach, they waited where they were. When they saw the identity badge of the Tianlong clan on Duan Lingtian's chest, the old man's face was calm, as if there was no joy or sorrow, and the middle-aged man said to the old man, "It's not Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. It's an ordinary Divine Emperor plane member of the Tianlong clan. At most, he's an inner sect elder." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man nodded indifferently. "Kill him, we'll continue to move forward and see if we can meet Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan." When his voice fell, a murderous intent flashed in the old man's eyes, as if he had some special opinions about the Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. Elder Bai Long? Hearing the other party's words, Duan Lingtian's face changed slightly. The other party dared to say this, which meant that he was at least an elder of the Greater One sect. As for the other person, he was not sure if he was also an elder of the Greater One sect. Who? Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. The elder of the Earth underworld was not someone he could deal with. At least, he could not deal with him without exposing his trump card. Lower Divine Emperor? While the old man was in a daze, the middle-aged man sneered. "I thought he was at least an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, but he's just a lower Divine Emperor. Boy of the Tianlong clan, it's your bad luck to have met us." As soon as the middle-aged man's voice fell, he swept out. In the blink of an eye, he was near Duan Lingtian, and he raised his hand to grab Duan Lingtian. The other party's grab made Duan Lingtian feel great pressure, and his face slightly froze. This person is also an elder of the Greater One sect. Although it was just a casual move, Duan Lingtian could feel the other party's terrifying power. Whoosh! Just as the middle-aged man was about to grab Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have noticed something, and his face changed. He quickly retreated and returned to the old man's side. 2 figures, like gods, descended from the sky and landed in front of Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind them. Then, he stared sharply at the 2 people of the Greater One sect in front of him. Chapter 3895. Elder Huang Yunfeng, we meet again. After Shui Haichuan appeared with Dongfang Yannian, he looked at the old man in the distance with a faint smile. I suddenly feel that this divine emperor battlefield is really small. It is indeed small. The moment Dongfang Yannian's voice fell, his figure flickered and he appeared on the other side, surrounding the two people from Greater One sect with Shui Haichuan. At this moment, Dongfang Yannian had arrived on the other side and was also looking at the old man in front of him with a mocking expression. As for the middle-aged man, whether it was him or Shui Haichuan, they only glanced at him indifferently and did not look at him anymore. Huang Yunfeng, the old man of the two Greater One sect elders, stared at Shui Haichuan with an ugly expression. Shui Haichuan, you didn't die last time, count yourself lucky. Ha! Shui Haichuan could not help but laugh. Elder Huang Yunfeng, your words seem to be wrong. I remember that the one who escaped that day was you, not me. Shui Haichuan smiled brilliantly. Humph. The old man snorted coldly. If it wasn't because I saw that you were young and didn't want to destroy your great future, do you think I would have left? I only did that because I didn't want to die together with you. Otherwise, do you think you would have survived? The one who escaped was you. Shui Haichuan spoke again, still saying the same thing with a brilliant smile. At this moment, hearing the conversation between Shui Haichuan and the other party, Duan Lingtian finally came back to his senses. So the old man of the two Greater One sect inner sect elders was one of the two Greater One sect elders that Shui Haichuan encountered last time? At that time, both of them were exhausted by Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan killed one of them, injured the other, and was also injured. If they had continued to fight, in the end neither Shui Haichuan nor that person would have survived. At this time, that person was afraid and was unwilling to die together with Shui Haichuan, so he chose to escape. Such a coincidence? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood what Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were talking about. As it turned out, the Earth Nether Elder from the Tai Yi sect was one of the two Earth Nether Elders that Shui Haichuan had encountered previously. Last time, he had already learned about Shui Haichuan from Dongfang Yannian. Shui Haichuan encountered two Earth Nether Elders of the Supreme Sect, and both of them had extraordinary strength. Although he had the chance to escape, he did not. He dragged the two of them, almost exhausting their divine power, and then, at the cost of injuries, he killed one of them and injured the other. At that time, Shui Haichuan's injuries were actually more serious than that person's, but because Shui Haichuan had more god power in his body than the other person, if Yan Guan continued to fight, they might die together. At that time, the other person retreated. And the injured Shui Haichuan did not dare to give chase. He was deeply afraid that he would encounter other Greater One Divine Emperor disciples on the way. This should be the new elder of the Greater One sect, Elder Sha Yunjia, right? Just as Huang Yunfeng's expression sank because of Shui Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yannian's gaze landed on another middle-aged man. His eyes flickered. A newly appointed Earth Nether Elder? Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He naturally knew the chilling meaning behind those words. It meant that this person was only barely qualified to be an Earth Nether Elder. Among the Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elders, he was at the bottom. Dongfang Yannian. At that very moment, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Dongfang Yannian was filled with fear. He had some understanding of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elders, and had even seen some of them before. For example, Shui Haichuan. Just now, when he saw Shui Haichuan and then saw the person in front of him, he guessed that the other person was the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder Dongfang Yannian. We'll take one each. At that moment, Shui Haichuan sent a sound transmission to Dongfang Yannian. You're faster than me, so you can stop Huang Yunfeng. After I kill Sha Yunjia, I'll join hands with you to kill Huang Yunfeng. Shui Haichuan was pleasantly surprised that the three of them were able to encounter two Greater One sect's White Dragon Elders. This time, it was different from the last time. Last time, he had encountered two greater one-sex Earth Nether Elders by himself. Moreover, they were both old Earth Nether Elders who had been Earth Nether Elders for many years. Their strength was definitely among the best among mid-divine emperors. Relying on his advantage in speed, as well as the divine power regeneration speed bestowed by his cultivation technique, he dared to be arrogant and drag them down. In the end, even though he was seriously injured, he still profited. He had killed a greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, and he was not a nobody. Okay. Dongfang Yannian directly replied. However, he did not send a sound transmission. Instead, he spoke directly. Then, his figure swayed, and as if he had turned into a gust of wind, he blew towards the Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elder Huang Yunfeng. Elder Huang Yunfeng, I've heard a lot about you. Today, I'd like to see what you're capable of. You're quite capable to be able to escape from under Shui Haichuan's nose. Today, if you can escape, it means that my strength is on par with Shui Haichuan's. However, if you can't escape, it means that Shui Haichuan is inferior to me. Dongfang Yannian moved. As he charged towards Huang Yunfeng, he did not forget to ridicule him. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, although Shui Haichuan felt somewhat helpless, and even felt that Dongfang Yannian was shameless, he did not say anything. He moved, and charged towards the Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elder Sha Yunjie. Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian, it's best that you let us leave, otherwise, even if we have to risk our lives, we'll drag this lower-level God Emperor of your Tianlong clan down with us. Huang Yunfeng promptly turned around, and as he blocked Dongfang Yannian's attack, he did not forget to fiercely shout. If it was a head-on battle, he was confident that his strength was not inferior to Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's. However, Dongfang Yannian was proficient in the laws of wind, and was proficient in speed. His speed was simply inferior to Dongfang Yannian's. It was practically impossible for him to escape from under Dongfang Yannian's nose. Although there was another greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder by his side, this Earth Nether Elder was only a newly promoted Earth Nether Elder. His strength was only stronger than that of an inner sect Elder. As someone who had just become an Earth Nether Elder, in terms of strength, he was at the bottom of the greater one sect. You have sharp eyes, to be able to tell that we care about him. Dongfang Yannian did not say anything, but Shui Haichuan smiled faintly. However, if you think that you can kill him under our noses, then go ahead and try. If it was an ordinary lower-level God Emperor, Shui Haichuan really did not dare to guarantee that he and Dongfang Yannian would be able to protect the other party from the two Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elders. However, the problem was that this lower-level God Emperor was Duan Lingtian. After personally witnessing Duan Lingtian's attack last time, Shui Haichuan practically treated Duan Lingtian as an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Even if he did not have that status, at least his strength had reached that level. Sha Yunjie, is it? As his voice fell, the smile on Shui Haichuan's face did not change, but the gaze with which he looked at the other greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder became much sharper. Within 10 moves, I will definitely kill you. In the next moment, when Sha Yunjie's expression changed greatly, Shui Haichuan had already moved. Moreover, as soon as he moved, he attacked like a storm. He did not hold back in the slightest. He was completely fighting with his life on the line. Shui Haichuan's thoughts were actually similar to the greater one-sex inner sect elder that Duan Lingtian had encountered last time. They both wanted to use their full strength from the beginning to finish off their opponent as soon as possible. Shui Haichuan did not dare to guarantee that Dongfang Yannian would be able to stop Huang Yunfeng, a veteran greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, from attacking Duan Lingtian. However, he could guarantee that Sha Yunjie, a newly promoted greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, would definitely not be able to attack Duan Lingtian under his nose. Boom! Shui Haichuan attacked with an imposing manner, as if a god from the ninth heaven had descended to the mortal world. At the same time, an incomparably huge face appeared in the void. A sharp ray of light shot out from each of its eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The face looked blurry, but one could be sure that it was not Xue Haichuan's face. Careful! That's Xue Haichuan's bloodline ability, soul-sealing eye. While Sha Yunjia's expression was solemn as he used all his strength to deal with Xue Haichuan's attack, Huang Yunfeng warned Sha Yunjia while fighting Dongfang Yannian. In the realms of gods, there were many people who possessed bloodline energy. Among them, there were some people whose bloodline energy had mutated and were able to perform techniques that were independent of their own body. To be more precise, they were techniques that did not rely on divine energy. These techniques were known as bloodline abilities. Xue Haichuan was such a person. As Huang Yunfeng spoke, Sha Yunjia's pupils abruptly shrank, and his expression became even more grave. At the same time, a deep beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was a soul attack condensed from his own soul strength. It contained the law of destruction that he was skilled in. Xue Haichuan, I'll make you regret this. Huang Yunfeng shouted. Seizing an opportunity, he left the battlefield and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Today, even if we must die, I'll drag this lower-level divine emperor of your Tianlong clan down with me. The fact that they were willing to enter the battlefield of divine emperors with him is enough to show that he has a close relationship with you. When Huang Yunfeng charged towards Duan Lingtian, it caused Dongfang Yannian to feel slightly embarrassed. He moved again and caught up to Huang Yunfeng. However, even so, Huang Yunfeng was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the same place, motionless. This made Huang Yunfeng secretly delighted. If this brat wanted to dodge, he might not be able to catch up with him as he was being held back by Dongfang Yannian. But now, this brat was standing in the same place, motionless, as if he had been struck dumb. Bang! A loud sound rang out. After forcibly blocking Dongfang Yannian's attack, Huang Yunfeng suddenly erupted with power. At the same time, he forced Dongfang Yannian to retreat. The divine weapon in his hand trembled, and a ray of light tore through the sky and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Huang Yunfeng was confident that no lower-level divine emperor would be able to block this attack of his. At least, in their Greater One sect, apart from Shimen Longxiang, no lower-level divine emperor would be able to block this attack. Xue Haichuan, open your eyes wide and watch me kill this lower-level divine emperor of your Tianlong clan. After attacking, Huang Yunfeng blocked Dongfang Yannian's attack again, and did not forget to sneer loudly. Chapter 3896. Kill me? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Elder Huang Yunfeng's words and saw Huang Yunfeng's aggressive attack. Did he look like a soft persimmon to her? Did he really think he was an ordinary low-level divine emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He took out a high-grade divine sword and pointed it at Huang Yunfeng. Immediately, a spatial storm condensed into a sword light and shot out with an extremely sharp aura. Whoosh! The sword seemed to be able to pierce through everything, leaving a clear sword cry in the air. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When Huang Yunfeng saw Duan Lingtian attack from the corner of his eyes, he only had this thought. In his opinion, Huang Yunfeng was only a low-level divine emperor. No matter how hard Huang Yunfeng tried, he couldn't block his attack. If a low-level divine emperor couldn't dodge in time, his attack would be enough to kill most low-level divine emperors. Bang! It wasn't until a loud sound was heard that his attack had been crushed by the low-level divine emperor that he had looked down upon. Moreover, the low-level divine emperor had crushed his attack and was now rushing towards him. His expression completely changed. How is this possible? Who are you? Huang Yunfeng couldn't help but change his expression. As far as he knew, he had never heard of a low-level divine emperor in the Tianlong clan who had the strength of a middle-level divine emperor. The attack that the low-level divine emperor had just used was already comparable to a middle-level divine emperor's attack. Could it be? Suddenly, a name appeared in Huang Yunfeng's mind. Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? Huang Yunfeng asked with a gloomy expression as he looked at the purple-clothed young man flying toward him. When Duan Lingtian heard Huang Yunfeng's words, he smiled faintly. I didn't expect that Elder Huang Yunfeng of the Greater One sect would know my name. I'm really flattered. It's really you. Huang Yunfeng's pupils shrank rapidly. Before he could speak again, Dongfang Yanyan's attack made him shut his mouth. Elder Huang Yunfeng, to think that you're able to remain so relaxed in front of me. It seems like I haven't given you enough pressure. Dongfang Yanyan let out a mocking laugh. Then, the power in his body erupted once more, causing Huang Yunfeng to be even more flustered. This was especially the case when Duan Lingtian also joined forces with Dongfang Yanyan to deal with him. He only felt his scalp go numb as despair filled his heart. Dongfang Yanyan was not weaker than him. In terms of one-on-one combat, he wasn't afraid of Dongfang Yanyan. But now, Dongfang Yanyan was not fighting him head-on. Instead, he was restraining him, making him feel as if he was powerless. From the very beginning, he had been led around by Dongfang Yanyan. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian joined the battle and directly attacked Huang Yunfeng. The strength of his attacks didn't need to be too exaggerated. They were only comparable to the attacks of ordinary middle god kings. However, it was attacks of such strength that caused Huang Yunfeng's expression to change multiple times. After blocking them many times, he fiercely threatened Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to attack again, I'll definitely kill you even if Dongfang Yanyan injures me. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Dongfang Yanyan had already sneered. Huang Yunfeng, you think too highly of yourself. If you attack him and hand over the junior to me, you will definitely die. Dongfang Yanyan's tone contained some disdain. Without a doubt, Dongfang Yanyan's words struck Huang Yunfeng's sore spot. At that moment, Huang Yunfeng's expression became extremely ugly because what Dongfang Yanyan said was the truth. Right now, he could find an opportunity to attack Duan Lingtian as he fought against Dongfang Yanyan. However, the strength of his attacks would at most be the same as before. They wouldn't be able to threaten Duan Lingtian. No matter how strong his attacks were, it wasn't that he couldn't use them. However, once he used them, he would be handing over his junior to Dongfang Yanyan. With Dongfang Yanyan's strength, he would most likely be able to kill him. After a short moment, under the combined pressure of Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Yanyan, Huang Yunfeng was surrounded by dangers. His complexion became much paler and bloodless. Brother Yunfeng, save me. Suddenly, a hurried and sorrowful cry came from afar. It was extremely urgent and mournful. Bang! Accompanying it was a loud sound. When Duan Lingtian and the other two subconsciously looked over, they just happened to see the scene of Shui Haichuan killing the New Earth Underworld elder Wuxia of the Greater One sect. From the current situation, Shui Haichuan wouldn't have used more than 10 moves. Yunjie. Huang Yunfeng's expression changed greatly. His pupils rapidly shrank and his face was filled with grief. Yunjie was from the same batch of disciples that were recruited into the Greater One sect. The two of them were also the two most outstanding people from that batch of orphan disciples with the surname Yun. Along the way, his relationship with Yunjie was no different from that of blood brothers. After the opening of the Emperor Battle Plain, he made an agreement with Yunjie, who had just become an Earth Underworld elder, to enter the Divine Emperor battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plain together to hunt the disciples of the Tianlong clan. However, after the opening of the Emperor Battle Plain, Yunjie just happened to be in seclusion. He couldn't stay idle, so he made an agreement with a senior elder who had a good relationship with him, Elder White Dragon. That time, they met Xue Haichuan. He originally thought that the two of them could kill Xue Haichuan together, but he didn't expect that Xue Haichuan would kill one of them and he could only escape. This was his second time entering the Divine Emperor battlefield. This time, he had entered with Sha Yunjie. Before entering, he wanted to kill a few more disciples of the Tianlong clan to avenge the Earth Underworld Elder who had died at Xue Haichuan's hands last time. In the beginning, everything went smoothly. They met a lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan and successfully killed him. He thought that the rest of the journey would be as smooth as before. However, he never thought that he would meet Xue Haichuan again. Furthermore, Xue Haichuan had another elder by his side who was no weaker than him, Elder White Dragon, Dongfang Yannian. In addition, there was another lower god emperor whose strength was comparable to a middle god emperor, Duan Lingtian. Now, after witnessing Sha Yunjie's death with his own eyes, Xue Haichuan did not even collect the spoils and directly charged towards him. Huang Yunfeng's expression changed again and again. In the end, he said savagely, "Since you insist on killing me, I'll take one of you down with me before I die." With a roar, Huang Yunfeng's divine power swept out. The mysteries of laws fused into it. At the same time, the silhouette of a god artifact armor appeared. In the next moment, he no longer paid any attention to Dongfang Yannian and directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. Faced with the menacing Huang Yunfeng, Duan Lingtian teleported in the direction that Xue Haichuan had come from. After 2 teleportations, he arrived behind Xue Haichuan. No. Seeing that Duan Lingtian did not stand there foolishly like before, staring at his descending attack, and instead fled behind Xue Haichuan, Huang Yunfeng's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. After Duan Lingtian teleported to a safe place, Xue Haichuan moved. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Huang Yunfeng and launched an attack towards him. As he faced the menacing Xue Haichuan and sensed Dongfang Yannian quickly rushing over from behind, Huang Yunfeng knew that he was probably doomed today. Unless the other Earth Underworld elders of Greater One sect arrived, he might still be able to leave one behind. Moreover, it had to be a relatively powerful Earth Nether Elder, not a new Earth Nether Elder like Sha Yunjie. Unfortunately, Huang Yunfeng's savior did not arrive in the end. Under the combined attacks of Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, he only lasted for a dozen breaths before being heavily injured by Dongfang Yannian and dying at Xue Haichuan's hands. They're both Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect, but the difference is far too great. Duan Lingtian, who had been watching from the side, could not help but sigh when he saw Huang Yunfeng die. If it was Sha Yunjie, I would have been completely confident in killing him if I used all my trump cards. But Huang Yunfeng. Even if I used all my trump cards, I might not be able to kill him successfully. It was only today that Duan Lingtian had truly witnessed the strength of the Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elders. Within the Tianlong clan, there should be quite a few White Dragon Elders who were no weaker than the other party. Not to mention the others, just Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were no weaker than Huang Yunfeng. Little Tian, take them. When the time comes, we'll exchange them for battle merits together. This time, after killing the 2 White Dragon Elders, the battle merits exchanged for their identity badges were split equally between Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's badges were temporarily lent to Duan Lingtian. As for the god artifacts and storage rings they left behind, they belonged to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. However, after the 2 of them took the storage rings, they still took out the items inside and asked Duan Lingtian if there was anything he needed. Duan Lingtian took a glance. He was not interested in the items inside Sha Yunjie's storage ring. However, there was a medicinal ingredient inside Huang Yunfeng's storage ring. It was the main ingredient that Duan Lingtian urgently needed to refine Emperor-level divine pills. Not only could this medicinal ingredient not be exchanged for in P City, but even the Tianlong clan did not have it. Who would have thought that he would see it here? Brother Haichuan, lend this medicinal ingredient to me. Duan Lingtian pointed at the medicinal ingredient he needed. This is a miluo flower. Shui Haichuan glanced at the medicinal ingredient Duan Lingtian was pointing at. Then, he asked Duan Lingtian in surprise, "Little Tian, you can already refine emperor-level divine pills?" The miluo flower was the main ingredient for some rare emperor-level divine pills. It could also be used as a supplementary ingredient for earth-level divine pills. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huh. Then I must congratulate you. Shui Haichuan said with a smile, as for this miluo flower, I can just give it to you. There's no need to say, lend, seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to want to refuse, Shui Haichuan said, speaking of which, it's not like you didn't do anything just now. Didn't that Huang Yunfeng attack you? You even blocked his attack. After that, he even tried to kill you. It can be said that he put quite a bit of psychological burden on you. This miluo flower can be considered your spoils of war. After saying this, Shui Haichuan looked at Dongfang Yannian. You don't have any objections, right? Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian glared at Shui Haichuan. If you had agreed to lend it to little Tian, would have thought that you were narrow-minded. If little Tian wants it, just give it to him. This thing is useless in our hands. Chapter 3897. Although Duan Lingtian felt that it was inappropriate for him to take the miluo flower since it did not belong to him in the first place, he eventually gave in to Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian's insistence and accepted the flower. He thought to himself that he would share some with Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian after he finished refining the divine pills. The miluo flower could be divided into many petals. Every time he refined a divine pill, he would only need one petal to refine multiple divine pills. The kind of emperor-grade divine pill he planned to refine would be of great help to the cultivation of a divine emperor. Although it was not suitable to give Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian a supreme emperor-grade divine pill, it would still be of great help to the cultivation of a divine emperor even if it was not a supreme emperor-grade divine pill. Moreover, if he did not refine a supreme emperor-grade divine pill, he would be able to refine a few more at a time. It was not like a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill. Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills were still fine. However, from the King-grade divine pill onwards, there were very few divine pills that could refine multiple Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills at once. At the Emperor-grade divine pill level, it was destined that one could only refine one Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill at a time. It was the same even if one could refine the ordinary version of the Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill at a time. Every Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill that was refined was unique. Even if it was refined later, there would be some difference in the medicinal effect. In that case, I'll take it. When we return, I'll refine 6 primordial brightness divine pills for each of you. Duan Lingtian said to Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian after he put away the miluo flower. Both of them were stunned when they heard his words. Then, they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Little Tian, you can even refine primordial brightness divine pills? You must have just learned how to refine emperor-grade divine pills, right? At this moment, both of their eyes were filled with shock. Although they were not good at refining pills, they knew how difficult it was to refine pills. They paid more attention to the primordial brightness divine pills that divine emperors could only dream of. They had even tried to obtain 1 or 2 primordial brightness divine pills through various means, but they did not have the chance. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to give each of them 6 pills. As the saying goes, don't do things more than 3 times. The same goes for the Yuanming divine pill. Only the first 3 pills would have an effect on a person. From the 4th pill onwards, it would no longer have any effect. But Duan Ling Tian gave each of them 6 Yuanming divine pills. It was clear that he was thinking of their families. Little Tian, I thank you on behalf of myself and your sister-in-law. Dongfang Yannian looked at Duan Ling Tian excitedly. At this moment, he didn't refuse anymore, as the primordial radiant divine pill was of great help to him. Perhaps, with the help of the 3 primordial bright divine pellets, he would be able to enter the high-level deity emperor realm. As for his wife, although she was still far away from the level of high divine emperor, she could still reach a higher level because of this. Little Tian, thank you. Xue Haichuan didn't refuse either. He was the same as Dongfang Yannian, he greatly desired the primordial bright divine pellet. This could greatly shorten the time he needed to break through to high-level divine emperor. Although he could also smoothly break through to high-level divine emperor under normal circumstances, there was still a long way to go. Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, why are you so polite? You gave me the Miluo flower, so it's normal for me to refine a few primordial bright divine pills for you. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, if you really want to say that you don't deserve it, then wouldn't it be the same for me to take the Miluo flower? The Miluo flower had a total of 9 petals. Duan Ling Tian had calculated that if he wasn't refining the ultimate primordial bright divine pill, he should be able to refine at least 3 primordial bright divine pills at a time. If he was lucky, 4 or even 5 wouldn't be a problem. But even if he were to refine 3 pills at a time, he would only need 4 petals to refine 12 primordial bright divine pills for Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. The refinement of primordial bright divine pills mainly relied on the Miluo flower as the main ingredient. The other ingredients weren't that precious. You can't say it like that. Dongfang Yannian shook his head and said, Little Tian, if we take that Miluo flower to a divine pill master who can refine primordial bright divine pills and use the Miluo flower as a reward, not to mention 12 primordial bright divine pills, we'd be lucky if he could give us 2. Under normal circumstances, we'd only be able to get 1 at most. Moreover, the refinement of primordial bright divine pills requires a lot of attention to the communication and control of life energy between heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Even our Tianlong clan's old clan master failed to refine primordial bright divine pills in the past, wasting a Miluo flower in vain. It's also because of this that the value of primordial bright divine pills can be considered top-notch among all emperor-grade divine pills. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the difficulty of refining primordial bright divine pills that Dongfang Yannian mentioned. Not to mention emperor-grade divine pill masters, even emperor-grade divine pill masters couldn't guarantee the success rate of refining primordial bright divine pills. This was because primordial bright divine pills were one of the very few emperor-grade divine pills that weren't ultimate divine pills. They were all divine pills that tested the communication and control of life energy. Naturally, it was even more difficult to concoct an ultimate divine pill. However, Duan Ling Tian was still confident. After all, his control and communication of life energy wasn't something that ordinary divine pill masters could compare to. Not to mention emperor-grade divine pill masters, even venerable-grade divine pill masters might not be able to compare to him. This was because within the little world within his body, there was a complete divine tree of life. Little Tian. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian exchanged a few glances, then Xue Haichuan said, what we've gained so far is 3 divine emperor-grade divine sect badges. The battle merits should be split equally between the 3 of us, however, after discussing with Dongfang Yannian earlier, we feel that we can't take advantage of you. The battle merits exchanged for those 3 badges will all belong to you. We won't participate in the split. Hearing this, Duan Ling Tian frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Dongfang Yannian spoke first. Little Tian, to us, using that bit of battle merits to exchange for so many primordial bright divine pills is absolutely worth it. Do you believe that if you take out the primordial bright divine pills to exchange for battle merits, there are even black dragon elders in the sect who would be willing to give you even more battle merits in exchange for primordial bright divine pills? Dongfang Yannian said. Battle merits were obtained from various battlefields in the Emperor Battle Plain. However, if one could transfer them to another, they could naturally be used as a currency for transactions. There were many people who had nowhere to use their battle merits. There were also some people who had taken a fancy to some things in Peace City but didn't have enough battle merits to buy them. At this time, the latter could take out the things that the former needed and exchange them for battle merits. Then, they could use the battle merits to buy the things they wanted in Peace City. Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, there's no need to be so calculative between us. Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile. This isn't calculative. Shui Haichuan shook his head. This is a matter of principle. If you don't agree, the two of us will only take 6 primordial bright divine pills from you at most. Moreover, we'll be taking advantage of you. In the end, Duan Lingtian was still unable to dissuade Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. However, at the same time, he made a request. The battle merits he obtained from the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor Disciple badge would be split between the 3 of them. This was because Duan Lingtian was worried that they would give him more points. Afterwards, Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Yannian stayed in the Divine Emperor battlefield for another half a year. They only left after a full year had passed. In the next 6 months, Duan Lingtian's luck was not as good as the first 6 months. Duan Lingtian only encountered 4 lesser divine emperors and 1 inner elder of the Tai Yi sect. However, all of them were killed by him. So far, the 3 of them had been in the Divine Emperor battlefield for a year. They had killed 2 Earth Underworld elders, 2 inner sect elders, and 4 lower One sect's disciples. However, even though Duan Lingtian was not satisfied with this result, the entire Greater One sect had been shaken up in the past year. 2 Earth Underworld elders had died. Before this, the Greater One sect had only lost a single Earth Underworld elder. He had died at the hands of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon elder, Shui Haichuan. And this time, another 2 Earth Nether elders had fallen. Now, the Greater One sect's losses on the Divine Emperor battlefield had already surpassed the Tianlong clan's losses. Not only did they no longer hold the advantage, they could not even maintain the balance. Only when Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan came to Peace City together and handed over their badges in exchange for battle merit did everyone know that the 2 Earth Underworld elders of the Greater One sect who had died 8 years ago had actually died at the hands of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. No wonder the 2 Earth Underworld elders of our Greater One sect died. So they died at the hands of Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. Neither of the 2 White Dragon elders were weaker than Elder Huang Yunfeng. Elder Sha Yunjie was only a newly promoted Earth Underworld elder. His strength was far inferior to either of them. If that's the case, the 2 of them really are unlucky. When the people of the Greater One sect learned the truth, their expressions naturally did not look too good. However, they still sent the news back. On the other hand, the people of the Tianlong clan were grinning from ear to ear. Of course, there were also people who were not grinning from ear to ear. In the corner of the crowd, a young man with an indifferent expression stood there, looking at Duan Lingtian who was currently exchanging for battle merit. When he saw Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian beside Duan Lingtian, a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. If Dongfang Yannian saw him, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. This person was the mid-divine emperor he had personally led to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect 3 years ago, Yan Zhe. The target is accompanied by 2 White Dragon elders. Go out and wait for an opportunity. Yan Zhe sent a transmission to his companion, a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. He was also a mid-divine emperor. When the latter received the transmission, he left Sky Dragon City in the Emperor Battle Realm and returned to the Tianlong Temple. As for Yan Zhe, he quietly left Peace City while Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were surrounded. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian did not notice anything. Not long after Yan Zhe and his companion left, the vice-sect master of the Tianlong clan, Shuemingji, also received news from his friend. There's no opportunity to act in the Emperor Battle Realm. The two white dragon elders are with him. End of chapter. Chapter 3898. There was no chance to attack. Hearing his friend's message, Shuemingji's face sank. That Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, did they eat Duan Lingtian's bewitching potion? You actually followed him around like a dog's skin plaster. However, Shuemingji's face relaxed. I don't believe that Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian will follow him every time he enters the Emperor battle plane. There will always be a chance to attack him. Thinking of this, Shuemingji's mood improved a lot. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know how Shuemingji was feeling. However, he was in a good mood right now. This time, the three of them had reaped a great harvest. They had killed 2 greater 1-sex Earth Nether Elders, which could be exchanged for 3 times the battle merits of an ordinary God Emperor. Each person was worth 6,000 battle merits. The 2 of them were worth 12,000 battle merits. In addition to the greater 1-sex inner sect elder that had died at Duan Lingtian's hands, they were worth 14,000 battle merits. In addition, they had encountered and killed 4 greater 1-sex lower god emperors and 1 greater 1-sex middle god emperor. In total, they were worth 16,800 battle merits. These battle merits should be enough for you to exchange for the things you haven't exchanged for yet, right? Seeing Duan Lingtian beaming with joy after receiving the battle merits, Shui Haichuan asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then said to Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, I don't think I need so many battle merits. After I exchange for the things I need, I'll return the remaining battle merits to you. Although he knew that the 2 of them weren't in a hurry, he didn't want to take advantage of them. Sure enough, Shui Haichuan shook his head and smiled, I'm not in a hurry. You should wait until you have enough battle merits to return to me. I'm not in a hurry either. Dongfang Yannian shook his head. He was different from Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan had previously lent Duan Lingtian some military merits. The Duan Lingtian owed Shui Haichuan quite a bit of military merits, but he owed Dongfang Yannian very little. He didn't even want it anymore. In the future, he would never mention it again. Of course, if Duan Lingtian took the initiative to return it, he would accept it. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian's personality. It would be bad if he didn't accept it. Alright, then we'll pay it back together. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, however, I reckon that before we leave this time, we'll have enough battle credits left to return to Brother Yannian. At this point, Duan Lingtian looked at Dongfang Yannian. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Dongfang Yannian smiled and said, now, let's go and exchange for what you want first. Next, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian followed Duan Lingtian to exchange for things. They were also curious as to what Duan Lingtian wanted to exchange for so many military merits. In the end, they discovered that Duan Lingtian spent more than 80% of his military merits to exchange for all kinds of rare medicinal ingredients. The remaining military merits were used to exchange for things like floating image pearls that could help him comprehend the laws of space. Medicinal ingredients were used for cultivation. Floating image pearls were used for laws of space. For a moment, the two looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. As expected, there was no luck in geniuses. For Duan Lingtian to have his current achievements, he must have paid a corresponding price. Little Tian, don't be in such a hurry to return my military merits. When Dongfang Yannian saw that Duan Lingtian really wanted to return the remaining battle credits to him, he smiled and said, just now, I passed by the mystical item hall over there, and I just happened to see a rather rare item being sold there. What item? Duan Lingtian was startled. Something he could use? Do you know about the space-piercing divine shuttle? Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile. Space-piercing divine shuttle? Duan Lingtian was startled at first, and then his eyes widened. Big brother Yannian, you mean, there's a space-piercing divine shuttle in the mysterious item hall? Yes. Dongfang Yannian smiled and nodded. Since you know about the space-piercing divine shuttle, then I don't think I need to tell you what it's used for, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and waves of excitement involuntarily appeared in his eyes. The space-piercing divine shuttle was a divine artifact that was said to be able to tear space apart in a realm of gods and enter a lower realm. At the same time, it was a one-time use divine artifact. This divine artifact was made by a divine artifact master. If one wanted to refine a space-piercing divine shuttle, one must have the energy of a supreme expert. In other words, supreme energy had to be poured into it. Of course, a drop of supreme energy could be used to refine no less than 10 space-piercing divine shuttles. As for how many space-piercing divine shuttles could be refined, it completely depended on the skill of the divine artifact master. In the realms of gods, if one wanted to go to a lower realm such as a Devata realm or a mundane realm, one had to use a normal spatial tunnel. Moreover, they had to wait until the planar battlefield closed for the spatial tunnel to remain stable. Only then could they leave. Now that the realm battlefield had opened and the realms of gods were converging, the unstable spatial tunnel was closed. There was only one way to go from a realm of gods to a lower realm. The space-piercing divine shuttle. As for the path Duan Lingtian took to enter the realms of gods, it was not a path ordinary people could take to enter the realm of gods through the spatial barrier in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if Duan Lingtian had the help of the 5 divine elements, he would not be able to do it. After all, he was already a god king and could not enter the Nine Serenities battlefield that only celestial emperors could enter. There's a space-piercing divine shuttle here? How many battle merits does it cost to refine a space-piercing divine shuttle? When Dongfang Yannian saw how anxious Duan Lingtian seemed, he was confused as well. He had only casually mentioned it because he felt it might be useful to Duan Lingtian. For example, if Duan Lingtian wanted to visit his family and friends in the lower realms in the next 300 years? He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so excited. I didn't notice. However, it shouldn't be too expensive. The remaining battle merits should be enough, Dongfang Yannian said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, under Dongfang Yannian's lead, Duan Lingtian saw the space-piercing divine shuttle in Peace City's mysterious item hall. It was a pitch-black object with an extremely sharp spike. The surface of the space-piercing divine shuttle was covered in complicated patterns. If one looked at it carefully, they would be able to steal one's soul. I'm just short of a few battle merits. When Duan Lingtian saw the price of the space-piercing divine shuttle, he frowned. He discovered the remaining battle merits he had were not enough to purchase the space-piercing divine shuttle. He was still short of 100 battle merits. Little Tian, don't worry about it. I'll lend it to you. Dongfang Yannian smiled. Just like that, Duan Lingtian owed Dongfang Yannian another debt. This time, Duan Lingtian did not reject Dongfang Yannian's offer. After all, he really wanted the space-piercing divine shuttle. With this space-piercing divine shuttle, I'll be able to return to the Devata realm. However, this space-piercing divine shuttle is a one-time use god artifact. Moreover, it's only a one-way space-piercing divine shuttle. However, it's not bad that I can return with my clone. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Unknowingly, it had been several decades since he came to the mystic Handle land in the realm of gods. For several decades, he had been alone. He did not seem to fit in with the realms of gods. Compared to the natives of the realms of gods, he was just an outsider in the realms of gods. Little Tian, do you want to go home? Shui Haichuan asked with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's excitement. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he had not left home for too long, for someone like him who was traveling alone in the realms of gods, it was more torturous than going into closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years. He wanted to go back and see his wife and children. He wanted to go back and see his parents. At the same time, he wanted to see if his master had returned from the Azura Hell. Do you plan to return with your true body or your clone? Shui Haichuan asked again. Then, he added, I don't recommend you return with your true body. If you return with your true body, you'll have to wait for 300 years before you can return. At that time, the realm battlefield will close, and the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms will be stabilized. If you return with your true body, you'll only be able to return after 300 years. And 300 years, to you, is not a short period of time. Right now, you are not even 3,000 years old. If you return with your true body, the cultivation environment in the lower realms will be harsh. Even if you have enough divine pills, your cultivation base will be wasted. Shui Haichuan said, I suggest you return with your clone. With your clone's strength, you'll be able to dominate the lower realms. That's what I plan to do. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. With his current strength, he could easily kill a lesser divine emperor with his clone formed from the law of space. With such strength, he would be invincible in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Duan Lingtian believed that there were gods and godly kings in the Devata realms. However, it was impossible for there to be divine emperors. However, just because there are no divine emperors in the Devata realms and the realms of gods, it doesn't mean there are no divine emperors in the 7 deadliest realms. Before coming to the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian had learned that there were many godly spirits in the independent realms where the 7 deadliest places were located. There were also many powerful gods in the 7 deadliest realms. There was no lack of godly kings and divine emperors. Duan Lingtian did not know if there were any godly emperors. However, based on his master, Feng Qingyang's speculation, there was a high chance there were some. I'll be able to return soon. After obtaining the space-piercing divine shuttle, Duan Lingtian could not suppress his excitement. He would be able to return to the Devata realm soon. Not only would he be able to see his family again, but he would also be able to help them get rid of some threats. For example, he had no choice but to ask his family to hide. If he did not allow them to hide, his family would face a calamity if the people from the Tidal Temple or the God King of the Dead Spirit race discovered them. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian could not understand Duan Lingtian's emotions. If they knew Duan Lingtian was only slightly over 700 years old, they would definitely understand Duan Lingtian's feelings. Bang! After leaving the Emperor War Realm, Dongfang Yannian bade farewell and left in a hurry. Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan returned to Dongfang Yannian's residence. After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian could not wait to summon his clone from the law of space. Then, he ordered his clone to use the space-piercing divine shuttle to tear a tear in the void before entering it. Chapter 3899. It's the Mundane Realm. Duan Lingtian's true body was cultivating in a realm of gods while his clone tore a hole in the void with the help of the space-piercing divine shuttle and went to a lower realm. He had no idea which lower realm he would end up in. The only thing he was certain of was that he would either end up in a Devata realm or a mundane realm. There were far fewer Devata realms in this world compared to mundane realms. For this reason, the probability of his clone arriving in a mundane realm was much higher than a Devata realm. Although the clone's actions were controlled by the true body, it did not affect the true body's actions. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to cultivate in the realms of gods even when his law of space clone arrived in a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Naturally, he could not fully focus on his cultivation. He still had to control his clone. Only when the clone didn't need to do anything would the main body be able to focus on one thing, such as cultivating or concocting divine pills. I don't need to refine divine pills for now. Let's return to the solitary destructive heaven first. Duan Lingtian's clone appeared above a lake in a mundane realm. He knew this was a mundane realm because the heaven and earth spirit energy here was very thin. Duan Lingtian suddenly discovered a few groups of people had appeared in the distance not long after he appeared. They were flying toward him at high speed and surrounded him in just a blink of an eye. There were more than 20 people in groups of 3 to 5. They surrounded Duan Lingtian and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people in front of him indifferently. With just a sweep of his divine consciousness, he could tell the cultivation base of these people. Most of them had the cultivation base of Emperor Wu in the mundane realm. There were a few who were slightly weaker, but they were close to the cultivation base of Emperor Wu. Who are you? The Buddha Peace Lake has been sealed by the few great saint lands. How did you get in? The thing that's about to appear in the Buddha Peace Lake belongs to the few great saint lands. You better tell us your origin and whether you have any companions here. Otherwise, you won't be able to return alive. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, the group of people surrounding him had already begun to speak. Their words were not polite at all, and when they looked at him, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Something about to be born? Duan Lingtian stared blankly for a moment. Then, his divine sense swept out and enveloped the huge lake beneath his feet. In an instant, everything within the lake appeared before his eyes. At the same time, he also knew the reason why these people had surrounded him. There was actually a cave in the lake. Moreover, there were actually a few celestial artifacts in the cave. To the current him, immortal artifacts were no different from scrap metal. But to the people of the mundane plains, it was a supreme treasure. There's actually a formation inside. Moreover, the formation has already been activated. I'm afraid it won't be long before this cave dwelling hidden in the depths of the lake appears before everyone. The immortal who left behind this cave must have left behind some kind of message. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come at this critical moment. After pondering for a moment, Duan Lingtian lost interest in the cave dwelling in the depths of the lake. The thing inside was extremely tempting to people from the mundane plains. However, it was not attractive to him at all. It's time to leave. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he prepared to leave the mundane realm and head to the Devata realm. With his current cultivation base, he could easily tear open space and sense the location of the Devata realm nearby. As long as he could find the point where the space barrier between the two realms connected, he would be able to tear open space and head to the Devata realm. As for other places, he did not dare to take the risk even though he was a divine emperor. The turbulent space between the planes was filled with extremely terrifying spatial turbulence. Not to mention divine emperors, even god emperors and ultimate gods could perish if they were not careful. Even powerful ultimate gods could stay in the turbulent space for a period of time. It was said that supreme powerhouses could roam freely in the turbulent space. On the other hand, ordinary ultimate gods could only stay in the turbulent space for a short period of time, let alone those who were weaker than ordinary ultimate gods. Even with my current strength as a divine emperor, if I'm lucky and don't encounter the turbulent space, I'll definitely die if I enter the turbulent space. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While Duan Lingtian ignored the questions from the surrounding people and fell into a daze, someone finally lost his patience and directly attacked Duan Lingtian. One of the Emperor Wu powerhouses from the mundane realm flew forward and struck Duan Lingtian with his palm. A huge palm print shot out and landed on Duan Lingtian. Bang! In the next moment, a soft sound rang in the air, much to everyone's surprise. The martial monarch who attacked was stunned in midair. He had used at least 80% of his strength in that attack. Even if any of the martial monarchs at the scene were to be caught off guard, they would still die without a doubt. However, the person in front of him just stood there. He did not seem to use any strength, but when his palm landed on Duan Ling Tian, it suddenly exploded and scattered with the wind. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was not only unscathed, but his robe was also unwrinkled. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was already a divine emperor. Even an ordinary immortal who had not yet reached the divine king realm would still have a layer of divine power on the surface of his body, forming a layer of protection. This kind of protection was naturally useless against people whose cultivation bases were close to his own. However, an ordinary immortal would not be able to break through this layer of protection. Let alone a group of immortals from the mundane realm who did not even have a mortal body. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's body in the mundane realm was not his true body. It was a clone formed from the law of space. The protective energy around his body was even more terrifying. Even celestial emperors from the Devata realms might not be able to break through it, let alone Emperor Wu from the mundane realm. After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. It was not that he could not react in time, but it was just that his opponent's cultivation base was not strong enough for him to make a move. What was the point of him making a move if his opponent could not even break through his protective energy? It was as though a 2-meter-tall man was punched by a 2- or 3-year-old child. Was he supposed to block the punch? Was he supposed to block the punch? What a joke! Meanwhile, the expressions of the onlookers were no longer gloomy and angry. Instead, they were filled with fear and panic. Heavens! What kind of monster was this? As he stood there, the martial emperor expert's all-out attack did not even break through his protective dipper energy. Even an ordinary immortal would not be able to do this, right? After Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, he glanced at the martial emperor who attacked him and said nonchalantly, "You attacked me for no reason. Moreover, the moment you attacked, you used almost all of your strength with the intention to kill. According to my past temper, you'll definitely die." If Duan Ling Tian had said this when everyone had gathered around him, no one would have taken him seriously. However, no one doubted his words at this moment. Emperor Wu, who was being stared at by Duan Ling Tian, was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hastily kneeled in the air and kowtowed as he begged for mercy, "My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life." Emperor Wu was a person with a lofty status in the Saint Land. He was second only to the emperor, but at this moment, he had completely thrown away his dignity. Although this scene was seen by the surrounding people, no one made fun of him. The purple-clad young man in front of them was too terrifying. Based on the defense he had displayed earlier, with his strength, even if the few great Saint Lands joined forces, they would not be a match for him. This was an existence that could single-handedly destroy several of their great powers. "Break one of your own arms," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, "break the arm that's moving." The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the martial emperor who was still kowtowing raised his left hand in ecstasy. With a chop, he chopped off his right arm. However, as though he wanted to show off in front of Duan Ling Tian, he smashed his severed arm with a punch with his left hand. There was no way he could reattach it. In fact, he was thinking that when he returned to the Saint Land, he would ask his senior brother, the leader of the Saint Land, for one of the only 2 celestial pills in the Saint Land that could regenerate severed limbs. At that time, he would be able to regrow his severed arm. A celestial pill in exchange for a life was worth it. "My lord, do you have any other requests?" After severing one of his arms, Emperor Wu asked again and again. It was obvious he was worried Duan Ling Tian was still angry. However, Duan Ling Tian did not bother to argue with Emperor Wu when he saw Emperor Wu had severed one of his arms. After he looked away, he struck the air with his palm. In the next instant, bang! A soft sound rang in the air as a violent energy wreaked havoc in Duan Lingtian's palm. The energy sent chills down the spines of the powerhouses from the mundane realms. At this moment, they felt as though their breaths had stopped. Although that power was perfectly controlled by the other party's palm, they could still faintly sense how terrifying that power was through the void and following the other party's control. In the next instant, they saw a black hole appear in the void. It was so dark that they could not see the bottom of it. It's in the east. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm through the tear in the void that he had forcefully torn open. Then, he teleported and left the place. Under the watchful eyes of the people from the mundane realm, Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. When the tear in the void closed again, everyone regained their senses. Gulp. Gasp. At this moment, there were people who swallowed hard, and there were also many who gasped. They looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. After a long while, someone asked in a trembling voice, "Do you think he's a celestial? Even an ordinary celestial wouldn't be so terrifying, right?" Chapter 3900. Duan Lingtian was no longer the person he used to be. His opinion of the people from the mundane realm had changed. Throughout his life, as long as he had the ability to deal with someone who wanted to kill him, none of them were still alive. Even if there were, he had not dealt with them yet. For example, the Zhong clan in the Heavenly Wind City in the Mystic Gang land in the realms of gods. The God King clan in Heavenly Wind City had once sent their men of sacrifice to kill Duan Lingtian. Although they had tried to befriend Duan Lingtian and even gave him many treasures, Duan Lingtian had no intention of annihilating the clan. However, Duan Lingtian would not let the Zhong clan, who was the mastermind, off. Although the people from the mundane realm had tried to kill him, they were too weak. Moreover, he was in a good mood now that his clone had returned to the mundane realm. This is the place. Duan Lingtian made a few teleportations and arrived at the intersection between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. There were 2 layers of spatial barriers between the mundane realm and the mundane realm. However, these 2 layers of spatial barriers seemed to overlap with each other. Bang! Duan Lingtian punched out, and a black whirlpool instantly appeared in the air. The whirlpool was not completely black. Apart from the edge of the whirlpool, there was a beautiful picture in the middle of the whirlpool. It was the scene of the Devata realm on the other side. Since the 2 realms were adjacent to each other, there was no spatial barrier. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian flew into the Devata realm in front of him. Not long after he entered the Devata realm, the spatial tunnel he had created with his punch quickly closed up. After a few breaths, the spatial tunnel returned to normal as though nothing had happened. I'll look for a transporting formation in the Devata realm and head to the solitary destructive heaven. A hint of excitement could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he arrived at a ravine with beautiful scenery. Although he had only left the Devata realms for less than 100 years, his experiences in the realms of gods were not inferior to those in the Devata realms. Although he had stayed in the Devata realm for hundreds of years, he had spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. He rarely came into contact with the outside world. In fact, he didn't even know many people. Duan Lingtian sped all the way and finally saw a city after about half a day. Although this city was small and did not have a transporting formation, what Duan Lingtian needed now was to ask for directions. He asked for directions to the transportation formations in the Devata realms. Although the city was small, there were many people going in and out of it. Duan Lingtian followed the flow of people into the city and did not attract too much attention. In fact, in the eyes of those people, Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary young man. Clear sky. After entering the city, Duan Lingtian quickly learned the name of the Devata realm he was in. It was the empty sky realm he had been to in the past. In the past, he had traveled to many Devata realms to look for his family and to see if they would reply. In fact, he had been to almost all of the Devata realms, but he had only stayed for a short period of time. I don't even know where the transportation formations in the Devata realms are. Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he discovered he was in a small corner of the clear sky realm. Moreover, the celestials in this area did not have high cultivation bases. Although they had heard of the transportation formations in the Devata realms, they had only heard of them in rumors. They did not know where they could find them. "Sir, it's said that there are many powerhouses in the far north. You can go there and ask around." After the waiter received some celestial crystals from Duan Lingtian, he was very friendly to Duan Lingtian. He was just short of introducing his ancestors to Duan Lingtian. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. This was the only thing he could do. It was better to have a direction than nothing. Otherwise, he could only wander around like a headless fly. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, a large number of buildings in the heavenly palace collapsed. Many figures flew out and stood in front of the entrance. Their expressions were grim as they looked at the trembling void in front of the heavenly palace. "Who's that person? He's able to fight Lord Heavenly Emperor to such an extent?" An old man dressed in a fiery red robe asked solemnly. "I don't know. It's a new face." Meng Luo shook his head. He had seen the person's appearance earlier. However, when the person fought with Lord Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, even he had to avoid him. Even the aftershock of the person's attack made him feel as though his life was on the line. Even the palace master of the main hall of the tidal temple could only leave behind a clone to escape when Lord Heavenly Emperor went to the main hall of the tidal temple. Even the palace master of the main hall of the tidal temple isn't a match for Lord Heavenly Emperor. "Who's that person?" "I don't know. It's impossible to enter the heavenly palace now. Even titled god emperors would be severely injured if they managed to enter the heavenly palace." "Who's that person?" Inside the mountain gate of Heavenly Emperor Palace, a large number of buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. The aftermath of the collision of the two forces swept away everything inside the mountain gate of Heavenly Emperor Palace, forming a force field that prevented people from getting close, let alone entering. Earlier, one of the titled celestial emperors who was considered average among the titled celestial emperors was severely injured by the shockwaves from the collision of the two energies. Fortunately, he had consumed the celestial pill given to him by Huolao and managed to survive. At this moment, his face was pale and filled with fear as he looked into the heavenly palace. Inside the heavenly palace. Swoosh. 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 Streaks of sword chi rose into the sky like beautiful fireworks. Wherever the flames passed, the void would stagnate. Even the air seemed to be frozen. At the same time, an extremely powerful force turned into a giant palm and smashed down, shattering all the sword lights. "Feng Qingyang, I have to admit that you're one of the strongest among the higher god kings. Your attainments in the law of time are truly shocking." A figure stepped out from the distant void. It was a middle-aged man with a cold face. He looked at the green figure standing in the distance, surrounded by a sword light, and said in a cold voice. "When we first met, although I only saw your law clone, I'm certain you were only a lower god king at that time. To think that you've broken through from a lower god king to a higher god king in just a few decades. It seems like you're hiding a lot of secrets. I'm curious." A hint of greed and desire could be seen in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes as he spoke. "Mi Xian." Feng Qingyang moved with his sword and became one with the sword. He continued to attack the middle-aged man as he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be spared by the Dead Spirit clan. A clansman who betrayed the Dead Spirit clan shouldn't be allowed to live in this world." Feng Qingyang still remembered that he had personally entered the netherworld to inform the Dead Spirit clan of Mi Xian's betrayal. Although Mi Xian was very strong, as far as he knew, the Dead Spirit clan in the netherworld had even stronger existences. Regardless of whether the Dead Spirit clan was stronger or not, given the Dead Spirit clan's foundation in the Netherworld, they must have made many friends. At a critical moment, they could find experts from other clans to help them clean up their clan. However, what Feng Qingyang hadn't expected was that Mi Xian would reappear several decades later. This time, he was no longer in soul form but had taken over someone else's body. The most unexpected thing was, Mi Xian had broken through to the God Emperor realm. However, based on the current situation, the body that Mi Xian had taken over was not completely compatible with him. As a result, although he was a middle God Emperor, he was unable to suppress a higher God King in a short amount of time. Feng Qingyang, you managed to escape from me in the past. Today, you'll die in my hands as well. As Mi Xian spoke coldly, he shot toward Feng Qingyang like a bolt of lightning. The laws that he comprehended were no weaker than the laws of time that Feng Qingyang comprehended. After all, he had lived much longer than Feng Qingyang. Coupled with the difference in cultivation, even though his soul and physical body were not completely compatible, he was still able to suppress Feng Qingyang. However, the strength that Feng Qingyang had displayed still amazed him. At the very least, it was very difficult to find such a powerful higher God King in the Netherworld. If he hadn't been a middle God Emperor but a lower God Emperor, he might not have been able to suppress Mi Xian. At most, they would have been evenly matched. He might even have been slightly weaker. Fortunately, I broke through some time ago. Mi Xian sighed in relief when he thought about how Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, had come to look for him. The battle between Mi Xian and Feng Qingyang was earth-shattering. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was reduced to rubble. Even the mountain gate in the distance was on the verge of collapse. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 Meng Luo, Huo Lao, and the others could only watch from afar. They could not see anything at all. Even their divine consciousness was swept away by the aftershocks of the battle. We can only wait. Huo Lao sighed. I believe in Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo had a determined expression on his face. He trusted Lord Heavenly Emperor unconditionally. Finally, after about half an hour, the commotion in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven finally subsided. Peace was restored, and the dust in the surroundings began to disperse. When the dust finally settled, Huo Lao, Meng Luo, and the others were greeted by the sight of a wasteland. Outside the wasteland, there were broken things that had fallen to the ground. Inside, there was only dust everywhere. It was like a desert. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had been razed to the ground. Someone's coming out. At this moment, someone saw a figure flying out of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Chapter 39:01. The entrance to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was in ruins. At this moment, a figure could be seen flying toward the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived before Huo Lao, Meng Luo, and the other celestial emperors who had just returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. These celestial emperors were all loyal followers of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. They were pleasantly surprised when they saw the figure flying toward them. Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor! At this moment, the person who appeared in front of everyone was none other than Feng Qingyang. However, as soon as Feng Qingyang arrived, Meng Luo, who was most familiar with him, frowned slightly. This was because he realized the Heavenly Emperor seemed unfamiliar to him at this moment. He was still the same person. His appearance was still the same. However, his aura had changed. Just by standing there, he gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. Soon after, Huolao frowned slightly when he noticed this as well. Only the remaining celestial emperors were not familiar with Feng Qingyang. Every time they met him, they would look up to him from afar. Even if they felt that something was amiss with Feng Qingyang, they would think that it was because Feng Qingyang had just experienced a great battle. Humph. Suddenly, Elder Hua, Meng Luo and the others saw Feng Qingyang, who was standing in the sky, let out a cold snort the instant he looked at them. Their hearts skipped a beat as they wondered what was going on. Feng Qingyang's body began to tremble. Waves of terrifying soul energy swept out from his body in just a blink of an eye, causing Huolao and the others to retreat in horror. Some of the slower immortal emperors were affected by the soul aura and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Their eyes, which were originally full of light, dimmed at this moment. Their souls were destroyed. There's another soul in Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. At this moment, Huolao, Meng Luo, and the others, who had retreated, could clearly sense this from the strange situation just now. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in their ears. It was from the mouth of the Sky Emperor in front of them. Feng Qingyang. The moment he opened his mouth, he actually called out his name. You better behave yourself. Do you really think I can't destroy your soul? You may be strong, but your soul is only that of a high god king. I, Mi Xian, am not only a middle god emperor's soul, but a member of the ghost race. Battles between souls are my specialty. If I wasn't interested in some of the things you know and wanted to get those things, do you think I would have spared your life? As soon as he spoke, the expressions of Huolao and the others turned ugly. Now, they finally knew what had happened. Another soul had entered their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. Moreover, the soul belonged to a middle god emperor. Now that the Sky Emperor had spoken, they finally learned about their Lord Heavenly Emperor's cultivation base. A high god king. Although they were only celestial emperors in the Devata realms, they knew celestial emperors were stronger than celestial kings. For example, celestial emperors in the Devata realms were stronger than celestial kings. Mi Xian. When Feng Qingyang spoke again, his voice had changed. It was the voice Huolao, Meng Luo, and the others were familiar with. His voice was calm, as though he was not afraid of another soul entering his body. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's voice, the eyes of Huolao and the others brightened immediately. They sighed in relief. Based on their Lord Heavenly Emperor's tone, it was clear he was fine. Mi Xian. At the same time, Feng Qingyang continued to speak. As a member of the Dead Spirit clan, you've already possessed a human's body. After the human's body was destroyed, it's impossible for you to possess another person's body. As a member of the Dead Soul clan, you should know this better than anyone else. It's meaningless for you to possess my body. Moreover, even if it's just a soul, you won't be able to destroy me. Perhaps, you might be able to destroy me, but you'll have to pay a hefty price. Are you willing to pay such a hefty price just to destroy me? As for what you want, it's the secret of the Azura Hell. However, I can't share it with you. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. With your current strength, I can't kill you. However, that doesn't mean I can't kill you in the future. Feng Qingyang's voice grew colder and colder as he spoke. After a while, Feng Qingyang's body gave off a powerful soul ripple. When he spoke again, it was the same cold voice as before. Feng Qingyang, I don't know what will happen in the future, but right now, a high god king's soul like you isn't qualified to be my enemy. Now, you'd better behave yourself. If you don't want to tell me the secret of the Azura Hell, I'll find a way to make you tell me. If you don't tell me, I'll kill these people. Feng Qingyang, or more accurately, Feng Qingyang, who was under Mi Xian's control, narrowed his eyes and looked at Huolao, Meng Luo, and the others icily. Everyone's expression changed. If you touch them, I won't let you succeed even if I have to destroy my own soul, Mi Xian said indifferently. Feng Qingyang replied nonchalantly. Clearly, he did not care about Mi Xian's threat at all. Of course, before I self-destruct, I'll make you pay the price. At that time, your soul will be left with an irreparable wound. You'll definitely die in the next tribulation. Feng Qingyang's tone was incomparably cold. Mi Xian fell silent for a moment before speaking again. It seems that these people aren't very important to you, Feng Qingyang. Fine. Since you don't care about them, I'll let them live. However, if they want to live, they have to work for me. The conversation between Mi Xian and Feng Qingyang was between their souls. The last thing Huo Lao, Meng Luo, and the others heard was that Mi Xian was going to attack them. The group led by Meng Luo spoke up, "Your Majesty, please don't compromise for us. Your Majesty, I have no regrets dying for you." Your Majesty, at this moment, the group of celestial emperors led by Meng Luo and Elder Hua could be said to be loyal to Feng Qingyang. They were willing to shed blood for him. While Huo Lao, Meng Luo, and the others were prepared to die, Feng Qingyang, or to be more precise, Mi Xian, who was controlling Feng Qingyang's body, raised his hand and threw a formation compass into the air. As soon as Duanling Tian activated the formation plate, an illusory grand formation descended from the sky and shrouded the entire heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. From now on, no one is allowed to leave this formation. If anyone dares to approach the formation, I'll kill them immediately. Mi Xian looked at Huo Lao, Meng Luo, and the others coldly. His tone was so cold that no one dared to doubt his words. What's he trying to do? Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others were at a loss when they heard Mi Xian's words and saw that Mi Xian had no intention of attacking them. They couldn't figure out what the person controlling their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body wanted to do. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of Meng Luo and the others, Mi Xian sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. No one knew if he was meditating or doing something else. Huo Lao, Meng Luo, and the others remained where they were, not daring to make any rash moves. He's not letting us leave, and he's staying here. What's he trying to do? Why do I feel like he's waiting for someone? The formation he set up earlier seems to be able to cut off transmissions. What? Soon after, Meng Luo, Huo Lao, and the others discovered the formation Mi Xian had set up earlier was able to cut off transmissions. In truth, although Feng Qingyang had a similar formation disk, Mi Xian definitely did not know that Feng Qingyang had such a formation disk. Even if he did, he would not be able to take it. Although Feng Qingyang's spatial ring had recognized him as its owner through his blood, he still needed to use his divine sense to open it. Even though Mi Xian had temporarily taken control of his body, he could not touch his spatial ring. The formation disk Mi Xian had taken out came from his own spatial ring. To be more precise, it came from the spatial ring of his previous body. He could open it directly with his divine sense. As a member of the dead spirit race without a body, his spatial ring was recognized by his divine sense, not his blood. Earlier, after he had abandoned his body and entered Feng Qingyang's body, he had controlled Feng Qingyang's body and taken his spatial ring. What's his goal? Is he afraid that we'll find help? What kind of help can we find? That's right. Lord Heavenly Emperor is even stronger than the strongest person in the Devata realms, the main hall master of the Tidal Temple. Who would be able to deal with someone stronger than him? Not only is he a divine emperor, but he's also an intermediate divine emperor. What's he afraid of? He's actually blocking our communication. Since Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others had nothing to do, they couldn't help but wonder why Mi Xian had set up the communication isolation formation. In the end, Huo Lao's expression changed drastically when he thought of a possibility. Is it possible that he's waiting for the young palace master to return? The young palace master? Meng Luo was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as well. That must be it. He must think the young palace master is more valuable to Lord Heavenly Emperor than us. If the young palace master returns without knowing what's going on, he can use the young palace master to threaten Lord Heavenly Emperor. After listening to Huo Lao and Meng Luo's voice transmissions, everyone felt this was the most likely possibility. As a matter of fact, Mi Xian indeed had such thoughts. Now that news of Feng Qingyang regaining control of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven has spread, I'm sure the Duan Ling Tian will return if he hears about this. This saves me the trouble of looking for him. Not only did that brat kill my brothers, but he even fooled me. Chapter 3902. Mi Xian's hatred for Duan Ling Tian was greater than his hatred for Feng Qingyang. Previously, Mi Xian's brother, Lord Yahiko, was killed by Duan Ling Tian using the 5 divine elements. At that time, Mi Xian had wanted to obtain the 5 divine elements from Duan Ling Tian. However, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Later on, Mi Xian had possessed the body of the young master of the Tidal Temple's main hall. It was the only chance for a dead spirit clansman to possess a foreign body. However, that body had been destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. Due to the restriction of soul energy in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian was defeated by Duan Ling Tian and had to flee in a sorry state. In fact, Mi Xian had suffered at the hands of Duan Ling Tian more than once. Even though so many years had passed and he had made a name for himself in the netherworld, he still hated Duan Ling Tian to the bone deep in his heart. At the same time, he longed to obtain Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements. After all, Duan Ling Tian possessed all 5 divine elements. Mi Xian was extremely jealous of Duan Ling Tian. Feng Qingyang returned in a domineering manner and killed all the members of the Tidal Temple in the realm where the main hall of the Tidal Temple is located. Not only that, but Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, has also become a homeless dog. Once news of this spreads, I'm sure Duan Ling Tian will come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Mi Xian closed his eyes and rested for a moment before he made up his mind. Then, he sent a message to his subordinates. This time, when he returned from the netherworld, he also brought people with him. They were the slaves he had subdued over the years, and he had planted a soul imprint on them. Although they were only ordinary godly spirits, they were still good helpers in the Devata realms. Help me send a message out. After Mi Xian explained the situation to the 2 of them, he gave the order. Yes, Master. The 2 of them quickly responded to Mi Xian and began to move quickly. After Mi Xian opened his eyes and glanced at Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others, he closed his eyes again and continued to rest. As for Huo Lao and the others, they did not dare to act rashly. However, as time passed, both Huo Lao and Meng Luo began to feel anxious. Although they did not need to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep like mortals, they could not help but feel anxious when they thought about the possibility of Duan Ling Tian returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Of course, although they were anxious, they did not dare to act rashly. However, even if they did not act rashly, it did not mean that the others did not have the same thoughts. 2 days later, one of the weaker celestial emperors volunteered to take the soul pearl from Huo Lao before he left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He teleported and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already outside the formation. However, just as he appeared outside the formation, before he could send out a message, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A wisp of soul power swept through the air like a gust of wind. As soon as Mi Xian opened his eyes, the person who had teleported outside the formation fell to the ground with a dull look in his eyes. His body and Tao dissipated. Don't provoke me again. Mi Xian glanced at Huo Lao and the others indifferently. If anyone dares to leave the formation again, I'll kill them as well. Upon hearing Mi Xian's words, Huo Lao and the others' expressions turned unsightly. However, there was nothing they could do. They could see it. Even if they were lucky enough to escape the formation, they would be killed before they could send out a message. Lord Heavenly Emperor didn't respond this time. It seems like Lord Heavenly Emperor's soul is indeed suppressed by him. However, based on Lord Heavenly Emperor's tone, he shouldn't be in any danger for now. Meng Luo sent a voice transmission to Huo Lao. Of course, to a certain extent, he was comforting himself by saying this. All right. Huo Lao nodded. I think so too. The young master isn't in the solitary destructive heaven. I hope he doesn't hear about Lord Heavenly Emperor's return until later. When Meng Luo spoke again, there was a hint of worry in his voice. I hope so. A bitter expression appeared on Huo Lao's face. His heart was filled with worry. Before today, he had hoped that the young master of the solitary destructive heaven would receive the news as soon as possible and return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although their Lord Heavenly Emperor was still alive, his body was temporarily possessed by someone else, and his soul was suppressed. If the young master of the solitary destructive heaven returned, not only would they be in trouble, but their Lord Heavenly Emperor would also be forced to do things he was unwilling to do. This was not something they wanted to see. However, even if they were worried now, it would be of no use. They were too weak to affect anything. Moreover, if they dared to act recklessly, they would be killed by the Divine Emperor who had temporarily taken over their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. If the Divine Emperor wanted to kill them, it would be easier than killing an ant. Perhaps, all he needed was a thought. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still in a Devata realm near the mundane realm where he had arrived. He had finally found a place with many powerhouses and found out about the location of a transporting formation. However, he was stopped from using the transporting formation. During this period of time, Lord Mansion Master has prohibited the use of transporting formations in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian was stopped by a group of powerhouses. The people who stopped him were led by a group of celestial lords. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, but he did not waste his breath on the other party. He raised his hand and pressed down on the air. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings began to stir before it began to gather in the air. In just a blink of an eye, under everyone's watchful eyes, a huge palm silhouette appeared in the air and slammed down on the people who were blocking Duan Lingtian's path. In just a blink of an eye, the people who were blocking Duan Lingtian's path were slammed to the ground by Duan Lingtian's palm silhouette. Puff! Barf! Mouthfuls of blood spurted out from their mouths. Everyone, including the immortal emperor, was in a sorry state. Those with weaker cultivation bases had suffered serious injuries. In fact, this was because Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. Otherwise, all of them would have been annihilated in that one strike. When Duan Lingtian made his way to the transporting formation, the people standing in the surroundings did not dare to say a word as they watched Duan Lingtian's figure disappear into the transporting formation. After Duan Lingtian left, the celestial lord could not help but gasp as his body trembled. Who's he? He looks like an ordinary person, but even an ordinary celestial emperor might not be able to do that, right? The others were also trembling with fear at this moment. I'm afraid even Lord Mansion Master isn't a match for them. When they thought about the purple-clad young man and the Mansion Master who was the strongest in their district, many of them instinctively thought to themselves. Swoosh! Through the transporting formation, Duan Lingtian arrived at a Devata realm transportation formation near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He had been here many times in the past. I didn't expect to return as a law clone after so many years. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but think about his master, Feng Qingyang. When they first met, Feng Qingyang was also a law clone. Feng Qingyang was still in the Azura Hell. I wonder if Master has returned. Duan Ling Tian took out Elder Hua's soul pearl from his spatial ring. This was the spatial ring he had given to his clone before he used the void-piercing divine shuttle to travel to the Emperor Battle Realm. He had already made preparations before he left the Emperor Battle Realm. For example, he had brought Huolao and his family's soul pearls with him. Initially, he wanted to duplicate 1 or 2 more soul pearls. However, based on the amount of soul imprints in the soul pearls, it would not last long even if he duplicated 1 more soul pearl. After all, the soul imprints in the soul pearls would fade with time. Not only did Duan Ling Tian send messages to Huolao, but he also sent messages to Meng Luo and Meng Luo. However, he did not receive any response from them even though their soul pearls were still intact. It was as though a stone had sunk into the sea. Since their soul pearls were still intact, it meant they were still alive. If they did not reply in time, it meant they were either in another Devata realm or in closed-door cultivation. Forget it. I should return to the heavenly palace and have a look. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven without waiting for their reply. After a few teleportations, Duan Ling Tian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Ling Tian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he saw through the clouds that the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was no longer there. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is destroyed? Was it done by the tidal temple? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. Although his master, Feng Qingyang, had left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and Huolao and the others had left as well, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was now an empty city. He was still in the solitary destructive heaven. However, they were forced to do so by circumstances. If the crisis was averted, they would return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was gone. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Soon enough, he discovered several figures standing outside the crumbling entrance of the heavenly palace. Duan Ling Tian recognized 3 of the figures from afar. Master? Huolao and Meng Luo? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he teleported to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian discovered a formation had been set up around the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, it did not seem to be offensive at all. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel puzzled. Since Huolao and Meng Luo were still in the solitary destructive heaven and were not in closed-door cultivation, why did they not reply to his message? Could it be because of the formation? As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, a surprised voice rang in the distance. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Chapter 3903. Most of the time, it was just a coincidence. Duan Lingtian had been in the realms of gods for many years. He had thought about his family and friends in the Devata realms and the mundane realms, but he had never thought about returning to the realms of gods before the realm battlefield closed. After all, he knew it was impossible. Back then, he was only a celestial emperor and had yet to ascend to godhood. He was able to sneak into the realm of gods through the realm of gods through the realm of gods. After he had become a god, even with the help of the 5 divine elements, he would not be able to enter the 9 serenities battlefield since only celestial emperors who were not gods could enter the 9 serenities battlefield. He had only bought the divine void-piercing shuttle because Dongfang Yannian had reminded him of it. Otherwise, he would not have known it was sold in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. Duan Lingtian had thought of many possibilities when he returned to the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not expect to see his master, Feng Qingyang, being possessed by Mi Xian. To be more precise, it was a temporary possession. Feng Qingyang's soul was still in his body, but Mi Xian's soul was stronger and had taken over. It had only been a month since Feng Qingyang was possessed by Mi Xian. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he heard a sharp voice from his master, Feng Qingyang. Even the voice lines had changed. Moreover, he found it strange that Mi Xian had addressed him by his name. Master? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Qingyang with a slight frown on his face. Based on Mi Xian's gaze and aura, he felt Mi Xian was not his master, but someone else. However, based on Mi Xian's figure and appearance, there was no doubt Mi Xian was his master. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. For a moment, he did not think about the possibility of Mi Xian being possessed. Young Palace Master, he is not the Lord Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Huo Lao, Meng Luo, and the others also flew toward Duan Lingtian as soon as they noticed him. They stood in front of Duan Lingtian and looked at Feng Qingyang in the eyes, shielding Duan Lingtian behind them. They knew that even if they allowed their young palace master to escape, he would not have the chance to do so. The other party's strength was too strong. It had already reached the point where it could kill all of them within a year. Divine Emperors. That was an existence above divine king powerhouses. In the Devata realms, ordinary gods were still quite a distance away from becoming god kings. Young Palace Master, a month ago, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's body was possessed by someone else, and His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's soul was suppressed by the other party. Now, the one controlling His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's body is not His Majesty the Celestial Emperor, but someone else's soul. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Duan Lingtian's joy at seeing his master turned into anger in just a blink of an eye. His eyes turned sharp as he glared at Duan Lingtian. You'll have to kill us if you want to use our young palace master to threaten the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo said coldly as he glared at Feng Qingyang. Although Meng Luo knew his strength was much weaker than Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian could kill him with just a thought, he was not afraid at all. He stood in front of Duan Lingtian without hesitation, shielding Duan Lingtian behind him. Huo Lao and the others were also glaring at Feng Qingyang. You're Mi Xian? Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he glared at Meng Luo and the others. He was about to kill them when Duan Lingtian spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Recalling the familiar sharp voice and the fact that the other party was able to possess his master, Feng Qingyang's body, Zhang Xian had a rough idea of who the other party was. I didn't expect an ant-like brat like you would remember me. Mi Xian, who was controlling Feng Qingyang's body, smiled sinisterly. Brat, since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Once your master tells me everything, I'll give you a quick death so you can accompany my brother, Yahiko, who was killed by you. Of course, if Feng Qingyang refuses to cooperate, I'll make sure you suffer the pain of having your soul refined. Soul torture, that's more painful than 1,000 cuts. Don't even think about committing suicide. Even if you die, I can use a secret art of the dead spirit race to imprison your soul the moment your soul disintegrates. Mi Xian was surprised that Duan Lingtian could recognize him, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, it wasn't hard to guess. Suicide? Duan Lingtian paused when he heard Mi Xian's words. Then, he smiled mockingly. Mi Xian, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to make me commit suicide. To think that you can suppress my master's soul. It looks like you've improved over the years. You must have broken through to become a higher god king. Duan Lingtian had known that Mi Xian was an intermediate god king in the past. His master, Feng Qingyang, was a lower god king. Later, his master hid in Azura Hell, planning to emerge only after breaking through to become an intermediate god king. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear Mi Xian. His master must have broken through to become an intermediate god king before he came out. However, his master did not expect Mi Xian would break through to become a higher god king at the same time as he broke through to become an intermediate god king. This was Duan Lingtian's guess. After all, it had been less than 100 years since he left the Devata realms and the conflict between Mi Xian and them. He had only achieved so much in less than 100 years due to a fortuitous encounter. On the other hand, although his master had obtained the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, he still had to cultivate step by step. As for Mi Xian, he was certain his master was still inferior to him. A higher god king? Mi Xian was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he laughed. Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll be able to suppress your master's soul if I'm only a higher god king? You are underestimating your master too much. Of course, you've also underestimated me. It was not difficult for Mi Xian to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. He could not help but scoff at Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Mi Xian's words. His master had broken through to become a higher god king? At this moment, Meng Luo, who was standing in front of Duan Lingtian, said in a deep voice, "Young palace master, this person is now a god king. Moreover, he's a middle god king." Middle god king? Duan Lingtian was shocked by Meng Luo's words. However, when he thought about it, he recalled his master was a higher god king, and yet, he was no match for Mi Xian. It was clear Mi Xian was not just a lower god king. Previously, Mi Xian had possessed the body of Tang Sanpao, the young palace master of the Tidal Temple. After the body was destroyed, it was impossible for Mi Xian to possess a new body. There would always be a gap. However, his master had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Even if he was only a higher god king, his battle prowess was on par with a god emperor. If Mi Xian's soul was only a lower god emperor, he might not be able to suppress his master. When Mi Xian heard Meng Luo's words, he raised his head proudly and looked down at Duan Lingtian. Boy, it's meaningless to mention my cultivation base. Whether I'm a god king or a god emperor, I'm not someone you can defeat. You've been hiding in the shadows for so many years. I'm afraid you haven't even become a god yet, right? At the end of his sentence, Mi Xian's tone had a hint of ridicule. Becoming a god isn't that simple. Become a god? Duan Lingtian laughed at Mi Xian's words. He did not waste any more words and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already close to Mi Xian. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from his body. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's powerful aura spread out as he stood in the air like an immortal. At this moment, he who had an extraordinary bearing was like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. This is, when Meng Luo and Huolao regained their wits and tried to protect Duan Lingtian again, they were forced back by the aura radiating from Duan Lingtian. The aura was so strong that it made them feel oppressed. This aura. Why does it feel like it's even more terrifying than His Majesty's? Meng Luo and Huolao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When their Lord Celestial Emperor had returned from the Azura Hell and summoned them back, they'd sensed a terrifying aura from him. However, that aura was far inferior to this one. Could it be, all of a sudden, a thought popped up in their minds. Young Palace Master, the student has surpassed the master? How is this possible? While Meng Luo and Elder Huo were still in shock, Mi Xian was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You! In less than 100 years, how could you? How could you become a god king? A divine emperor? As a medium divine emperor, Mi Xian was familiar with the aura of a divine emperor even though he was only a soul. At this moment, the purple-clad young man was radiating the aura of a divine emperor. To be more precise, it was the aura of a lower divine emperor. If it were only the soul of a lower divine emperor, Mi Xian would not be afraid. However, his opponent was not a lower divine emperor. His opponent was a human with a fleshly body. His soul was connected to his body and could be used to attack and defend. In this aspect, he had an advantage over Mi Xian. Even if he had taken over someone else's body before, because they were not completely compatible, that body might not be able to eliminate his worries when fighting with others. It might not be able to become his escape route. In terms of strength, a lower divine emperor was not weaker than him. If they were in the netherworld, he was confident that he could kill a lower divine emperor with the help of the environment there. However, he was not so confident in the outside world. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have used some external object to simulate a divine emperor's aura. After a moment, Mi Xian came back to his senses and shook his head. His gaze on Duan Lingtian grew colder and colder, but it also seemed to say, "I've seen through you. Stop pretending." Chapter 3904. Imitate the aura of a divine emperor? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Mi Xian's words. He was impressed by Mi Xian's imagination. However, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath on Mi Xian's skeptical expression. He raised his hand and unleashed his divine energy that belonged to a lesser divine emperor. Coupled with the power of the law of space, he sent a sonic boom toward Mi Xian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only attacked casually. His purpose was to show Mi Xian that he, Duan Lingtian, was a bona fide divine emperor. As for why he did not kill Mi Xian directly? How could he kill Mi Xian? Mi Xian's soul was currently in his master, Feng Qingyang's body. If Mi Xian was in danger, who knew what he would do to his master's soul? Bang! As soon as Mi Xian dodged, Duan Lingtian's palm strike created a huge black hole where Mi Xian was standing. It hovered in the air and did not close for a long time. Based on this, one could see how terrifying Duan Lingtian's attack was. Although the top powerhouses in the Devata realms and ordinary gods could create a black hole in space, it would not take long for the black hole to close. However, Duan Lingtian's attack did not affect the black hole at all. Even god kings did not have such a technique, let alone ordinary gods. He's really a divine emperor. Mi Xian's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he looked as though he had seen a ghost. How? How did you do it? In less than 100 years, a brat who's not even a god has become a divine emperor? Mi Xian felt as though his worldview had been turned upside down. He even thought he was lucky to be able to break through from an intermediate god king to an intermediate god emperor in less than 100 years. However, he knew what he had gone through. He had devoured all the powerhouses in the Dead Spirit clan. None of them had escaped. It could be said that he was the only member of the Dead Spirit race left in this world. Later on, he relied on devouring the Dead Spirit race's clansmen to break through to the low-level God-Emperor realm. Then, he had a fortuitous encounter in the Dead Spirit world, and recently, he had broken through to the middle-level God-Emperor realm. And now, he was starting a new life in the netherworld, occupying a mountain and calling himself king. Otherwise, Wu Hongqing, the main hall master of the tidal temple, would enter the netherworld and tell him that Feng Qingyang had come out of the Azura Hell and had no intention of coming to the Devata realms for the time being. After all, back then, Feng Qingyang was only a primitive god king. He was shocked that Feng Qingyang had become a superior god king. Moreover, back then, Feng Qingyang was proficient in the laws of destruction. But today, the laws of time that Feng Qingyang displayed surpassed the laws of destruction that he had grasped in the past. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew that Feng Qingyang must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell, and it must have been a great fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, Feng Qingyang would not have treated the Azura Hell as his own backyard and come and go as he pleased. Even Mi Xian, who had become a divine emperor, did not have the courage to enter the Azura Hell. After all, there was no lack of divine emperors in the netherworld who had disappeared after entering the Azura Hell. Mi Xian had thought Feng Qingyang's achievements in just 100 years were shocking enough. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang's disciple, would be even more shocking. Was Duan Lingtian really the same celestial emperor from decades ago? If it wasn't for the fact that he was a spirit body that mainly cultivated the soul and basically didn't have the concept of sleep and dreaming, he might have thought that he was dreaming. Master, I'll help you force Mi Xian's soul to retreat. While Mi Xian was still in shock, Duan Lingtian had already mobilized his soul energy and the law of space to attack Mi Xian. This time, he planned to use his soul energy to fuse with the laws of space to form a soul attack to injure Mi Xian's soul and help his master escape. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, Mi Xian activated his soul energy to form a protective barrier as though he had foreseen it. Whoosh! Although Duan Lingtian's soul was not as strong as Mi Xian's, after all, the latter was a mid-level divine emperor. The laws of space contained within made Mi Xian's heart tremble. Even in the netherworld, not every divine emperor possessed such a level of Dharma laws. In fact, many mid-level divine emperors did not have such high attainments in the laws of space. Who can tell me what kind of monster this Duan Lingtian is? Not only did he become a divine emperor in less than 100 years, but he also comprehended the laws of space to such a level. Even Mi Xian had only comprehended the laws of space to the point of complete fusion of 3 profundities and was in the process of fusing 4 profundities. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the laws of space were several streets ahead of him. Bang! When their soul energies collided, Duan Lingtian felt his own soul tremble. Mi Xian's soul body also swayed. Mi Xian's sharp voice rang out. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect your laws of space to be so terrifying. However, even if my grasp of the laws of space is inferior to yours, my soul is at a higher level than yours. Moreover, I, Mi Xian, am a member of the netherworld soul race and exist as a soul body. Although your soul attack is a threat to me, it's not strong enough to harm me. Also, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I, Mi Xian, will drag Feng Qingyang down with me even if I have to die together with you. Mi Xian said. You dare. Duan Lingtian's calm expression changed. The soul attack just now had made him realize something. Even though he had the advantage in the laws of space, Mi Xian's soul attack was not inferior to his. You can try and see if I dare. Mi Xian sneered. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Do you think I, Mi Xian, am inferior to a dog? In my eyes, you really are inferior to a dog. Duan Lingtian said coldly, Mi Xian, leave my master's body. I won't kill you this time, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Do you think I'll believe you? Mi Xian sneered. If you don't believe me, I'll go to the netherworld and exterminate your netherworld race. Duan Lingtian threatened in a low voice. However, Mi Xian froze when he heard Duan Lingtian's threat, then he couldn't help but laugh. Then I'm afraid you'll have made a wasted trip. I've already exterminated the netherworld race. You can't say that I've exterminated them. After all, I'm still alive. The moment Mi Xian's words left his mouth, not only was Duan Lingtian stunned, but even Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others were stunned. From what Mi Xian said, he'd exterminated his own people. Otherwise, how do you think I broke through to become a divine emperor in such a short time? Mi Xian licked his lips as he spoke. Those people tasted so delicious. It's a pity I won't be able to taste them in the future. Duan Lingtian's expression instantly darkened. You won't even spare your own people? To me, they're both my people and nourishment. Mi Xian smiled brilliantly. At the same time, the smile on Mi Xian's face froze. Then, his face regained its calm and indifference. His sharp eyes also calmed. Little Tian. At this time, Feng Qingyang was clearly a different person. Duan Lingtian could not be more familiar with the aura he displayed now. Hearing Mi Xian's greeting and sensing the familiar aura on him, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with excitement. Master. To him, in this world, apart from his family and the women by his side, only this master was the most important person. Not only had he led the way for him, but he had also provided him with a lot of help. To him, Mi Xian was both a master and a father figure. Amazing. You've become a divine emperor in less than 100 years. Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Mi Xian won't dare to touch me lightly. If he really pushes me too far, he won't live for more than 1,000 years after I die. This is a matter between me and him. Let me settle it with him. With that, Feng Qingyang looked at Huolao, Meng Luo, and the others. Wait for me in the Celestial Emperor Palace with little Tian. Trust me, I'll be back soon. Yes, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Huolao and the others replied. They trusted Mi Xian unconditionally. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was still frowning. Alas, there was nothing he could do. If he was in his true body, he could continue fighting Mi Xian with his soul energy. However, since he was only a clone using the law of space, his soul energy was limited. Unlike the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms, his soul energy could not be replenished by absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy. Even if the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was weak, it could still be replenished with time. His soul energy could only be replenished with his soul energy. He only had one soul, which was in his main body, and could only be in his main body. Little Tian. At this moment, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, when I return, I'll listen to you tell me how you managed to break through to the Divine Monarch stage in such a short time. The cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is very good. Since your family is in the mundane realm, why don't you bring them here? With you here, as long as the spatial tunnel to and from the Devata realms is closed, no one in the Devata realms will be a threat to you. As for the powerhouses in the 7 deadliest lands, they're either not interested in the Devata realms or they're worried the supreme powerhouses will attack them if they see them invading their hometowns. Moreover, the cultivation environment in the Devata realms is not as good as where they came from. After Feng Qingyang was done explaining everything, his expression changed once more. His eyes turned cold, and his gaze turned sharp. At the same time, a sharp voice rang in the air again. How long-winded? Are all of you humans so long-winded? After Mi Xian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before his clone left. During this entire process, Duan Lingtian could only look on helplessly as he left, and there was nothing he could do. If my true body was here, I would have been able to kill him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt helpless and sullen in his heart. Chapter 3905. With this, Feng Qingyang left. To be more precise, Mi Xian who was controlling Duan Lingtian's body had left. Not only that, but Mi Xian had also taken Duan Lingtian's body and soul with him. Outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After Mi Xian's departure, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air in silence. Meng Luo, Huolao, and the others did not dare to speak. However, at this moment, everyone, including Meng Luo and Elder Hua, were looking at the back of the purple figure with a fanatical expression. Their young master had become a divine emperor. The student had surpassed the master. Even their Lord Heavenly Emperor was only a god king. Even a high-rank god king was still a ways away from becoming a divine emperor. Huolao, Senior Meng Luo. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he turned to look at Huolao, Meng Luo, and the others. Seniors, I'll leave the rebuilding of the heavenly palace to all of you. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others answered in unison. Their voices were filled with reverence. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was the only direct disciple of their Lord Heavenly Emperor. He was also their young palace master. Now that Duan Ling Tian had revealed his strength as a divine emperor, it was only natural that they were even more respectful of him. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Huo Lao and the others watched on in awe and veneration as Duan Ling Tian left. He went to the mundane realm. However, he did not show himself. He merely watched from afar and probed with his divine consciousness. After all, he was not in his true form. Although he was not in his true form, it would not affect him from reuniting with his family. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided to wait for a while longer. He did not intend to accept his master, Feng Qingyang's, suggestion. Even if he waited, he would only have 300 years to reunite with his family. After 300 years, he would become even stronger. At that time, he would set up a safe place for his family in the Devata realm so they could cultivate without worry. Even if he brought his family to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, what if he had to abandon his law of space clone and form a new one because the realms of gods needed it? Only one law avatar could be formed. This was the law of heaven and earth, the iron law of heaven and earth. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had thought about forming a law clone to return to the Devata realm or the mundane realm. However, for safety's sake, he decided to form a law of space clone. It was also fortunate that he had chosen the space law avatar. Otherwise, if it had been any other law avatar, his law avatar would have been destroyed when he encountered Mi Xian earlier, because other law avatars were no match for Mi Xian. Father, mother, Duan Ling Tian had been hiding in the dark for many days. He could see his father, Duan Rufeng, and mother, Li Ro, cultivating, drinking tea, and chatting. Occasionally, his wife and children would visit them. Although the cultivation environment in the mundane realm was not the best, he had spent a lot of celestial stones and celestial crystals to set up a spirit-gathering formation here. Moreover, he had set up other formations to isolate the heaven and earth spirit energy on the island so that his family would not be disturbed. Although the formations could not isolate all humans and demon beasts, he was certain those who came close would not be a match for his family. There were many celestial kings and celestial lords in his family. To be more precise, there were even celestial emperors in his family. For example, Huan Er. Huan Er's life was the most mundane among Duan Lingtian's family. Apart from cultivating, she spent most of her time in a daze. Occasionally, Li Fei would visit her to chat. However, Huan seemed to be in a daze. Whenever Duan Ling Tian saw this, he could not help but feel sorry for her. Soon, in 300 years at most, we'll be reunited. Even if they were reunited now, they would have to part ways once they were reunited. After all, it was impossible for his clone to stay here forever. At that time, they would have to go through another separation. It would be unfair to his family. I'll stay here and wait for them. Occasionally, I'll go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to check on the situation. I'll also have to make a trip to the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall is located. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Previously, when his master, Feng Qingyang, regained control of his body, he had sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian and told him that Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, had something to do with Mi Xian's appearance. Once Wu Hongqing learned that Duan Ling Tian had been possessed by Mi Xian, he would most likely return to the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had failed to kill Wu Hongqing because Wu Hongqing's main body had escaped. Little Tian, make a trip to the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall is. Wu Hongqing will definitely return after he learns that I've been possessed by Mi Xian. Of course, if Mi Xian tells Wu Hongqing about you, he won't return. However, I don't think Mi Xian will bring up your matter. First, he's afraid of embarrassing himself. Second, Mi Xian might not be happy with Wu Hongqing. Who knows, he might even try to take advantage of Wu Hongqing. If you can destroy Wu Hongqing, you should create a new hall master of the Tidal Temple. That way, you'll be able to control the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple has been in the Devata realms for many years. It's deeply rooted in the Devata realms. If you control it, it'll be able to do many things for you for at least 300 years before the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods is opened. Feng Qingyang sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, Feng Qingyang also sent a voice transmission to Huolao, Meng Luo, and the others, telling them not to spread the news of Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to the Divine Emperor realm for the time being. For this reason, apart from those present on the scene, no one knew Duan Lingtian had become a Divine Emperor. The Tidal Temple. Wu Hongqing. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered how Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, had colluded with Mi Xian and Yehiko in an attempt to steal his 5 divine elements. If it were not for the clear heaven's divine wood, not only would Mi Xian and Yehiko have succeeded, but he would have been killed as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes burned with rage when he thought about this. After leaving the solitary destructive heaven, Mi Xian felt more and more depressed. He had originally thought that his achievements in less than 100 years were already astonishing. He had even heard that there were many god emperors in the netherworld who knew of his achievements. However, when he met Feng Qingyang after leaving the netherworld, he suffered a huge blow. Although Mi Xian's improvement was not as great as Mi Xian's, it was still very exaggerated. After all, 70 to 80% of the reason why Mi Xian's improvement was so great was because he had devoured the people from the Dead Soul clan. Those people had become his nourishment, allowing him to enter the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. However, when his most hated enemy, Duan Lingtian, appeared, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's improvement was even more exaggerated than Feng Qingyang's. Duan Lingtian was only a celestial emperor a few decades ago. He had not even become a god. However, after a few decades, he was already a divine emperor. Although he was only a lesser god emperor, his strength was comparable to an intermediate god emperor. If Duan Lingtian were to fight with his life on the line, a mediocre divine emperor like him would most likely die. Damn it! How can this pair of master and disciple be so lucky? It's one thing for Feng Qingyang to be lucky, but Duan Lingtian is even luckier? I hate these children of destiny the most in my life. Once I've taken away Feng Qingyang's fortune, I'll kill him. Then, with this fortune, I'll continue to improve and kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know how strong he'll be. Mi Xian began to plan his future. After a while, he recalled the reason he had left the netherworld. It was because of Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Also, Wu Hongqing asked me to inform him of the good news after I succeed. With this thought in mind, Mi Xian sent a message to Wu Hongqing, who was in the solitary destructive heaven, to meet him somewhere in the solitary destructive heaven. When Wu Hongqing saw Mi Xian, his expression changed drastically. It was as though he was facing a great enemy. At the same time, he wanted to flee. He only stopped when Mi Xian spoke. Divine Emperor Mi Xian, you possessed Feng Qingyang? Wu Hongqing looked at Mi Xian as though he had seen a ghost. Although he knew Mi Xian was no weaker than Feng Qingyang since he had become a divine emperor, he did not expect Mi Xian to be so strong as to possess Feng Qingyang. It's a small matter. Mi Xian said nonchalantly, he's just a mere higher god king. I, Mi Xian, am a medium god emperor. Alright, the matter has been resolved. Wu Hongqing, you'll have one less problem to worry about. However, there's something I must tell you. Wu Hongqing's heart skipped a beat when he heard Mi Xian's words. What is it, Divine Emperor Mi Xian? Mi Xian said, this is what happened. Mi Xian said, although I managed to possess Feng Qingyang, it wasn't that smooth. Wu Hongqing nodded inwardly. He did not think Mi Xian was lying. After all, it was not easy to possess another person even if the difference in cultivation base was a whole realm. When Feng Qingyang was dying, he could have severely injured my soul. However, I agreed to a condition of his so he didn't destroy his own soul. Mi Xian continued to say, from now on, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will be under the control of Feng Qingyang's subordinates. The title temple is not allowed to interfere. This is what I promised Feng Qingyang. If I discover the title temple is still interfering with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll look for you. After Mi Xian finished speaking, he glanced at Wu Hongqing coldly before he left. Wu Hongqing's eyes glinted when he saw Mi Xian had left. Feng Qingyang was possessed by Mi Xian. Mi Xian is getting more and more terrifying. As for the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it's just a small matter. Now, I can finally return and rebuild the title temple's main hall. Chapter 3906. Why did Mi Xian say he would protect the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven from now on? Why did he say Feng Qingyang made such a request before he died? He was worried Wu Hongqing would go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and discover that Duan Lingtian was not to be trifled with. Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing had always been using each other, they were not friends at all. This time, Mi Xian had wasted his time and effort while Wu Hongqing reaped the benefits of Mi Xian's hard work. If everything had gone smoothly, it would have been fine. For this reason, Mi Xian felt it was unfair. Wu Hongqing would not have it easy either. For this reason, Mi Xian had put on a show in front of Wu Hongqing so Wu Hongqing could return to the title temple with peace of mind. After all, Duan Lingtian would definitely look for Mi Xian in the future. I'm curious how Wu Hongqing met Duan Lingtian and witnessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base as a divine emperor. Before Mi Xian entered the netherworld, he had been in a bad mood. Naturally, Feng Qingyang's words were not without Mi Xian's guidance. Mi Xian, you must have heard from Wu Hongqing that I've escaped from the Azura Hell, right? You attacked me in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, but Wu Hongqing hid in the dark. Moreover, you suffered a great loss. Are you really willing to accept this? Why don't you put on a show and lure Wu Hongqing back to the title temple's main temple? I've already sent a voice transmission to my disciple, Duan Lingtian, to remember to visit the title temple. I'm sure you don't have a close relationship with Wu Hongqing, right? You suffered a great loss at the hands of my disciple. Don't you want him to suffer a loss as well? You don't care about him, right? He's just a mere god king. I can kill him with just a finger. Even if he dies, it won't affect you at all. Just like that, Feng Qingyang conversed with Mi Xian. Every word he said struck a chord with Mi Xian. For this reason, Mi Xian was tempted. Then, he put it into action. Moreover, the lies that Mi Xian had spouted upon meeting Wu Hongqing hadn't been taught to him by Feng Qingyang. Instead, he had been the one to write and direct it. Hearing his words, even Feng Qingyang couldn't help but sigh. Mi Xian really wasn't a good person. It was self-taught. Even he might not be able to weave such a perfect lie. On the other hand, Wu Hongqing, who was directly involved in this matter, did not know anything about it. All he wanted to do was to return and rebuild the main hall of the title temple. Everyone who was killed by Feng Qingyang in the title temple. I, Wu Hongqing, will summon Mi Xian to deal with Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing quickly found a title temple's branch and returned to the title temple's main hall. Looking at the lifeless realm, Wu Hongqing's expression was gloomy, but soon it was replaced by a smile. Let bygones be bygones. Don't think about it. After all, that Feng Qingyang is already dead. There's no point in haggling over it. Next, I'll have to rebuild this place. However, it won't take much effort. Feng Qingyang only destroyed a few places when he killed those people. The damage to the main hall of the Tidal Temple was not as severe as the damage to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall, managed to rebuild the main hall of the Tidal Temple in less than half a month with the help of a dozen branch palaces. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing did not remain idle. He began to select people from the various branch palaces to enter the main hall of the Tidal Temple. This time, he held a grand competition in the main hall of the Tidal Temple. The grand competition in the main hall was a gathering of powerhouses from the various branch palaces of the Tidal Temple. There were many titled celestial emperors who participated in the grand competition in the main hall of the Tidal Temple. As for ordinary celestial emperors and celestial lords, they participated in the grand competition in the main hall of the Tidal Temple. In the eyes of the people from the various branch palaces of the Tidal Temple, the main hall of the Tidal Temple was extremely sacred. It was difficult for them to even enter the main hall of the Tidal Temple. However, this time, they took the initiative to recruit people from outside the main hall of the Tidal Temple. The grand competition in the main hall would be held in the various branch palaces. Naturally, titled celestial emperors did not need to participate in the selection. They only needed to go to the main hall of the Tidal Temple. However, if they wanted to obtain a high position in the main hall, they would have to display their strength. Moreover, it was said that the main hall's powerhouses would test them during crucial moments. Very good. It seems like the branch palaces have quite a number of talented people after so many years. In the main hall of the Tidal Temple, Wu Hongqing smiled when he heard his subordinates report. It was as though he could already see the main hall of the Tidal Temple flourishing again. Lord Hall Master, I heard that the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was damaged and is currently being rebuilt. Since you said Feng Qingyang is dead, should we, one of Wu Hongqing's confidants, a powerhouse from the main hall who was not present when Feng Qingyang arrived, looked at Wu Hongqing and gestured at his neck. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wu Hongqing's face froze. Then, he said indifferently, I know what to do. You don't have to worry about it. Also, without my permission, no one from the Tidal Temple is allowed to enter the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, they'll be killed without mercy. As he spoke, Wu Hongqing's tone suddenly turned cold. The expressions of the people below changed slightly when they heard Wu Hongqing's words. Although they did not know why Wu Hongqing would say such a thing, they knew Feng Qingyang was dead. Was the solitary destructive heaven not a fish on the chopping board? However, they did not dare to question Wu Hongqing's words since they could sense the anger in Wu Hongqing's voice. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Wu Hongqing waved his hand. After the people below him left, his expression darkened slightly. Wu Hongqing did not dare to touch the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven when he thought about Mi Xian's threat. Naturally, he could not tell his subordinates that a powerhouse forbade him from touching the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If he did that, he would lose his reputation as the hall master of the Tidal Temple. After all, he was a god king. However, even if I can't touch the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it doesn't mean others can't as well. Since Feng Qingyang is gone, only the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, is still relatively strong. After the main hall competition ends, find a titled celestial emperor who's stronger than Meng Luo and bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to compete for the position of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The competition for the position of the heavenly emperor has nothing to do with me or the Tidal Temple. As long as Mi Xian doesn't find out I'm the one who arranged for this, it'll be fine. Moreover, if Meng Luo and the others are willing to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they can serve the new heavenly emperor. If they leave, they can't blame me for killing them. I'll make them pay for what happened to Feng Qingyang. I'll have to make arrangements for this. The more secretive, the better. With this thought in mind, Wu Hongqing began to come up with a plan. During the early stages of the Tidal Temple's main hall competition, many people participated in the Tidal Temple's branch palaces. As time passed, more and more people advanced to the next round while more and more people were eliminated. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time, the various sub-halls had also chosen their own representatives. They were personally led by the sub-hall masters to the main hall to participate in the last few tests of the main hall's competition. As long as one passed the first stage, one would be able to stay in the main hall and become a member of the main hall. The final stages would determine one's status in the main hall. I hope I'll be able to pass the first stage. If I can stay in the main hall, my status will skyrocket. Who would dare to look down on me when I return to the branch palaces in the future? Many people who had come to the main hall from the branch palaces said similar words. Their eyes were filled with hope and anticipation. The young people, in particular, were overjoyed. Among the group of young men and women who had just arrived in the main hall, there was a purple-clad young man who had a calm and indifferent expression on his face. The purple-clad young man was extraordinarily handsome and had an extraordinary aura. He attracted the attention of many young women and men in the surroundings. Some of them were looking at him with envy in their eyes. There was also a gaze that suddenly swept over him, carrying a strong sense of awe. This person was none other than Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of the Tidal Temple's branch palace. Zhuang Tianheng still could not forget what had happened some time ago. The purple-clad young man had appeared in front of him and suppressed him with just a lift of his hand. After all, he was one of the strongest among the godly beings. Even among the godly beings in the Tidal Temple, apart from Wu Hongqing and a few powerhouses in the main hall, no one was a match for him. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the branch palaces of the Tidal Temple. The branch palaces referred to the 81 branch palaces in the 81 Devata realms. Divine Emperor. After being suppressed by the purple-clad young man, Zhuang Tianheng discovered the purple-clad young man was a divine emperor, a powerhouse who was even stronger than godly kings. What shocked him the most was the purple-clad young man's identity. The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that he was in closed-door cultivation, he did not attend the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. The person who won the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was not even 1,000 years old. In just a few decades, he had become a divine emperor? Bring me to Wu Hongqing. Duan Lingtian said indifferently through voice transmission as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng when he saw Zhuang Tianheng looking at him. Yes, my lord. Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly replied respectfully. At the same time, he bade farewell to one of the vice palace masters next to him and left with Duan Lingtian. Many people frowned when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Zhuang Tianheng. A young man said with a jealous expression on his face, "What's his relationship with Lord Palace Master? He hasn't appeared in public until recently. It said he's in closed-door cultivation. Don't tell me he's Lord Palace Master's illegitimate son? Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death?" At this moment. Chapter 3907. Lord Temple Master, Zhuang Tianheng, the Vice Palace Master of Zhoumengtian's Vice Palace, requests an audience. The main hall competition had yet to begin. Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall, was resting in his residence with his eyes closed. He was watching the floating image pearl in his hand. The floating image pearl was showing the battle between god-kings from the realms of gods. This was the accumulation of the Tidal Temple's strength and foundation. The Tidal Temple had a long history in the Devata realms, and it even had a strong foundation in the realms of gods. Some people even said the Tidal Temple was related to the supreme powerhouses. Otherwise, how could it have such a high status in the Devata realms? How could the supreme powerhouses from the Devata realms not have any thoughts about the tidal temple? Naturally, there were also people who said the supreme powerhouses did not care about such things. In the eyes of the supreme powerhouses, the tidal temple was only an ant in the Devata realms. It was just like when a child grew up and saw another child occupying the hillside where he used to play house and be the king, just like how he did back then. How could he go and join him? The difference between them was too great. Therefore, the supreme powerhouses did not care about the tidal temple at all. Very few people could confirm which of the two statements was true. However, there was one thing they were certain of. In the Devata realms, the tidal temple would not provoke the forces that were related to the supreme powerhouses. For example, the Chelan clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Eastern Dark Celestial sect in the Tiger Hill Heaven, and the Hidden Wind sect in the Wave Trace Heaven. These forces in the Devata realms were related to the supreme powerhouses. Zhuang Tianheng. Wu Hongqing opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Didn't I say I won't see anyone before the main hall competition ends? What's wrong with Zhuang Tianheng? Wu Hongqing's voice was slightly dark. Lord Temple Master, he said he has something urgent to discuss with you. Wu Hongqing's frown deepened when he heard the voice. He said indifferently, tell him to wait for me in the front courtyard. Yes. The person nodded and left. Zhuang Tianheng, Wu Hongqing got off the bed with a gloomy face and walked out of the room. He still didn't look good. If it was not for the fact that Zhuang Tianheng was one of the strongest powerhouses in the many sub-palaces in the Devata realms and the fact that he planned to transfer Zhuang Tianheng back to the main palace as a vice-palace master, he would not have bothered with Zhuang Tianheng. Damn it! It's all because of that Feng Qingyang. If he didn't kill so many of my tidal temple's main hall's experts, I wouldn't have to compromise with a vice-hall master. Wu Hongqing felt a burst of resentment in his heart, but when he thought about how Feng Qingyang was already dead, he felt that there was no need for him to argue with a dead person, and his expression gradually eased up. Soon, Wu Hongqing arrived at the front yard of his residence. His residence was located in the deepest part of the main hall of the tidal temple. It was a spacious residence. Even the front yard was huge. There was a man-made lake and a rockery beside the lake. There was a pavilion in front of the rockery. At this moment, Wu Hongqing saw Zhuang Tianheng standing outside the pavilion, looking in the direction he had appeared from. However, Wu Hongqing's expression quickly changed. He discovered that behind Zhuang Tianheng, within the pavilion, there was a purple figure. This was the figure of a young man. He stood there with his back facing Zhuang Tianheng and Zhuang Tianheng. He even felt that this figure was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Where exactly have I seen this figure before? Wu Hongqing frowned slightly. However, his expression did not improve at all. Zhuang Tianheng greets Lord Palace Master. Zhuang Tianheng smiled and cupped his fists at Wu Hongqing when he saw Wu Hongqing. However, he did not bow at all. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened when he saw Zhuang Tianheng. Since when did Zhuang Tianheng disrespect him so much? He did not even know how to bow at all. However, he was not concerned about Zhuang Tianheng. Instead, he was concerned about the purple figure standing behind Zhuang Tianheng. Did this person come with Zhuang Tianheng? Who was he? Why did he find this person familiar? Zhuang Tianheng, did you bring him here? Wu Hongqing glanced at the purple figure in the pavilion again before looking at Zhuang Tianheng. He asked in a deep voice as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. How could Zhuang Tianheng be so impudent? Not only was he rude in front of him, he even brought someone even more rude. Just as Zhuang Tianheng turned his head to look at the purple figure had already turned around and interrupted Zhuang Tianheng at the same time. Palace Master Wu, we meet again. The purple-clothed youth turned around and looked at Wu Hongqing with a smile on his face. His eyes flickered with playfulness. Wu Hongqing, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as soon as the young man turned around. When he heard the young man's words, he instinctively asked in astonishment, Duan Ling Tian? What? Palace Master Wu, we have not seen each other for a few decades. Do you not recognize me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face. At this moment, Wu Hongqing finally regained his senses. He looked at Zhuang Tianheng with a bright smile on his face as he said, Palace Master Zhuang, I'm sorry for being narrow-minded earlier. I didn't expect you to be able to capture Duan Ling Tian for the Tidal Temple. This is a great contribution. When I go to the realms of gods in the future, I'll consider handing the Tidal Temple over to you. Wu Hongqing's heart was filled with joy when he regained his senses. Duan Ling Tian. This was a moving peerless treasure. The 5 divine elements were in their higher forms, and they were all in his possession. Zhuang Tianheng was stunned when he heard Wu Hongqing's words. He looked at Wu Hongqing as though he was looking at an idiot. He had captured Duan Ling Tian. What a joke! After all, Duan Ling Tian was a divine emperor who could kill him with just a finger. Palace Master Wu. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward. At the same time, the divine energy in his body that he had been accumulating for a long time surged out. The spatial windstorm shook in the air before it transformed into an invisible energy that landed on Wu Hongqing's body. In an instant, a soft sound was heard. Wu Hongqing suddenly knelt on the ground. His knees heavily smashed into the ground, causing the ground to split apart. Wu Hongqing struggled to lift his head. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. The joy on his face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a look of disbelief. Was this really Duan Ling Tian? Was this a joke? Was he dreaming? However, the intense pain in his feet and the pressure on his body made Wu Hongqing realize he was not dreaming. He tried his best to circulate the divine energy in his body, but it did not budge at all. That formless power was like a seal, sealing away all of his power. In fact, even comprehending the power of laws was extremely strenuous for him. I, Wu Hongqing, am a divine king expert. Even if Feng Qingyang has broken through and become a superior divine king, he can't possibly do this to me. Moreover, this divine energy is obviously not a divine king's. Suddenly, in Wu Hongqing's mind, a thought that almost scared him to death suddenly appeared. Could Duan Ling Tian have broken through and become a divine emperor? How could this be? Wu Hongqing's current state of mind was similar to Mi Xian's from a year ago. They both found it impossible. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Palace Master Wu, if I was captured by Palace Master Zhuang, what would you do? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a playful smile as he looked at Wu Hongqing, who knelt on the ground, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. Decades ago, Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian had forced him into a corner. If not for the help of the 5 divine elements, he would have died at their hands. His hatred for Wu Hongqing was no less than Mi Xian's. Duan Ling Tian, you're a divine emperor now. Even now, Wu Hongqing still found it hard to believe that the kid from decades ago who hadn't even attained godhood had become a divine emperor in the blink of an eye. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye. How could this be? Can't you feel it, Palace Master Wu? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. How is this possible? Wu Hongqing's eyes were blank and dazed. There are many impossible things in this world. Duan Ling Tian said coolly. Palace Master Wu, you and Mi Xian teamed up and almost killed me back then. You even tried to steal my belongings. I'm sure you didn't expect this day to come. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. Then, as if recalling something, he subconsciously glanced at Zhuang Tianheng. However, as soon as Zhuang Tianheng raised an eyebrow, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand. A wave of soul vibration energy swept out along with a spatial storm before it shattered Wu Hongqing's soul. Wu Hongqing was dead. However, his corpse was intact and he died with his eyes wide open. Was he transmitting his voice to you? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Yes, Zhuang Tianheng replied. Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly replied, he called out my name through voice transmission as if he wanted to tell me something. However, just as he called out my name, he was killed by you, Lord Ling Tian. Zhuang Tianheng's tone was filled with reverence when he addressed Duan Ling Tian as Lord Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhuang Tianheng deeply. After confirming that Wu Hongqing did not have time to tell Zhuang Tianheng that he possessed the 5 divine elements, he turned his attention back to Wu Hongqing's corpse. Then, in a flash, he entered Wu Hongqing's body. Following that, Wu Hongqing stood up. However, Wu Hongqing's aura was completely different from before. He seemed unfathomable. Lord Ling Tian. Zhuang Tianheng's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Did Lord Ling Tian possess Zhuang Tianheng's body? However, where was Lord Ling Tian's body? Duan Ling Tian seemed to have seen through Zhuang Tianheng's confusion. He said indifferently, I'm just a law clone now. You don't have to be so surprised. A law clone? Zhuang Tianheng's face paled. Just a law avatar was already powerful to such an extent? Chapter 3908. Zhuang Tianheng did not expect the Duan Ling Tian in front of him was only a law clone. Now that he had seen Duan Ling Tian's law clone enter Wu Hongqing's body and take control of his body and heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he finally realized what had happened. For this reason, Zhuang Tianheng's respect for Duan Ling Tian deepened. After all, Duan Ling Tian could take his life in the blink of an eye. In his eyes, Wu Hongqing, the main hall master of the Tidal Temple and a god king, was a high and mighty figure. However, even he was powerless in front of Duan Ling Tian, let alone Zhuang Tianheng. You better be prepared. I'll appear as Wu Hongqing on the day of the main hall's grand competition and appoint you as the new hall master of the main hall. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's face flushed slightly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, he seemed to recall something and said worriedly, My lord, it's not a problem for you to appoint me as Wu Hongqing's successor. However, I'm afraid some people won't accept it. There are a few people who are stronger than me in the main hall. When Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang came, they weren't around. While most of the branch hall masters were still in the dark, Zhuang Tianheng had already found out the reason behind the destruction of the Tidal Temple's main hall. He also knew that many people had died during that incident. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall, decided to hold the grand competition. Don't worry, I'll deal with them. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian said. Zhuang Tianheng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. As for Duan Ling Tian, he returned to Wu Hongqing's residence under the guise of Wu Hongqing. Previously, he had already confirmed Wu Hongqing's residence with his divine consciousness. As the hall master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing's spatial ring is actually a self-destructing spatial ring. What a pity. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian thought of Wu Hongqing's storage ring that had been reduced to powder after his death, and a wave of regret welled up in his heart. Even though he wasn't interested in the things in Wu Hongqing's spatial ring. However, it did not mean that it was useless to his family. Forget it. If there's anything I need, I'll just ask Zhuang Tianheng to help me look for it after he becomes the hall master of the main hall. In the next 300 years, the Tidal Temple will belong to me, Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt relieved. When Zhuang Tianheng returned, the group of people he brought with him couldn't help but look at him. When some of the youngsters only saw Zhuang Tianheng and didn't see Duan Ling Tian, they couldn't help but frown and start whispering amongst themselves. Li Feng has already been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master. Hearing their whispers, Zhuang Tianheng swept a glance at them and said unhurriedly, "Don't worry." Li Feng was Duan Lingtian's identity in Zhou Mengtian's branch of the Tidal Temple. He was still using his old alias. His surname was taken from his mother, Li Rou, and his name was taken from his father, Duan Rufeng. What? Li Feng has been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master? How is he worthy? As soon as Zhuang Tianheng finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the people in Zhou Mengtian's branch of the Tidal Temple. This was especially true for the youngsters. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The people from the other branches of the Tidal Temple arrived one after another. The people in the main hall had also arranged accommodations for them. Apart from Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mengtian's branch of the Tidal Temple, no one knew that the hall master of the main hall had died. Days passed one after another. Soon enough, the people from the other branches of the Tidal Temple had all arrived. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The grand competition of the main hall was about to begin. Lord Temple Master. When Duan Lingtian controlled Wu Hongqing's body and landed in the vast valley where the grand competition of the main hall would take place, the entire place was filled with awe and respect. The youngsters looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the people present. When he used his divine consciousness, he could not help but sigh. The Tidal Temple has recruited so many geniuses. It's no wonder the Tidal Temple is so powerful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Tidal Temple's strength. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the entire place fell silent. Although there were many people present, no one dared to speak. All of them were staring at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was the temple master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Originally, I was supposed to host the grand competition of the main hall. However, it just so happens that I've gained some insights in the past few days, so I decided to continue cultivating. For this reason, I'll let someone else host the grand competition of the main hall. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people were disappointed. However, most of them expressed their understanding. After all, they could not afford to make any mistakes in their cultivation. The grand competition of the main hall will be hosted by Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mengtian's sub-hall. When Duan Lingtian said this, many people were not shocked. After all, Zhuang Tianheng was indeed qualified to host the grand competition of the main hall. However, when Duan Lingtian continued to speak, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Apart from that, in order to focus on cultivating, I'll step down from my position as the hall master of the main hall. From today onward, Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mengtian's sub-hall, will take over my position and become the hall master of the main hall. The moment these words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, the entire scene was in an uproar. What? Lord Hall Master is passing the position of hall master of the main hall to Zhuang Tianheng? Although Zhuang Tianheng is the strongest person in the sub-halls, there are many grand elders who are more experienced and stronger than him in the main hall, right? How can it be him? Why is it Zhuang Tianheng? Many people present on the scene voiced their doubts. Naturally, they only whispered among themselves. They did not dare to voice their doubts out loud for fear of angering the hall master. However, there were still people who stepped forward. The people who stepped forward were 3 of the 4 remaining higher deities in the Tidal Temple who were stronger than Zhuang Tianheng. 2 of them were middle-aged men, and the last one was a young man. Lord Hall Master, this isn't appropriate. One of the middle-aged men said hesitantly. Under normal circumstances, he should not refute the Hall Master's words in front of so many people. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Zhuang Tianheng was just a newly ascended higher deity. Who did he think he was? How could he be fit to be the main hall master and stand above them? Lord Hall Master, I think it's more appropriate for Elder Chu to take over the position of Hall Master. The other middle-aged man chimed in. As for the young man, although he did not say anything, based on his expression and gaze, it was clear he did not agree with Duan Lingtian's words. What? Do you have an opinion as well? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he glanced at the two higher deities before he shifted his gaze to the young man. His tone was calm and emotionless. Lord Hall Master. The young man who had not spoken earlier quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question, Guardians, your opinion is similar to mine. Zhuang Tianheng is only a newly promoted higher deity. In terms of strength, he's not even comparable to the three of us, let alone Elder Chu. In terms of status, he's only a hall master of a sub-hall. Elder Chu is the first vice-hall master of the main hall. The young man was also one of the vice-hall masters of the main hall. At the same time, the people from the other sub-halls held their breaths as they looked at the hall master of the main hall and the three high-ranking officials of the main hall. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. If anyone wishes to change my mind, they must first have the strength to make me change my mind. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the three higher deities' expressions changed. At this moment, they even felt that the hall master in front of them had become extremely unfamiliar. Their Lord Hall Master should not be this kind of person. If their Lord Hall Master was this kind of person, even if they were dissatisfied, they would not have spoken out earlier. Boom! A loud explosion came from high up in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic palm print that seemed to be void came crashing down like a black cloud. It blotted out the sky and the sun and enveloped the three higher deities. The three higher deities, the two guardians and one vice-hall master of the main hall of the tidal temple, found themselves locked down by a powerful and invisible force. They could not even mobilize the divine energy in their bodies. In the next instant, before they could even react, the palm imprint in the sky had already come crashing down with a loud bang. Bang! With a loud bang, the void of the plane shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. It took a while before it gradually closed. Meanwhile, the three higher deity-level upper echelons of the main hall were reduced to nothingness in an instant. It was as if it had been vaporized. Just like that, three higher deities perished. Even though the group of people present regained their senses one after another, no one dared to make a sound. When they looked at the godlike man standing in the void again, their eyes were no longer filled with reverence, but also with fear. Why was the temple master of the main temple so violent and bloodthirsty? All they did was express a different opinion, and the three higher-ups of the Prime Palace, all of whom seemed to be gods, were all killed by him. Furthermore, how could he be so powerful? Killing the three gods was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Lord Hall Master, those branch hall masters who had been in contact with the main hall master Wu Hongqing in the past could not help but frown. They felt that the hall master in front of them had become a little unfamiliar. Their impression of the hall master should not be such a person. Hall master. Just as the various branch hall leaders present were feeling puzzled and the others were feeling frightened, an old and cold voice was already being emitted from the distance. In the blink of an eye, an elderly figure, Feng Su, appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a slightly unpleasant expression. What? Elder Chu, do you have a problem with that? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him calmly and asked in an indifferent tone. Chapter 3909. Hall Master, don't you think you've gone too far? The old man glared at Duan Lingtian as he said with a dark expression, the three of them have served the title temple for many years. Even if you've disrespected them, you shouldn't have killed them. Moreover, do you think it's appropriate for a sub-hall master to become the main hall master? The old man asked in a deep voice. Elder Chu, do you have something to say about this? Duanling Tian glanced deeply at the old man. Although his tone was still indifferent, his gaze revealed coldness. Humph. The old man harumphed coldly. What? Wu Hongqing, are you planning to make a move on me? As his voice fell, a powerful aura swept out from the old man's body. In the blink of an eye, it caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate, especially those of the younger generation with weaker cultivations. They were pressured by this aura to the point that their faces turned pale and they were unable to breathe. Elder Chu has broken through to the God King realm? Many of the sub-hall masters were shocked. Even Zhuang Tianheng, the sub-hall master of Zhoumengtian sub-hall master Zhuang Tianheng, was shocked. That old man has broken through to the God King realm? With his attainments in the laws of profundity, even Wu Hongqing might not be able to kill him now that he has broken through to the God King realm. His attainments in the laws of profundity are even higher than Wu Hongqing's. Chu Hui, the vice palace master of the title temple, was the person with the highest seniority in the title temple. In terms of seniority, he was Wu Hongqing's junior grand uncle. Chu Hui's innate talent was ordinary, but his comprehension of the laws of profundities was outstanding. When he was a lesser god, he was said to be invincible below the higher god realm in the title temple. Not even an intermediate deity was a match for him. As soon as he became a higher god, he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the God King realm in the title temple. Now that he had broken through to the God King realm, even if he was only a lesser God King, he would be able to fight against an intermediate God King. Moreover, in Chu Hui's opinion, Wu Hongqing might not have been an intermediate God King in the past. Of course, even if Wu Hongqing was an intermediate God King, it was almost impossible for him to kill Chu Hui who had broken through to the God King realm. Elder Chu has broken through. Elder Chu has broken through to the Divine King realm. Even if he's only a lower Divine King, I'm afraid he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a medium Divine King. Elder Chu is an expert in the law of destruction. Not only that, but his attainments in the law of destruction are unrivaled in the title temple. The hall masters of the various title temples sighed. There were even some people who whispered, I'm afraid that even the palace master might not be able to defeat Elder Chu. I wonder how the hall master will appear today. Will the hall master fight with Elder Chu? Of course, although these people were whispering, they also knew what could be said and what could not be said. If they felt that the hall master of the main hall was behaving inappropriately, they would not dare to say it out loud. They could only communicate with him telepathically. There were even people who hoped that Chu Hui would be able to defeat Wu Hongqing and take over the title temple as the new hall master of the title temple. Wu Hongqing's actions earlier had made them feel very uncomfortable. In fact, they did not feel safe at all. None of them wished for a tyrant to control their fates above them. This was not a good feeling at all. I didn't expect Elder Chu to have broken through to the God King realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him and smiled faintly. Elder Chu, is this why you're so confident? Chu Hui glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Wu Hongqing, do you really think you're capable of killing me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm afraid you're not capable of killing me. Chu Hui sneered. Is that so? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face remained unchanged. However, in just a blink of an eye, the smile on his face disappeared. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes as he shouted, Vice Palace Master Chu Hui of the main palace has offended his superior. Not only did he disrespect the palace master, but he even tried to attack the palace master. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it downward. The entire process was done in a casual manner. deliberately mystifying things. Chu Hui released his divine energy. The tyrannical God King's divine energy merged with his law of destruction and erupted with a terrifying aura of destruction. Many of the expressions of the younger generation from the sub-halls changed drastically as they bled from their 7 orifices. Fortunately, the sub-hall master had acted in time so no one died. Otherwise, many of the younger generation would have perished just like that. Is this the aura of a God King? A God King is actually so powerful. Although I'm a demigod, I can't even muster the will to resist in front of this aura. As expected of a God King who's above the gods. He's too terrifying. At this moment, the sub-hall masters were looking at Chu Hui with reverence in their eyes. However, this reverence did not last long. This was because in the next instant, a faintly discernible giant palm suddenly appeared above Chu Hui's head and slammed down on him. However, Chu Hui did not seem to notice it at all. Bang! A loud sound rang in the air as the giant palm slammed down on Chu Hui, sending him crashing into the ground. At the same time, a bottomless palm print appeared on the ground. At the same time, a cloud of dust rose into the air. When the dust settled, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a bottomless abyss that was shaped like a palm print. The sub-hall master's strength is actually so powerful? Vice Hall Master Chu has broken through to the God King realm. Even if he's only a lesser God King, with his attainments in the law of destruction, he should be able to fight against an intermediate God King. However, he's completely powerless in front of the sub-hall master? Did Vice Hall Master Chu get careless? Did Vice Hall Master Chu die? The people from the sub-halls of the Tidal Temple were dumbfounded as they stared at the bottomless abyss in front of them. However, the sub-hall masters were communicating through voice transmissions. They could hear the fear in each other's voices. Although they knew that the main hall master, Wu Hongqing, was extremely powerful, they did not expect him to be this powerful. A person who could fight against an intermediate God King was actually sent crashing into the ground with a single slap. No one knew if Chu Hui was dead or alive. Throughout the entire process, Chu Hui did not even have the strength to resist. Come out. I haven't killed him yet. Duan Lingtian spoke at this time. At the same time, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Based on what the main hall master said, if he had killed Chu Hui earlier, Vice Hall Master Chu would have died. Bang! A loud sound rang from the bottom of the abyss. Following that, a figure shot up to the sky at lightning speed. However, he was in a wretched state. His robes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. After Chu Hui came out, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "You're not Wu Hongqing." "I'm not Wu Hongqing." Duan Lingtian laughed. "What's wrong? Vice Hall Master Chu, are you saying that I'm not Wu Hongqing because you don't think that you're a match for me? You need someone to believe what you're saying." Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Wu Hongqing isn't as strong as you are." Chu Hui's eyes turned cold as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Did you possess Wu Hongqing? You think you're stronger than Wu Hongqing just because you possess him?" Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Do you really think that you'll possess the same cultivation base and strength as before you possess him?" Upon hearing the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Chu Hui, the palace masters of the various palace halls present on the scene shook their heads one after another. "Vice Palace Master Chu, it seems like you find it difficult to accept this fact." "That's right. Based on what Vice Hall Master Chu said, it's obvious that he doesn't need to fear Hall Master Chu anymore since he has broken through to the God King realm. However, he didn't expect Hall Master Chu to be stronger than him." Although these branch palace masters were whispering, Chu Hui could still hear them clearly. He was so angry that his expression was especially ugly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Who the hell are you? This time, Chu Hui asked Duan Lingtian telepathically. You don't need to know. Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and killed Chu Hui in front of everyone. The reason why Duan Lingtian didn't kill Chu Hui earlier and only killed him now was because he didn't want to kill Chu Hui too early. To the people present, this would serve as a greater deterrent. As expected, after Duan Lingtian killed Chu Hui, the whole place fell silent. Now, does anyone still have any objections to my decision? After killing 3 higher deities and a lesser deity king, Duan Lingtian looked around and asked in an indifferent tone. No one said anything. Even if some people were still dissatisfied, they didn't dare to refute, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the previous 4. Those 4 were all top-notch existences in the main hall. Yet, they were all killed by this main hall master just because of a few words. They didn't think that the other party would show them any mercy. It seems like no one has any objections. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, Zhuang Tianheng will be the host of the main hall tournament. From today onwards, Zhuang Tianheng will be the main hall master. As for me, I will start cultivating in seclusion. At this point, he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. If anyone tries to make things difficult for you or goes against you, you can wake me up and let me come out of seclusion if you can't deal with it yourself. I will help you deal with it. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was extremely cold. At the same time, he glanced at the various branch hall masters and some of the higher-ups in the main hall, making them completely forget about making things difficult for Zhuang Tianheng, the new hall master, in the future. Zhuang Tianheng understands. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hall Master. At this moment, Zhuang Tianheng stood up and thanked Duan Lingtian as he accepted the order. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Then, with a sway of his body, he disappeared. As for the main hall tournament, he was not interested in watching it at all. Currently, he was in a hurry to make a trip to the Tidal Temple's main hall's treasure vault to retrieve some items that would be helpful to his family. Chapter 39:10. Duan Lingtian had come to the Tidal Temple to kill Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall, and secretly take control of the Tidal Temple. One of the reasons was due to his master, Feng Qingyang. Another reason was that he felt there were only benefits to be had. As the strongest force in the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple had a terrifying amount of resources. Although Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor, he did not dare to claim he had the same influence as the Tidal Temple in the Devata realms. After all, it took time to accumulate a foundation. It was not enough to rely on one's strength alone. It's better if I don't show myself so they won't feel sad. I'll just disguise myself as someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and deliver the items to them. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he thought about his family. Although he felt it was a pity that he could not reunite with his family, he did not regret coming back. After all, he had already met all of his family members. It was just that his family members did not know he had returned. If her family knew that she was back, they would enjoy a moment of joy and then have to go through separation. After all, he had only returned with his clone. Duan Lingtian no longer paid attention to the grand competition of the main hall. He was confident Zhuang Tianheng, the new palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, would be able to take care of the situation. What happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Duan Lingtian had controlled Wu Hongqing's body to kill 3 higher gods and a primitive god king during the grand competition in the main hall. His actions had shocked everyone in the Tidal Temple's main hall and its sub-palaces. Although many people thought Duan Lingtian was a bloodthirsty person, they did not dare to offend him. However, none of them dared to say anything. After all, Duan Lingtian was not only the palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, but he was also the strongest person in the Tidal Temple. Even if he was no longer a palace master, he would still be like the retired emperor. Only a fool would dare to offend such a person. Currently, many of the vice-palace masters were planning to complain to their seniors in the Tidal Temple about Wu Hongqing's atrocities when the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was reopened 300 years later. They wanted to ask the seniors in the Tidal Temple to punish Wu Hongqing. Until then, all of them planned to be obedient and obedient. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all these things. Even if he knew, he would not care. What happened to Wu Hongqing? He was not Wu Hongqing. Even if the Tidal Temple in the realms of the realms of the realm of the realms of gods, the Tidal Temple would not be blamed. Therefore, if he exposed, he would be in the palace's hall. Duan blamed of blames betrayals blamed the temple of gods would. The heavens realm of the gods. Blame to sect. S's, thus. The of gods. At that time, Zhuang Tianheng would be the best candidate to take over the Tidal Temple. Those who were qualified or suitable to take over the Tidal Temple would have been killed by Wu Hongqing. To be more precise, they were killed by Duan Lingtian who had impersonated Wu Hongqing. After the main palace's grand competition had ended, Duan Lingtian managed to obtain many cultivation resources with Zhuang Tianheng's help. All of them were cultivation resources that were beneficial to his family. Although Zhuang Tianheng was puzzled why Duan Lingtian wanted these cultivation resources that were useless to him, he did not ask any questions. Instead, he agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. I won't interfere with the Tidal Temple's matters. At most, I'll ask you for some cultivation resources so you can do whatever you want. Therefore, there's no need for you to feel pressured as the palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. After 300 years, even if the Tidal Temple sends powerhouses from the realms of gods, they'll only punish Wu Hongqing. They won't make things difficult for you. At that time, they will discover that Wu Hongqing has died. Before that happens, I'll publicly announce that I've entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I'll also announce that I know some of Feng Qingyang's secrets. Duan Lingtian had already thought of many things and made arrangements for Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was worried he would become Duan Lingtian's puppet. Based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian did not intend to fully control him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had even prepared a backup plan for him. Lord Lingtian, if you have any requests in the future, I'll do my best to fulfill them. Zhuang Tianheng said confidently. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since he had obtained the cultivation resources, he did not linger in the main hall of the Devata realm. After he left, he went to the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's family was. Then, he donned a long black robe. His aura from the law of life was circulating around his body, making him look like a powerhouse who specialized in the law of life. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian arrived at his family's residence, he did not look for Li Fei and Huan, since they were too familiar with him. Even if he disguised himself, they would still recognize him. You're the young palace master's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Rou. Duan Lingtian appeared in the small valley where Duan Rufeng and Li Rou lived. At this moment, Duan Rufeng and Li Rou were drinking tea and playing chess in the courtyard. They were playing the Chinese chess that Duan Lingtian had taught them. Duan Rufeng and Li Rou did not notice the black-clad man who had suddenly appeared. They only regained their senses when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice, and their expressions changed drastically. Before they could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian had already casually tossed the spatial ring that he had prepared in advance onto the chessboard on the table in front of Duan Rufeng and his wife. The young palace master gave me the items in this ring before he left. He asked me to give them to you at this time. Now that my mission is complete, I'll take my leave. Duan Lingtian pretended to have a hoarse voice. There was no trace of his original voice at all. Moreover, as soon as he finished speaking, he floated away. When he left, the life aura swept through the small valley. At once, the flowers and trees in the small valley began to grow madly. They only stopped growing strangely when the life aura disappeared. At this moment, Duan Rufeng and Huan finally regained their senses. They looked at the spatial ring in front of them and the flowers, plants, and trees that were growing wildly in the small valley. When they looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. After a while, Duan Rufeng claimed ownership of the spatial ring. He looked inside and sighed. Tian, you've done a great job. I feel like I'm useless as a father. Brother Feng, everyone has their own destiny. Tian, is our son, and we should all be happy for him to have such a destiny. Li Ro smiled and said, moreover, Tian, won't think we're useless. Of course, I know that. I'm just a little emotional. Duan Rufeng shook his head. Although Duan Rufeng and Huan were shocked by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the black-clad man, they were relieved when they figured out the black-clad man was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The fact that Tian arranged for these cultivation resources to be delivered at this time shows how much he trusts the black-clad man. However, I've never seen this black-clad man in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Li Ro speculated. Perhaps, he's hiding in the dark. Perhaps, he's protecting us from the dark. Duan Rufeng said. Unbeknownst to the duo, their conversation had been overheard by the black-clad man who was hiding in the dark. After a long while, the black-clad man finally left. I have to make the best use of my time to improve my strength. If I encounter any bottlenecks, I'll have to enter the Emperor Battle Realm to train. It'll be beneficial to my cultivation and comprehension of profundities. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the mundane realm and made his way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, his true body was cultivating in the Tianlong clan's residence in the Tungleng province in the mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. At the same time, he was refining supreme divine pills. He had also refined and delivered the divine pills he had promised Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. Apart from cultivating, he spent his time comprehending the law of space. There was no time in cultivating. Similarly, there was no time in comprehending the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Master hasn't returned yet? In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had just returned from the mundane realm. He could not help but frown when he learned that his master, Feng Qingyang, had not returned yet. It's been 10 years. Master still hasn't gotten rid of me, Xian. If it were not for Feng Qingyang's soul orb, Duan Lingtian would have charged into the netherworld to seek revenge for his master. During these 10 years, he had spent most of his time in the mundane realm, protecting his family with his clone. Although it was unlikely that his family would be in danger in the mundane realm, he felt more at ease. During these 10 years, Duan Lingtian would often return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if his master, Feng Qingyang, had returned. 10 years had passed, but his master had yet to return. Now that I've reached a bottleneck in my comprehension of the law of space, it's time for me to enter the divine royal battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm again. However, for safety's sake, I'll have to form a clone using the law of space in the realms of gods. Otherwise, if I encounter the Earth Nether Elder of the Supreme Sect and fail to kill him even after using all my trump cards, it'll be a disaster for me if he finds out about my trump card. My clone using the law of space will be a great help to me. While Duan Lingtian was deep in thought, Duan Lingtian's main body in the realms of gods finally woke up from his cultivation and began to form his clone using the law of space. At the same time, his clone using the law of space in the Devata realm began to dissipate as well. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had already made all the necessary arrangements before the law clone was destroyed, so there was no need for him to worry about the consequences. Moreover, if he wanted to, he would be able to find a second divine void-piercing shuttle and send his clone back to the Devata realm. I hope my master has returned safely by then. Duan Tian sighed. His mind wandered for a while before he finally calmed down and formed a new clone from the law of space. Chapter 39:11. This was Duan Tian's third time forming a clone using the law of space. He was more familiar with the process and it did not take long for him to successfully form his clone. At the same time, the other space law clone in the lower secondary plane was completely annihilated and no longer existed. A person could only form one clone using the same law of space. After successfully forming his clone, Duan Tian finally felt relieved. At the same time, he planned to enter the Emperor Battle Realm in a few more days. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Duan Tian came out from the Emperor Battle Realm. 10 years was not a long time for people in the realms of gods. It was just a blink of an eye. This was because many experts would cultivate in seclusion for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. It was not impossible for those who cultivated in seclusion for more than 1,000 years. This was because after becoming a god king, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even godly venerables who were half a step away from becoming a supreme expert were no exception. As for whether supreme experts would have to face a heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years, very few people knew. Most likely, only the utmost powerful beings and those close to them would know about it. It's been 10 years. That Duan Tian is still holed up in Shui Haichuan's residence? For the Sky Dragon sect's vice sect master, Shui Mingji, these 10 years could be said to be very torturous. Even before this, he never thought that he would have such a torturous time. This was because a lesser divine emperor who had just become a divine emperor not long ago. He was tormented because Duan Tian's growth was too fast. He was worried that if Duan Tian continued to grow, the two middle-level divine emperors he had arranged for him would not be able to kill Duan Tian. Secondly, the two divine emperors he had arranged for Duan Tian had entered the Emperor Battle Realm several times. Although they had returned safely, who knew if one of them would be unlucky enough to encounter the Supreme Sect's Elder Di Ming and be killed? The risk was too great. For this reason, he had been tormented for the past 10 years. In fact, this was not the first time Shui Mingji had been tormenting himself like this. He had lost count of how many times he had been tormenting himself. However, this time, the chanting seemed to have an effect. Not long after, Shui Mingji received a message, "Lord, Duan Tian has left Shui Haichuan's residence alone and is heading towards the entrance of the Emperor Battle Plane. It seems like he wants to enter the Emperor Battle Plane. Shui Haichuan is still cultivating in seclusion." This message was sent by the person he had arranged to monitor the vicinity of Shui Haichuan's residence for the past 10 years. Because this person was now in charge of patrolling the area, even if Shui Haichuan found him nearby, he would not be suspicious. Moreover, Shui Haichuan would never have thought that in order to kill Duan Tian, Shui Mingji would actually find two mid-level godly emperors to sacrifice their lives. That was a very high price to pay. Good, very good. After receiving the message, Shui Mingji's eyes lit up. At the same time, he took out a soul bead and sent another message, "Duan Tian is heading towards the entrance of the Emperor Battle Plane alone. Tell them to prepare and wait for an opportunity to strike." Huh. Congratulations. The other party replied, "You're about to get what you want." Let's hope so. Shui Mingji said. Before there was a result, he could not be 100% optimistic for the time being. He only felt that he had seen the dawn of hope. I know that the death of those godly emperors in the Emperor Battle Plane has a great impact on you. However, they are just incidental death warriors sent to you. They have no value at all. The other side sent another message with a smile, "Don't forget, these two godly emperors entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plain twice. Not only were they not seriously injured, but they also killed several greater one-sect's godly emperor disciples. Among them, there was also an inner sect elder of the greater one sect. Even if the greater one sect's elder Di Ming acted alone, he might not be able to kill the two of them. From the other side's words, it was clear that he was full of confidence in the two godly emperors. Hearing this, Xue Mingji replied bluntly, "I don't care how strong they are. What I care about is whether they can succeed." He had paid a great price to buy the two godly emperors. Death, they would definitely die. It just depended on whether their deaths were worth it. If he could successfully achieve his goal, even if the price was a little high, he would accept it. This was his choice. But if he could not achieve it, he would suffer a great loss. The risk would be borne by him alone. After all, he did not hire an assassin. The price of hiring an assassin to kill in the Tianlong clan was even greater. Perhaps the price of an ordinary godly emperor assassin would be higher than the value of the two godly emperors added together. Assassins were not only strong, but also flexible. As for godly emperors, they only had their master's orders in their hearts. They would do whatever their master told them to do. Their thinking was fixed and would not be flexible. It's just a lower godly emperor. Don't worry. The other side said casually, unless the target is already a middle godly emperor. Otherwise, under the joint attack of those two, he will definitely die. Hearing the other party's words, Xue Mingji relaxed a lot. Middle godly emperor? He did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through and become a middle godly emperor in just 10 years. Because, even the proud sons of heaven of those godly venerable level forces would not be able to break through twice from the high godly king realm to the middle godly emperor realm in just 10 years. The path of cultivation was more difficult the higher one went. The cultivation of a godly emperor was 10 times more difficult than that of a godly king. Even if one had more cultivation resources, such as divine pills and divine fruits, it would still take time to accumulate them. Therefore, he concluded that no matter how monstrous and heaven-defying Duan Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to enter the middle godly king realm in such a short time. In reality, Duan Lingtian had indeed not entered the middle godly emperor realm. In fact, even though he had consumed many divine pills, and there was no lack of peak emperor-level divine pills, his current cultivation was not only not in the middle godly emperor realm, it was even quite far away from the middle godly emperor realm. After leaving Xue Haichuan's residence, Duan Lingtian flew towards the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle Plain was located. From the beginning to the end, he did not tell Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian about this. In his opinion, if he told the two of them rashly, perhaps the one of them who was free would follow him in. If that happened, his planned training would definitely be affected. My current cultivation has reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck is no longer a problem of the accumulation of divine power, but a problem of the flow of divine power. After I entered the godly emperor realm, I rarely fought with others. If I want to increase the flow of divine power, fighting with others is the best choice. If it's a life and death battle, the effect will be even better. And my laws of space. The bottleneck I've encountered recently is rather large. Even the divinity of the sovereigns no longer appears in my dreams to guide me. Although Duan Lingtian was anxious about his current situation, he also knew that it was useless to be anxious. He had to overcome it one by one. The problem of the flow of divine power could definitely be solved in the Emperor Battle Plain's godly Emperor battlefield. As for the laws of space, perhaps he could solve it in the godly Emperor battlefield as well. If he couldn't solve it, it wouldn't be too late to think of other methods. He could completely enter the middle godly Emperor realm first before considering a breakthrough in the laws of space. The laws of space I've comprehended are already faintly stronger than the laws that Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, and some of the weaker elders of the Black Dragons are proficient in. It's enough for now. The most important thing right now is to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. To Duan Ling Tian, making a breakthrough in his cultivation required no delay. Sometimes, he even wondered if the bottleneck in the laws of space had something to do with his stagnant cultivation base. This was because he had read all kinds of books in the mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. Whether it was in the history of Tongleng province or the various regions outside of Tongleng province, there had never been anyone who comprehended the laws of space as powerful as he did when he was just a lower-stage godly emperor. Up ahead is the cultivation ground of the Emperor Battle Clan. Over the years, the number of people here has been increasing, but many people have perished in the Emperor Battle Realm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a hilly area made up of small valleys. There were many people hovering in the air above them. Some were sparring, some were chatting, and some were having fun. Some were playing games unique to Tongleng province. Some were even betting with divine crystals. These people who joined the Tianlong clan for the Emperor Battle Realm are pretty optimistic. However, since they decided to enter the Emperor Battle Realm, it means they have already accepted death. It's normal for them to be so calm. If one wanted to reach the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, one would have to cross this area. In the past, when Duan Ling Tian, Shui Haichuan, and Dongfang Yannian came here together, they had also passed by this area. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian heard a light noise coming from afar. Moreover, the noise was getting closer and closer. He raised his head and looked over. He saw a young man and a middle-aged man fighting fiercely, and they had attracted quite a few people's attention. This was also the only sparring match between middle-level divine emperors in the cultivation grounds of the Emperor War sect. Bang! 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 When Duan Ling Tian heard the noise, he saw the two figures moving closer and further away. However, they were still moving in his direction. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he instinctively came to a halt and looked over. A battle between middle-stage godly emperors would give him a certain amount of inspiration. Especially since it was just a battle. It's them? When the two people fighting got closer, Duan Ling Tian recognized them. They were the two middle-stage godly emperors who joined the Tianlong clan on the same day that Dongfang Yannian had mentioned. Boom! There was a loud noise. The two people launched a huge wave of attacks. When their attacks collided, both of them were sent flying. One of them was sent flying into the distance. The other person was sent flying in the direction of Duan Ling Tian and the people around him. Chapter 39:12. When Duan Ling Tian and the others in the surroundings saw one of the people in the battle flying toward them due to the remnant force of the battle, all of them instinctively dodged. Of course, they did not move too far away. Even Duan Ling Tian did the same. I'm afraid that the strength of these two people is even stronger than an ordinary inner sect elder. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man who was not far away. Not far away, the cold-faced middle-aged man stared at the similarly cold-faced young man and shouted in a deep voice, again. Okay. Hearing this, the young man with a cold face shook his body. He seemed to have turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the middle-aged man. After a while, he was not far away from the middle-aged man. At this time, the middle-aged man also moved. Boom! A powerful divine power swept out from the middle-aged man. It was infused with the profound meaning of the law. It spread out like a tornado and wreaked havoc in all directions. Those with weaker cultivations who were closer were blown away by this gust of wind. Those with higher cultivation bases also took a few steps back. Only a few divine emperors like Duan Ling Tian were not affected. However, the middle-aged man's next move and the young man's next move stunned the divine emperors, including Duan Ling Tian. Bang! Bang! Along with two earth-shattering explosions, whether it was the middle-aged man or the young man, both of them turned around and headed straight for Duanling Tian. They did not use any divine weapons in the fight. At this moment, one of them took out an upper-grade divine saber and the other took out an upper-grade divine sword and charged toward Duanling Tian. Their gazes were firm and they did not hesitate in the slightest from beginning to end. Their movements were as smooth as flowing water, as if they had rehearsed this scene many times. They want to kill me. Duanling Tian was the first to regain his senses. He felt goosebumps on his scalp as he tried to use the teleportation profundity to escape. However, he discovered the middle-aged man was skilled in the law of space as well. He had disrupted the space around him, making it impossible for him to use the teleportation profundity. I'm afraid these two fellows have long planned this. They are here to kill me. At this moment, if Duanling Tian still did not realize this, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. These two middle-level god emperors had entered the Tianlong clan on the same day. Now, they were trying to kill him in the Tianlong clan. It was obvious that they were prepared to die. Last time, when they glanced at me, I thought it was because they were looking at Brother Yanian and me. After all, Brother Yanian was the one who personally brought that young man to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation ground. Now it seems that they were looking at me. Right now, Duanling Tian couldn't teleport. Even if he had 99 heavenly veins, it would be too late to use his divine power to dodge. Moreover, his opponent's attack could still change direction. It happened so suddenly that even the Black Dragon Elder and the Golden Dragon Elder needed time to react. I won't wait for them. I'll take care of those who want to kill me myself. Duanling Tian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Although his cultivation hadn't improved much in the past 10 years, his comprehension of the law of space had improved. Now, he could even more perfectly manifest the law of space. If a god emperor didn't show up, no one would be able to tell. And the Tianlong clan clearly didn't have a god emperor. What's going on? Heavens! Are they trying to kill him? They're trying to kill him? At the same time, the few low-level god emperors nearby showed no intention of helping Duanling Tian. Instead, they all retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire if the two middle-level god emperors attacked Duanling Tian. They were all low-level god emperors who had joined the Tianlong clan during the War of Emperors. They had never seen Duanling Tian before, so it was normal that they didn't recognize him. Whoosh! The young man with a cold expression slashed out with his sword, causing the air to tremble. The sword ray that was like a meteor pierced through the air and headed straight for the space between Duanling Tian's eyebrows. Moreover, it extended an aura that locked onto Duanling Tian. Buzz! The middle-aged man swung his saber. Several spatial saber lights whizzed out, causing the space around Duanling Tian to sway. At the same time, the saber lights gathered and turned into a saber light prison, trapping Duanling Tian inside. The two middle-level god emperors were originally exchanging pointers. But in the blink of an eye, they changed their target and attacked Duanling Tian. That's Duanling Tian. I saw him in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. Two middle-level god emperors from the Emperor Battle Sect want to kill Duanling Tian? Are they crazy? Not only is the Black Dragon Elder here, but the Golden Dragon Elder is here too. At the same time, the people from the Emperor Battle Sect who had retreated a long time ago regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. Obviously, they did not expect the situation to change so drastically in the blink of an eye. It was not an exaggeration to say that this change was earth-shattering. Duanling Tian is only a low-level god emperor. I'm afraid he's going to be killed. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Who are these two people? Why would they risk their lives to kill Duanling Tian in the Tianlong clan? They're using their lives to exchange for Duanling Tian's life. Two middle-level god emperors using their lives to exchange for Duan Lingtian's life, a low-level god emperor. It sounds like a losing trade, but it's actually a great profit. Many of the people from the Emperor Battle sect who had regained their senses had the same thought. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian, who was imprisoned by the Saber Light prison, faced the young man's sword that seemed to have gathered all his strength into a single point. It was aimed at the spot between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows. It was obvious that the young man wanted to kill him with one strike. Die! The middle-aged man roared. The saber light continued to wreak havoc as it surrounded Duan Lingtian. At the same time, two furious roars rang out as Duan Lingtian was attacked from both sides. They spread to half of the Tianlong clan. Stop! You're courting death. One of the voices belonged to the Black Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect. The other voice belonged to the Golden Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the entrance to the Emperor Battle realm. They had not paid much attention to the fight between the two middle-level god emperors. They had only scanned the area with their divine senses and did not find anything out of the ordinary. Moreover, the two of them had often sparred with each other in recent years, and there had been no problems. Because of this, neither the Black Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect, nor the Golden Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the entrance to the Emperor Battle realm, had expected the two of them to suddenly change their target and attack Duan Lingtian, who had just passed by the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect. When Duan Lingtian had arrived, they had already noticed him. They had even paid attention to him for a while before shifting their attention away. After all, they had to patrol the surrounding area. It was impossible for them to keep their attention on Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian was outstanding, they were still curious about Duan Lingtian. However, they did not expect that not long after their attention was diverted, the two medium divine emperors who were originally sparring would suddenly attack Duan Lingtian. Everything happened so quickly that they did not even have time to react. The Golden Dragon Elder was further away. However, because he was stronger than the Black Dragon Elder, he reacted at the same time as the Black Dragon Elder. Bang! Boom! Then, the two of them attacked almost at the same time. Two overbearing forces pierced through the air. The Golden Dragon Elder's technique fell from the sky. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Then, it condensed into two rays of sword light that shot toward the two people who had attacked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, although they had attacked at the same time, there was a hint of reluctance in their eyes. This was because they felt that it was too late. Although they had reacted quickly, they were still too late. Even if they managed to kill the two of them would be able to kill Duan Lingtian before their attacks landed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder could react and attack, Duan Lingtian's divine power had already burst out of his body. The Space Law Ultimacy followed him like a shadow. A high-grade divine sword also appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the shadow of an armor appeared. It was a medium-grade divine weapon that Duan Lingtian had activated. Although it could not block the attacks of the two people in front of him, it was enough to slow them down. Control. Then, when the sword and saber were about to hit him, Duan Lingtian had a thought in his mind. Suddenly, the space around his body started to vibrate violently. Space was pulsating so quickly that even the Golden Dragon Elder, who was paying close attention to the battlefield, did not notice it. Not to mention the Black Dragon Elder and the two middle-level divine emperors who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Die! The middle-aged man and the young man not only looked cold, but there was no emotion in their eyes. It was as if it did not matter if Duan Lingtian died or if they were killed. As for the attacks of the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder, they completely ignored them. They were still fully focused on killing Duan Lingtian. It was as if they would not rest until they killed Duan Lingtian. Boom. Rumble. Soon, loud noises spread around Duan Ling Tian, who was in the middle of the space storm. It was deafening. At the same time, the onlookers sighed in their hearts. Duan Ling Tian, the most brilliant genius of the Tianlong clan, is going to die today. A genius like Duan Ling Tian, even in the Tongling province, is a top genius. It is a pity that the heavens are jealous of such a genius. Today, he will die here. These two people are going all out to kill Duan Ling Tian. How much hatred do they have? At this moment, not only the onlookers, but even the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder thought that Duan Ling Tian was going to die. Little guy, the only thing I can do for you is to kill them and avenge you. The Golden Dragon Elder, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe, appeared in the void. He looked down and sighed softly. Behind him, a black-clothed middle-aged man with a black dragon token hanging from his waist appeared at the right time and sighed at almost the same time. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.